Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter. Chapter 299, No One Can Save Him. Teach Him a Lesson. Heartache 3. The Earth Element, Heaven Stage, Martial Warrior frowned. This young man seemed overly confident. Did he have some kind of backing? But now that the arrow was on the string, he had no choice but to release it. Out of caution, he had originally used only half of his strength, but now he unleashed 80% of his power, even integrating his domain power into the enormous palm. No matter what trump cards a Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior had, he would not be able to escape from his palm. Being a protector for these secondary profession families was a bit troublesome. Usually he dealt with secondary professionals who were delicate and couldn't handle much force. He dared not use too much strength. After all, if he ended up injuring them, he wouldn't be able to explain it. The giant earth-yellow palm descended fiercely towards Wang Teng. However, Wang Teng remained standing with his hands behind his back, showing no signs of nervousness. But to the onlookers it seemed different. The surrounding people shook their heads, thinking that Wang Teng had given up struggling. They could already imagine his fate in the next moment. A Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior had almost no chance of winning against a Heaven Stage Martial Warrior. Moreover, he was a secondary professional. It was widely known that the strength of secondary professionals was like a chicken in battle. Yu San frowned. This guy was too confident. Faced with such a situation, he remained unfazed. What was he waiting for? Ti-Du sneered, a trace of pleasure in his eyes. No. Yu Shangshang's face turned pale as she screamed, pulling Yu San urgently. Brother, save him, please, save him quickly. Nobody can save him now. Ti-Du glanced at her coldly. Boom. However, just as the earth-yellow giant hand was about to descend on Wang Teng, a powerful momentum suddenly erupted from within him. A mysterious golden mark appeared on his forehead, and his black hair swayed without wind. In the next moment, Wang Teng moved, throwing a punch directly. Five-element fist. A fist imprint slightly larger than Wang Teng's fist suddenly erupted, covering his fist and forcefully imprinted onto the earth-yellow handprint, which was as large as Wang Teng's body. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the earth-yellow handprint suddenly froze in place. The Earth Element Heaven Stage Martial Warrior's expression immediately changed drastically. His eyes widened, as if he had seen something unbelievable. In the next moment, the earth-yellow handprint suddenly collapsed, turning into countless specks of light. Splurt! He spewed out a mouthful of blood instantly, his whole body uncontrollably flying backward, his face turning instantly pale. A sudden silence fell over the surroundings. Everyone looked at Wang Teng in disbelief. Many who had been prepared to watch the show were now completely stunned. The expression on Ti-Du's face stiffened instantly, his eyes widening to the extreme, unable to believe what he was seeing. Yu San's expression also froze, unable to maintain his calm and indifferent demeanor. What was happening before him was completely beyond his expectations. A Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior sent a 7th-level Heaven Stage Martial Warrior flying with a single punch. Something seemed off. Yu Shengyang's mouth formed an EV0 shape as she looked at Wang Teng, then at the Heaven Stage Martial Warrior who was sent flying. Her mind buzzed, and her little brain struggled to comprehend. What was going on? Wasn't little brother Wang Teng a Force Chef Grandmaster? How could he be this powerful? He sent a Heaven Stage Martial Warrior flying with a single punch. Even Brother Yu San was not that powerful. A multitude of doubts filled her mind, plunging her round and chubby little face into a state of utter bewilderment, giving her a somewhat adorable and foolish appearance. Grandmaster Alfred, Grandmaster Hua Yuan, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Grandmaster Wang Teng had become stronger again, and it had increased significantly. He had only entered the 7 stellar academies not long ago, yet he had already become so much stronger, which was truly unbelievable. A heaven stage martial warrior dares to attack me. Wang Teng didn't pursue his advantage, gently lowering his fist and standing still, casting a faint glance at the heaven stage martial warrior. You? The heaven stage martial warrior crawled up from the ground, his face full of horror, alternating between pale and flushed with shame and anger. As a heaven stage martial warrior, he was looked down upon by a cosmos stage martial warrior. It was embarrassing. Yet this was the reality. He couldn't even block a single punch from the opponent. The terrifying power contained in that punch had truly filled him with dread. The young man before him was not ordinary. His strength surpassed that of any genius he had ever seen. This young man wasn't just a genius in his secondary profession. He was a martial arts prodigy. You said that no one can save me? Wang Teng looked at Ti-Du. Who are you? Ti-Du's face twitched. He finally came back to his senses and stared at Wang Teng. Yu San also looked over, his expression incredibly solemn. This black-haired young man was not an ordinary person. With such strength, he could be considered a prodigy. But what was his background? I'm just an ordinary force chef, Wang Teng said calmly. Ti-Du Yu San, an ordinary force chef. Can an ordinary force chef be that powerful? Who would believe that? I'll give you a chance. Apologize to me, or... Wang Teng looked at Ti-Du. Ti-Du's face turned green, gritting his teeth. Don't think you're something just because you defeated a heaven stage martial warrior. This is the Secondary Career Alliance. If you offend my TI family, don't even think about leaving here. Chapter 2500. No one can save him. Teach him a lesson. Heartache. 4. If not. Wang Teng tilted his head and looked at him calmly. Ti-Du's expression turned ugly. He didn't know if the guy in front of him was pretending to be stupid or if he had something to rely on. Even though he mentioned the TI family, he showed no fear. Is the mere name of your family the basis of your confidence? Wang Teng asked. Ti-Du. At this moment, even Yu San was speechless. A mere name? The black-haired young man in front of him was including the Yu family, although the culinary families was not the strongest family in the Secondary Career Alliance. Their status was not low yet. He did not take them seriously. This guy was quite arrogant. Yu San's expression suddenly became gloomy. He suddenly had a premonition that he might have done something stupid today. Very well. Since you look down on my TI family, I'll show you my ability. Ti-Du's face was filled with anger. It was as if he had suffered a great humiliation. He glared at Wang Teng and turned to leave. Did I let you leave? Wang Teng said. You want to leave after saying some harsh words? Do you think I'm stupid? Can you stop me if I want to leave? Ti-Du sneered. Sigh. Wang Teng shook his head. I can't reason with you. You insist on making me do it. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly dissipated. Ti-Du's expression changed slightly, and an ominous feeling emerged in his heart. This guy dared to attack him. He was bold, he didn't have time to think, and immediately retreated. When Yu San's expression was solemn, this black-haired young man was too strong. Even he was shocked. You're too slow. At this moment, a voice sounded in Ti-Du's ear, causing his pupils to constrict suddenly. At the same time, a black shadow flashed out from behind him, accompanied by a violent gust of wind. Bastard, how dare you? Ti-Du's expression turned grim. He shouted, wanting to intimidate Wang Teng. Unfortunately, he didn't understand Wang Teng's character. Bang, a dull sound suddenly sounded, followed by a series of crackling thunder. Under everyone's gaze, thunder suddenly appeared on Ti-Du's body, making his entire body twitch involuntarily. Ti-Du felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and his eyes could not help but roll back. His vision turned dark. He wanted to resist, but his body could not keep up and became extremely slow. "Do you think I dare?" Wang Teng pouted. He didn't slow down at all. He raised his hand and smashed down again. Bang, swoop, boom, Ti-Du couldn't block at all. He was hit again by Wang Teng's lightning slap. A huge bump appeared on the back of his head. "My friend." The corner of Yu San's mouth twitched, and he quickly said, "He is. After all, a member of the Ti family. If you hit him so hard, I'm afraid you will offend them." "It doesn't matter." Wang Teng glanced at him and said calmly. He didn't stop what he was doing. This, Yu San's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect this guy to leave no room for negotiation. Moreover, he didn't take him seriously at all. Bang, 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 swoop. Boom, a series of dull sounds echoed around, accompanied by thunder, and Ti-Du's face and head swelled, causing the facial muscles of the surrounding onlookers to twitch uncontrollably. How ruthless! This Grand Master was a ruthless person. No one would have thought that the extremely kind face just now would be so terrifying when he became ruthless. Fortunately, they did not offend this guy. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He even dared to beat up the Ti family, let alone them. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others looked at each other. They felt that this was Wang Teng's style. Whoever offended him would be unlucky. They then looked at the night sky as if they saw nothing. Yu Shangsheng was the only one who was excited. Her face was red and she clenched her fists. Her eyes were shining as she stared at the brick in Wang Teng's hand. She felt that it was amusing. After a while, Wang Teng finally stopped what he was doing. He kept the brick and clapped his hands. "All right. No one is disturbing my business now. Everyone, continue eating. Don't be affected by this person. Just pretend that you didn't see him." Everyone was speechless when they saw how relaxed he was. A person who was just fine had been beaten beyond recognition, twitching uncontrollably on the ground in front of the stall. It was depressing. How could they pretend that they didn't see anything? It was simply making things difficult for them. Wang Teng seemed to feel so too. He frowned and glanced at Ti-Du. He kicked Ti-Du to the front of the Heaven Stage martial warrior and said, "Take him away quickly. It will affect my mood." The corner of the Heaven Stage martial warrior's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he did not dare to say anything, and left with the unconscious Ti-Du. He really couldn't muster the courage to say anything to a monster like him. He didn't even care about the Ti family. What could he? A mere servant do. Unfortunately, after this incident, he was afraid he couldn't stay in the Ti family anymore. He wouldn't be able to keep his job. For a moment, this Heaven Stage martial warrior felt bitter. He was so unlucky. Initially, he thought that he was just a Cosmos Stage martial warrior and an ordinary Force Chef Grandmaster with no background. In the end, he kicked an iron plate. "Little brother Wang Teng, you're amazing." Yu Xiangshang immediately abandoned Yu San and ran to Wang Teng's side with a face full of admiration. Chapter 2501, No One Can Save Him. Teach Him a Lesson. Heartache. 5. It's nothing much. It's just a small scene. Wang Teng glanced at her and smiled. "Why? Do you still dare to stand with me? I'm not afraid. Hit him." Yu Xiangshang pouted. "Ha ha ha!" Wang Teng burst into laughter. "My friend, I misunderstood what happened just now. I'm sorry." Yu San walked over and said awkwardly, at this time, he also understood that a person who was not afraid of the Ti family would not lie to a little girl like Yu Shangshang. The other party probably didn't take this stall seriously at all. He just happened to encounter a good stall. In addition, Yu Shangshang didn't know anything, so he gave this stall to the other party. Naturally, the other party accepted it. Moreover, not only was this Grand Master a triple field Grand Master, but he was also an extremely talented martial arts genius. Such a person was naturally worth befriending. It would be a pity to miss such an opportunity. "It's nothing. We don't know each other. I didn't take it to heart," Wang Teng said calmly. Yu San smiled bitterly. It was obvious that the other party didn't take him seriously. What made him feel powerless wasn't the blame from the other party, but being completely ignored. He immediately gave Yu Xiangxiang a look, hoping that his little sister would speak up for him. In the end, "Brother Yu San, there's nothing for you to do here. You should go back quickly." Yu Xiangxiang waved her hand with a look of disdain. Yu San splat. He immediately felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart. "I wanted your help, but it was useless. You chickened out the moment you saw Ti-Du. I'm so disappointed," Yu Xiangxiang muttered again. "Arg." Yu San felt as if he had been shot in the heart by another arrow. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Teng had a strange expression on his face. Wasn't this little girl straightforward? "Ha, ha, ha, I still have a lot of things to deal with, so I'll go back first. You can play by yourself." Yu San was embarrassed, and he couldn't help but remind, "I'll pick you up when you're going back. Ti-Du won't let it go. Before that, I hope you can help watch over my sister and not let her run around." He threw another punch at Wang Teng. "This little girl seems quite pleasing to my eyes, and she has helped me a lot. If Ti-Du wants to do anything to her, he'll have to get through me first," Wang Teng said. "Then I can rest assured." Yu San nodded. This Grandmaster's strength was probably even above his own. With him around, he didn't need to worry too much about Yu Xiangxiang's safety. He didn't say much more and left after bidding farewell. Yu Xiangxiang looked at his back view and snorted. She expected better from him and said, "It's always like this. Can't you be as tough as little brother Wang Teng?" Wang Teng glanced at her and shook his head. Yu San dared to take responsibility for his actions. Although his actions made him unhappy, it was understandable for him to do so as they didn't know each other. Of course, Wang Teng didn't want to have anything to do with him. Friendship is mutual. Although he'd just met Yu Xiangxiang, she always stood by his side. Even when facing Ti-Du, she didn't back down. This made him somewhat moved and acknowledged her. Since that was the case, he did not mind befriending a child like her. "Wang Teng, that thing you just used, what weapon was that? Can you show me?" Yu Xiangxiang's emotions came and left quickly. She circled Wang Teng and looked for the lightning slap curiously. "This?" Wang Teng took out the lightning slap and weighed it in his hand. Yes, that's it. Can I see it?" Yu Xiangxiang's eyes lit up as she said excitedly. "Take it." Wang Teng threw it to her. "Be careful, it's a little heavy." Although Yu Xiangxiang was young, she was a Cosmos stage martial warrior, so she was naturally strong. She could completely hold the lightning slap that had not been activated. It must be admitted that the children of these big families had a head start in life. If it was in the outside world, it would take at least tens of years to reach the Cosmos stage. However, this little girl was already a Cosmos stage martial warrior at such a young age, of course. As a Cosmos stage martial warrior, she probably didn't have much combat strength. She relied on all kinds of force dishes, treasures, pills, and so on. At this moment, she held the lightning slap in her hands and looked at it over and over again. She touched every pattern on it with excitement. It was hard to believe that a little girl liked lightning slap. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others walked over and were speechless when they saw this scene. Was this little girl serious? Her expression was the same as when Wang Teng used it to smash people. What kind of weird fetish was this? "Grandmaster Wang Teng, this should be the lightning slap you made back then, right? Have you reforged it?" Grandmaster Mo Day looked at the brick and a glint flashed across his eyes. "It's indeed the lightning slap, but I haven't reforged it," Wang Teng replied. "He didn't reforge it." Grandmaster Mo Day was stunned, and his expression became slightly solemn. He leaned forward and stared at the lightning slap for a long time. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, It automatically leveled up." "What?" The Grandmasters were also very surprised. They looked at the lightning slap in front of them in disbelief. It can't be wrong. It did advance automatically. Grandmaster Mo Di took a deep breath and confirmed again. Back then they saw Wang Teng forging this weapon with their own eyes. At that time, it could only be considered a fourth-grade Grandmaster weapon. However, When they looked at it again, it had already become a 6th-grade Grandmaster weapon. It had advanced by 2 levels. It was really surprising. "Grandmaster Mo Day, you have good eyes," Wang Teng said. "How did you do it?" Grandmaster Mo Day hesitated for a moment before asking curiously, "If it's too sensitive for you, you can choose not to tell me." "It's not sensitive." Wang Teng shook his head and said, "Grandmasters, you should remember that when I was refining the lightning slap, when I was refining the lightning slap, it accidentally absorbed the power of the calamity lightning and caused some changes. After that, I used it to resist the calamity lightning every time I refined a pill. As time passed, it automatically leveled up, absorbing the power of the calamity lightning." Grandmaster Modi and the others were stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "So that's the case. This is really fate." "Little girl, let me see it, Grandmaster," Alfred said with a smile. "Here, let me play with it after you're done." Yu Shangxing reluctantly handed the lightning slap to Grandmaster Alfred. "All right," Grandmaster Alfred smiled and nodded. Then he looked at the lightning slap with a serious expression. After studying it for a long time, he said in surprise, "The lightning runes on it seem to have changed. They're closer to the ancient runes. Not bad. It seems like Grandmaster Alfred has some understanding of ancient runes," Wang Teng said in surprise. "I only know a little." Grandmaster Alfred shook his head and exclaimed, "This is magical. If this weapon continues to absorb the power of the calamity lightning, it might reach the peak of the Grandmaster level or even the divine level. You have to keep it well." Chapter 2502, Getting Rich in a Night, The Reaction of the Yu Family. Wang, Rubling. Wang Teng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the remarkable potential of the lightning slap. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold such fondness for it. Of course, it was mainly a matter of convenience. "Little brother Wang Teng, did you forge the lightning slap yourself? You seem to be a Grandmaster blacksmith, too." Yu Xiang glanced at the badge on Wang Teng's chest and said, "I forged it myself," Wang Teng replied with a smile. "Interested?" "Mm-hmm." Yu Shangxiang nodded eagerly. "Little girl, forging the lightning slap isn't as simple as you might think. One of its main materials is called dark-weight luminary gold, exceedingly rare and not easily obtained." Grandmaster Mo Di cautioned. "Dark-weight luminary gold?" Yu Shangxiang exclaimed. "I'll check at home. Perhaps I can find some. My family's treasury holds many treasures, and I've snuck in to peek before." Everyone she was boasting quite naturally. But for her to blurt it out like that, wasn't she afraid of attracting thieves? Wang Teng ruffled her hair and chuckled. "You should be more cautious. This lightning slap isn't suitable for a young girl like you." "I think it suits me just fine," Yu Shangxiang muttered. The others exchanged strange glances, agreeing with Wang Teng that the lightning slap was indeed unsuitable for a young girl. Imagining her wielding a brick and swinging it wildly at someone's head, a sense of déjà vu washed over them. "Please don't let Wang Teng lead you astray. Little Liang, you're not suitable for this weapon. It requires a strong foundation of force as its support to release the dark-weight luminary gold's special trait, the weight also. You need to be a lightning element martial warrior." "Are you one?" Grandmaster Alfred advised, trying to dissuade her. Yu Shangxiang's face fell instantly. She was just a force chef, her strength nowhere near that of ordinary warriors, let alone someone like Wang Teng, a genius warrior. Moreover, she wasn't even a lightning element martial warrior. "Come now, don't dwell on these trivial matters," Wang Teng comforted. "You're a purebred force chef with a powerful family background. Unlike me, who has to go out and risk life and limb. It's not worth it. Sigh, I don't want to be someone without strength, unable to do anything when bullied." Yu Shangxiang said, dejectedly hanging her head, but she also knew her worth and didn't linger on it further. Yet the swirling motion of her eyes indicated she hadn't given up just yet. "Grandmaster Wang Teng, are you still going to make force dishes?" someone shouted at this moment. Many people around hadn't left, some simply wanting to taste Wang Teng's crafted force dishes, while others were curious about him and wanted to stay and show their support. That was the celebrity effect. Wang Teng's recent display had piqued the interest of many. Naturally, they became more attached to him. "Of course, I'll continue," Wang Teng replied with a smile as he stowed away the lightning slap. The opportunity to make money was right in front of him, and this stall was a good spot. Such chances were rare, and he probably wouldn't get another one next time. How could he pass up such a good opportunity? Before long, the rich aroma wafted from Wang Teng's stall again, causing everyone to forget the earlier incident and immerse themselves once more in the embrace of forced dishes. There was no need to dwell on difficulties when it came to one's mouth and stomach. Several hours passed quickly, and the people on Force Food Street gradually dispersed. Although martial warriors didn't necessarily need much rest at night, who spends the whole night eating anyway, Wang Teng packed up his stall and prepared to go back with Grandmaster Alfred and the others. "Thank you for your help today," Wang Teng said with a smile. "No trouble at all. I've been eating the whole time, Grandmaster." Alfred patted his stomach and exclaimed with infinite relish, "Today, I've truly witnessed your mastery of Force cuisine. It's truly astounding. How did we not notice it before? If we had discovered it earlier, we could have enjoyed your culinary delights sooner," Grandmaster Hua Yuan chuckled. Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Had he inadvertently turned these grandmasters into foodies? "Little brother, Wang Teng's force dishes are truly delicious, even better than those made by my brother Yu Shang said with a satisfied expression. Then she asked, "By the way, will you participate in the Force Chef competition at this exchange event?" "I will," Wang Teng replied. "Then you're sure to get a good ranking," Yu Shang said confidently. "You believe in me that much?" Wang Teng smiled. "Of course, my taste buds are very discerning," Yu Shang said confidently, seeing her innocent expression. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. "You're going to participate in the Force Chef competition." Grandmaster Hua Yuan was slightly surprised. "Yeah, it won't take much time or effort anyway," Wang Teng replied. Grandmaster Hua Yuan was speechless. It was a Grandmaster-level competition. How could it not take much time or effort? Ordinary people would put in all their effort to participate. You're not planning to participate in all the competitions, are you? Grandmaster Alfred seemed to have realized something, his expression changing slightly as he hurriedly asked. Of course, by all, he meant alchemy, blacksmithing, rune, crafting, and force chef. These 4 secondary professions. Yeah. Wang Teng nodded. He knew that if these grandmasters heard about his decision, they would react like this. That was why he hadn't said anything until now. They would naturally find out when the competitions began. The faces of Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were filled with disbelief. They had considered all possibilities, but they had never anticipated that Wang Teng would be so daring. Chapter 2503, Getting Rich in a Night. The reaction of the Yu family, too, participating in all the secondary profession exchange competitions, was not the thinking of a normal person. Luo Tang and the other grandmasters were stunned, too. But soon a cold smile appeared on Grandmaster Ciejia's face. Grandmaster Wang Teng was a little overconfident, participating in all the secondary profession exchange competitions. What was he thinking? Grandmaster Wang Teng, isn't this a bit hasty? Grandmaster Harold pondered for a moment, unable to think of a better word, and hesitantly said, "You don't need to worry, everyone. If I can't handle it by then, I'll naturally give up." Wang Teng replied with a smile. Grandmaster Alfred and the others exchanged glances. Seeing him say this, they felt somewhat relieved. They were truly afraid that Wang Teng's confidence would cloud his judgment and he would end up losing more than gaining. Failing to achieve good results even in a single secondary profession competition would be a case of losing more than gaining. Yu Shang felt that Wang Teng was very impressive, her face filled with admiration. If only he was her biological brother. He was more handsome than her third brother. "Shang, are you done here? It's time for us to go back." A voice came from afar, and Yu San walked over. Today he was in charge of Force Food Street, handling some miscellaneous matters. Now that Force Food Street was closing, he naturally had some free time. Oh, it's time to go back, Yu Shangshang said unwillingly. Go back with your brother, we need to rest too, Wang Teng waved to her. All right, Yu Shangshang asked. Are you coming back tomorrow? We'll go to the trade fair tomorrow, Grandmaster, Alfred said. The trade fair. Wang Teng was momentarily stunned. The trade fair is a place where secondary professionals from all over come to trade. It's organized by the Secondary Career Alliance and is even livelier than Force Food Street. Considering the timing, it does start tomorrow, Yu San explained. There must be a lot of good stuff there. Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he turned to Grandmaster Alfred and the others for confirmation. Indeed, the trade fair may have many treasures that are not found elsewhere, and some might even be overlooked by others, so you might just pick up some gems. Grandmaster Alfred grinned. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled at the thought. This kind of event was his favorite. Don't listen to him. Don't you know who attends these trade fairs, thinking you can just pick up treasures? It's not that easy, Grandmaster Hua Yuan interjected. Ha ha ha, but there's still a chance, you know. Grandmaster Alfred chuckled. There's a small chance of finding treasures overlooked by others, and that's what makes the trade fair so appealing. Yu San added with a smile. I want to go to the trade fair. I want to go, Yu Xiangshang exclaimed excitedly. Where are you staying? Can I come and find you to hang out tomorrow? Feel free to come over. Why not? Wang Teng replied. Great, it's settled then, Yu Xiangshang said happily. Watching this scene, Yu San couldn't help but flash a hint of excitement in his eyes. Although he wasn't particularly fond of this Grand Master, his relationship with his sister was excellent, which was a gain in itself. The two parties soon bid farewell and left while Wang Teng and the others headed back home. Wang Teng carefully calculated and realized that he had earned a whopping 38 million points from tonight's stall. It was a staggering figure. Just a few hours of making force dishes had earned him 38 million points, which was impossible under normal circumstances. But tonight he had achieved it. Wang Teng had hit the jackpot. If other Force Chef Grandmasters who were also setting up stalls knew that Wang Teng had earned so much, their eyes would probably turn green with envy. Despite all setting up stalls, why was the difference so significant? Most Force Chef Grandmasters could only earn a few million points at most, and even that was considered a lot. Most importantly, they had prepared for a long time to set up a stall on Force Food Street. All kinds of precious ingredients, spiritual herbs, and special seasonings needed to be prepared in advance. If not, they didn't have the confidence to earn enough points on Force Food Street. After all, there were too many Force Chef Grandmasters here, and the competition was fierce. But Wang Teng was different. He had won at the starting line right from the beginning, starting with a special stall that drew attention. Then there were his light element ingredients, which were extremely rare, even throughout the entire Force Food Street. Hardly a few people were using light element ingredients. Lastly, there was his mastery of force cooking, reaching the perfected level of a Grand Master, which surpassed most people. And most importantly, Wang Teng had absorbed the insights and experiences of many Force Chef Grandmasters, learning from them extensively, and brought force cooking to its zenith. All of this was the biggest factor in his success tonight, unmatched by anyone else. Now that Wang Teng's purse was filled and his confidence bolstered, he immediately repaid the 3 million points owed to Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the points owed to the Secondary Career Alliance, leaving him debt-free and light-hearted. You've become rich overnight, Grandmaster Alfred joked. Zi Jia, Luo Tang, and the other Grandmasters couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy and jealousy in their hearts. Although they didn't know exactly how much Wang Teng had earned tonight, seeing his wealthy appearance, they knew he must have earned a lot. More importantly, in just a few hours, he had earned so much, even easier than their alchemy. Just a little bit of wealth. Wang Teng chuckled after repaying his debts. Wang Teng still had 33 million points left in his purse, which was still more than enough. Chapter 2504. Getting Rich in a Night, the Reaction of the Yu Family. 3. To be honest, he was already thinking about setting up his stall again tomorrow. You made a fortune tonight, and tomorrow happens to be the trade fair, Grandmaster Hua Yuan remarked. Wang Teng's eyes brightened. It seems like I'm lucky. Without points, he would be unable to make bricks without straws. Now, with 33 million points in hand, he could afford many things. Don't underestimate these 33 million points. Even some moderately rare eternal-level treasures could be purchased with them. Moreover, Wang Teng wasn't necessarily going to buy eternal-level treasures. He preferred scavenging for treasures as it was more challenging. However, don't get too excited too soon. Many people aren't short on points. What they need are the things they lack, Grandmaster Mo Di reminded. Barter? Wang Teng exclaimed. Yes, many people only accept bartering, Grandmaster Hua Yuan nodded. The trade fair is held precisely for secondary professionals to obtain what they need. Opportunities to gather secondary professionals from all over are rare, and they may possess many unexpected treasures. Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, any news about the Cloud Immortal Milk that I asked all the Grandmasters about last time?" No. Cloud Immortal Milk usually has top-tier Imperial-level star beasts guarding it. Ordinary warriors definitely can't obtain such treasures. Grandmaster Hua Yuan shook his head. "Ah, I see," Wang Teng said with no great disappointment. It was just a casual inquiry after all. Whether such a thing existed was a matter of luck, and there was no need to be overly demanding. "We can keep an eye out at tomorrow's trade fair. Perhaps we'll get lucky," Grandmaster Hua Yuan suggested. "Yup," Wang Teng nodded. The group quickly returned to their residential area, each heading to their respective dwellings to rest. The Yu family, the moment Yu San and Yu Xiangxiang returned home, they met a few of their peers. "Yu San? I heard that someone from the T family was beaten at Force Food Street today." A woman's eyes lit up upon seeing Yu San and Yu Xiangxiang, and she asked eagerly, "Yu Yin?" Yu San frowned. "You should call me sister, you know," Yu Yin snapped, annoyed. "Quick, tell me what happened." I know. Yu Xiangxiang immediately raised her hand. "You saw it too, Xiangxiang?" Yu Yin exclaimed in surprise. "I was there at the time." "Ti-Du was in a sorry state after the beating," Yu Xiangxiang confirmed. "Come, tell sister all about it." Yu Yin immediately disregarded Yu San and pulled Yu Xiangxiang aside to talk. Several other young members of the Yu family also gathered around, evidently curious about the incident involving the Ti family being beaten. Conflicts and tensions existed among these families. The relationship between the Yu family and the Ti family wasn't particularly good, and there were often clashes among the younger generation. Now, upon hearing about Ti-Du being beaten, they couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Yu San shook his head. These people seemed to revel in chaos. As Yu Xiangxiang recounted the incident, gasps of disbelief erupted from the group, especially when they heard that a Heaven Stage protector from the Ti family had been knocked away by Wang Teng. It was beyond shocking, bordering on unbelievable. Is he really a Cosmos Stage martial warrior? Yu Yin couldn't believe it. Of course he is. Wang Teng is definitely Cosmos Stage. "Don't believe me? You can ask Yu San." Yu Xiangxiang stamped her foot in frustration as they seemed to doubt her words. "Yu San, is what Xiangxiang said true?" Yu Yin and the others immediately turned to Yu San, seeking confirmation. "It's true," Yu San confirmed. Wow! The group collectively took a deep breath, deeply shaken by the revelation. Who is that person, anyway? Wasn't he supposed to be a Force Chef Grandmaster? Why is his martial prowess so formidable? Yu Yin continued to question in puzzlement. Just then, a person walked out and said, "Yu San, Xiangxiang, the family head is looking for you." The family head? Yu San raised an eyebrow, seemingly guessing something immediately. Without hesitation, he headed towards the front. "Third uncle, let's go." "Third uncle? Do I need to go too?" Yu Xiangxiang asked curiously. "Yes." Yu Ye smiled and nodded. "Can we come along too?" Yu Yin's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, "Sure, let's go together." Yu Ye hesitated for a moment before nodding. The group immediately made their way toward the interior of the Yu family. In no time, They arrived at a hall where a middle-aged man was already waiting. He stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from the group, gazing at a large Yu character in the center of the hall, seemingly lost in thought. Family head. Everyone saluted one after another. This middle-aged man was none other than the family head of the Yu family, named Yu Jing. He was a Saint-level force chef, holding a respectable position within the Secondary Career Alliance. Every Saint-level secondary professional was not to be underestimated because even eternal stage martial warriors regarded them as honored guests and often sought their assistance. Someone like the family head of the Yu family was frequently requested by eternal stage martial warriors to prepare various force foods, which attested to his significance. As the middle-aged man turned around, his gentle face came into view. With his pink, slightly curly long hair cascading over his shoulders, he looked not only nonchalant, but also incredibly charming, making people naturally fond of him. "You've arrived?" His gaze swept over the group, smiling as he nodded. "Please, have a seat." Yes, the group didn't feel restrained. They were quite familiar with their family head and found him to be affable, so they didn't pay much attention to formalities. Chapter 2505, Getting Rich in a Night. The Reaction of the Yu Family. "For Yu-san, you should have an idea of why I called you here this time." Yu Jing smiled faintly and said, "I have some guesses." Yu-san nodded immediately, and although he felt somewhat surprised in his heart, he still nodded. "Today I happen to be with the heads of several other families. That old fellow from the TI family is quite furious, even wanting to cause trouble for me. He doesn't even consider whether he's in the right or wrong." "Ha ha!" Yu Jing seemed to recall something amusing, bursting into laughter. Yu-san suddenly understood. He had thought it was just a conflict among the younger generation, and he was curious how the family head knew about it. Now he understood that the news had reached the head of the TI family. His heart tightened involuntarily. The head of the TI family was not an easy person to deal with. Grandmaster Wang Teng humiliated the TI family in front of so many grandmasters and guests, and it severely damaged the TI family's reputation. How could they possibly let it go so easily? "Tell me about it." "I'm quite curious about what happened," Yu Jing said after laughing. Yu-san didn't hide anything and directly recounted what had happened. "That's all I know. It's just that Shang Shang was too confused, without understanding the situation." She handed the booth over to Grandmaster Wang Teng. "I didn't know either. It wasn't written whose booth it was." Yu Shang cautiously glanced at Yu Jing, pursed her lips, and said with a guilty conscience, "The T family thinks they're the boss." "You have the nerve to say that? If it weren't for you, how could they have clashed?" Yu-san said irritably. "I asked you to look after it temporarily, and you ended up causing trouble. You're something." "It's because you're too useless. The moment you saw the T family, you cowered. If it were me with your strength, I wouldn't even bother with them," Yu Shang retorted, glaring. The others couldn't help but chuckle, looking at Yu-san with strange expressions. Being teased like this by his sister, Yu-san couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "You little brat." Yu-san's face darkened instantly. "Shang's right. What's so great about the T family? Their booth got snatched. What does it have to do with us?" Yu Jing rubbed his chin, chuckling. "Yu-san, that's right. Even Uncle Family Head is saying the same thing," Yu Shang said triumphantly, as if she had found a backer. "Did you say that Wang Teng is a triple? Oh no, with the addition of being a force chef grandmaster, that makes it 4 grandmasters?" Yu Jing asked. "Yes." Yu-san nodded, his face once again showing a hint of astonishment. 4 different grandmasters, Yu Yin, and the others widened their eyes. They hadn't heard this news just now. Yu Shang was too unreliable, not explaining clearly. Quadruple field grandmaster. Yu Jing rubbed his chin, his face also showing surprise. He asked, "Do his 3 paths include alchemy, runes, and forging?" "Yes," Yu-san nodded again. "Are you sure?" Yu Jing confirmed. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but this matter was truly astonishing. A quadruple field grandmaster, and 3 of them were the most mainstream of the 3 secondary professions. Could this exchange summit produce such a super genius? He wears a badge on his chest. There's no mistake, Yu San affirmed. Yu Jing's gaze flickered rapidly, and no one knew what he was thinking. I misunderstood him and missed the opportunity to make friends with such a genius, Yu San said remorsefully. Yu Yin glanced sympathetically at Yu San. A prodigy was right in front of them, yet he had missed the chance. It was truly regrettable. Before the exchange summit even began, the family head had said that once they discovered a genius, they should establish friendship with them appropriately to facilitate future recruitment. Other families did the same. For every family, talent was an extremely important resource, especially for secondary professional families. Moreover, they needed to continue their bloodlines. If they couldn't absorb fresh blood from outside and make their bloodline even better, they would eventually be eliminated. So each exchange summit was a great opportunity for major families to recruit geniuses, one that could not be missed. The major families even set up corresponding reward funds. As long as someone recruits a genius who meets the standards, they could receive the corresponding reward from the family. From your standpoint, you haven't done anything wrong. Yu Jing shook his head, not blaming Yu San. He spoke with a mixture of regret and joy. Fortunately, Xiang stumbled upon a talented genius even though she's a bit foolish. He, Yu Xiang smirked smugly, reveling in her luck. Seeing her expression, the others couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yu Yin and the others couldn't help but feel a bit envious. This girl had such good luck to stumble upon something like this. Do you know where the other party comes from? Yu Jing asked again. The information on the application form for the stall stated the Secondary Career Alliance of the Grand Qian Empire, Yu San replied. The Grand Qian Empire should be a high-tier civilization from the Luguang territorial domain, Yu Jing mused. I noticed that the Grand Master level figures around Wang Teng seemed to hold him in high regard. When Ti Du attempted to act against him, they were almost ready to intervene. Yu San recalled the details and added, not surprising. If such a genius appears in the Secondary Career Alliance of the Grand Qian Empire, they're going to treat him like a treasure, Yu Jing remarked. Yu San nodded in agreement, feeling even more regretful that he had discovered this too late. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated the other party like that. Moreover, judging from his actions, Grandmaster Wang Teng probably not only has extraordinary talent in secondary professions, but also has astonishing talent in martial arts. Yu Jing sighed. Such a genius he had never seen before. Turning to Yu Zhangshang, he said, Shang, how about I give you a task? What task? Yu Zhangshang widened her eyes and looked at Yu Jing eagerly. Make friends with that Grandmaster Wang Teng and become real friends, Yu Jing said with a smile. Yu Zhangshang hesitated for a moment, then asked, but family head uncle, I'm already friends with Wang Teng. Being friends is not enough. You need to become good friends, Yu Jing chuckled. Is that so? Yu Zhangshang punched the air and nodded vigorously. No problem. I'll become good friends with Wang Teng. Yu Jing nodded in satisfaction, but then heard Yu Zhangshang mutter. Little brother Wang Teng is so handsome, I feel comfortable just looking at him. Of course, I want to be good friends with him, everyone. Chapter 256, 16-year-old Force Chef Grandmaster, Radiant Stone Flower. 1. Unaware of the reactions from the Yu family, Wang Teng returned to his villa and immediately immersed himself in cultivation upon entering his room. Throughout the night, his culinary expertise reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster level, yielding significant gains. Additionally, he acquired numerous force food recipes from chefs across the universe, each possessing unique characteristics and valuable research potential. Many chefs, in pursuit of advancing their skills, often travel across the universe to absorb experiences and insights from other chefs, embracing diverse influences to elevate their own expertise. For a Grand Master level secondary profession, stagnation and complacency were the most detrimental pitfalls. Only by integrating knowledge from various sources could one truly progress. And tonight, Wang Teng had surpassed this phase. He didn't need to traverse the universe. He achieved this transformation and refinement directly at the Force Food Street. If the other Force Chef Grandmasters knew this, they wouldn't believe it. Now, seated cross-legged on his bed, Wang Teng closed his eyes, reflecting on the myriad insights gained. He sought to synthesize and integrate everything he had learned that night. When he was at Force Food Street, he gained many insights by picking up attributes and came up with some special recipes. He made unique Force dishes like the drunken ice fire crab, although he had gleaned numerous insights and concocted unique recipes at the Force Food Street. The amalgamation of these revelations remained somewhat disorganized and incomplete, of course, to many grandmasters. This flaw was nothing. However, Wang Teng aspired to perfection. While the attribute picking had saved him considerable time, he wouldn't skimp on the effort to seamlessly blend these insights into a cohesive whole, transforming them into an integral part of his culinary repertoire. A silent night. The next morning, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes on the bed, a gleam of determination shining within them. Countless insights surfaced in his mind, devoid of any obscurity or hindrance, smooth and rounded as if they had seamlessly coalesced into a unified system. This was Wang Teng's very own culinary system. Next, my focus will mainly be on the insights of alchemy, forging, and rhenology. These three secondary professions' insights have yet to reach the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. If I want to win the championship at the Exchange Summit, I must attain the peak. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered with determination as he pondered silently. Since his culinary expertise had reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster level overnight, why couldn't he achieve the same in other secondary professions? With so many Grandmaster-level secondary profession practitioners gathered in the Secondary Career Alliance, it presented an excellent opportunity for him to enhance his secondary profession expertise. While others might think he participated in all the secondary profession exchange competitions to show off, in reality, his main goal was to pick attributes, thus fully perfecting his expertise. Of course, gaining recognition from the Secondary Career Alliance was also an important reason. Wang Teng, there's someone at the door looking for you, Round Ball floated out, his round face showing a strange expression. Is it Grandmaster Alfred and the others? Wang Teng got up from the bed and asked casually. No, it's not them. Round Ball chuckled. It's that little girl you met last night. Take a look for yourself. With a wave of its small hand, a light screen appeared showing the scene outside the door. A little girl with pink hair was standing at the door, looking around with curiosity. If one didn't know her, they might mistake her for a thief preparing to commit a crime. Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh and sigh. The little girl had said she would come to find him last night, and now she was up so early today. Her energy seemed too vigorous. Open the door and let her in. Wang Teng shook his head and said at the door, Yu Shangshang was looking around, not entirely sure if this was the villa she was looking for. Her sense of direction was never very good. She often ended up in the wrong place. But just then the door of the villa suddenly swung open and a voice was heard. Come in. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Yu Shangshang's eyes lit up and she immediately trotted inside. Why are you here so early? Wang Teng had already entered the hall and asked with a smile. I was afraid I'd miss you if I came later, Yu Shangshi Seng said sheepishly, scratching her head. Wang Teng shook his head and asked, Have you had breakfast? Not yet, Yu Shangshang replied. Then let's have some together, Wang Teng said, walking into the kitchen. The villa was fully equipped, with a kitchen being a necessary facility. I'll help you. Yu Shangshang's eyes brightened, and she ran in immediately. Wang Teng took out ingredients from his space ring, preparing breakfast. Round Ball's voice sounded again. Someone else is here. This time it's Grandmaster Alfred and the others. Are they here to mooch off my breakfast too? They're all here so early, Wang Teng said suspiciously. Ha 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 ha, Round Ball burst out laughing. Wang Teng felt helpless. He asked Round Ball to open the door and welcome Grandmaster Alfred and the others in. Huh, Why is this little girl here? Grandmaster Harrel noticed Yu Xiangxiang following behind Wang Teng at a glance, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Then, seeming to realize something, he looked at Wang Teng with a hint of teasing. Could it be that you too? Grandmaster Alfred and the other Grandmasters looked over too. They glanced back and forth between the two of them, strangely. Youth is truly wonderful. Grandmaster. Modi sighed. Grandmaster Wang Teng. This young lady is still young. You need to take it easy. Grandmaster Hua Yuan pulled Wang Teng to the side and whispered. Wang Teng was speechless, feeling a headache coming on. What's all this? Chapter 2507. 16-year-old Force Chef, Grandmaster. Radiant Stone Flower, 2. He was so pure. Why were these Grandmasters so dirty? It was embarrassing to be associated with them. Yu Xiangxiang looked puzzled. She only felt that the Grandmaster's gazes were a little strange, but she didn't know what they were thinking. She's just one step ahead of you, Wang Teng said helplessly. Ha, 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 is that so? Grandmaster Alfred and the others were slightly stunned. Realizing they had misunderstood Wang Teng, their faces turned red with embarrassment as they chuckled awkwardly. Grandmasters, everyone hasn't had breakfast, right? Wang Teng glanced at them and asked, Ahem, we came over to meet you to go to the trade fair. Grandmaster Hua Yuan cleared his throat. Let's go then, don't eat breakfast, it's a waste of time. Wang Teng walked out as he spoke. No, the trade fair doesn't start so early. It's still early, why don't we have breakfast first? Grandmaster Alfred hurriedly pulled him back and chuckled. Just say it if you came here for breakfast. There's no need to beat around the bush. Wang Teng gave them a disdainful glance. Grandmaster Alfred and the others were not embarrassed at all. They all looked at him and chuckled. Wang Teng was just teasing them. Of course, he wouldn't be stingy with this breakfast. He turned around and walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. In less than 10 minutes, everyone's breakfast was ready and placed on the dining table. Breakfast was very simple. It was just some bread, vegetables, and meat, but in the hands of a peak Grandmaster Force Chef, it naturally turned into a delicacy. Grandmaster Alfred and the others ate heartily. Their speed was astonishing, as if they were afraid that others would snatch their food. However, burp. Yu Xiangxiang burped. She was the first to finish eating. She rubbed her stomach in satisfaction and narrowed her eyes. Grandmaster Alfred and the others finished eating one after another. They put down the cutlery in their hands and looked at Yu Xiangxiang in surprise. This little girl's mouth was not as big as theirs, but she ate faster than them. How did she do it? Hee hee! Yu Xiangxiang grinned at the Grandmasters. The Grandmasters, Wang Teng waved his hand and kept the cutlery. The girls from the floral fairy race would help him wash the cutlery. Then he smiled and asked, Is everyone full? We're full, Grandmaster Alfred, and the others laughed. Let's go, then. Wang Teng stood up and said, Grandmaster Alfred and the others naturally had no objections. Then everyone walked out of the villa and left the residential area. Under the lead of Grandmaster Alfred and the others, they rushed over to the trade fair. We'd better hurry. The trade fair is opening today, so there will definitely be a lot of people, Grandmaster Hua Yuan said. And yet you still have time for breakfast, Wang Teng said speechlessly. Breakfast is essential. How can we compete for treasures if we're not full? Grandmaster Mode chuckled. Wang Teng, do you have to be full to compete for treasures? Are you going to fight and snatch things from others at the trade fair? Do you need to be full for that? Let's go. Let's not waste any more time, Grandmaster Alfred urged. The trade fair organized by the Secondary Career Alliance was renowned. Many eternal stage existences and even divine-level members of the Secondary Career Alliance might be present. They didn't come to the Exchange Summit just to watch the competition. Many people came directly for trade fair. It was completely incomparable to ordinary trade fairs or auctions. Even the trade fairs led by the Virtual Universe Corporation, Universe Bank, and the Mercenaries Alliance couldn't compare to this. Only the highest-level trade fairs organized by these organizations could compare to them. The attendees of this exchange summit were all at least grandmasters. With them as the organizers, the scale of the fair could be imagined. Moreover, such a trade fair was also something that could only be chanced upon by luck. It could only appear when the secondary Career Alliance headquarters held an exchange summit. At other times, even if others wanted to participate in such a trade fair, they would not have the chance. As he walked, Wang Teng realized that the trade fair was held in the direction of Force Food Street last night. He looked at the grandmasters in surprise. The trade fair will be held here. Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled. Wang Teng nodded and didn't ask further. He just followed them. This is also my first time attending a trade fair, Yu Shangxiang said excitedly. After walking for a few hundred meters, Wang Teng realized that there were more and more people around him. They weren't the only ones who woke up early. Many people came to the trade fair early in the morning. The noise came faintly from afar. After walking for a distance, the scene suddenly changed. Crowds were converging from all directions. It was quite a spectacular sight. These people are early. They came earlier than us, Wang Teng said helplessly. Now you know the benefits of coming early. If you come a little later, there will be even more people. Grandmaster Hua Yuan chuckled. Let's hurry over, Grandmaster Alfred said. The few of them did not hesitate and immediately walked forward. When they got closer, they could see that it was a long street. Similar to Force Food Street, the words Trade Fair were engraved in gold on the archway in front of the long street. It was especially eye-catching. Chapter 2508, 16-year-old Force Chef Grandmaster. Radiant Stone Flower, 3. So this is the trade fair. Yu Shangxiang looked at the long street in front of her and muttered, "Let's go." Wang Teng sized up his surroundings and didn't find it strange. He walked forward first. The security of the trade fair was much stricter than Force Food Street. Martial warriors stood at the entrance of the trade fair. At a glance, they were at least Heaven Stage martial warriors. The secondary Career Alliance is generous, Wang Teng exclaimed. Of course these guards are only just the tip of the iceberg. There are still many Universe Stage martial artists and even Eternal Stage martial warriors guarding the trade fair, Grandmaster Hua Yuan said. Wang Teng nodded and activated his real eye to take a look. True enough, he found more than 10 dazzling figures scattered around the trade fair. If he didn't use his real eye, their presence wouldn't be eye-catching. Very few people would notice them. Further inside, Wang Teng also saw figures that could blind his eyes. Those were definitely Eternal Stage martial warriors, kid. I've been waiting for you. Right at this moment, a voice filled with hatred could be heard from the side. Wang Teng couldn't help but turn his head and raised an eyebrow. It's you, T-Du. Yu Shangxiang hid behind Wang Teng when she saw him. The person in front of him was T-Du, who was beaten up badly by Wang Teng yesterday. There were many people beside him. Their presence was even stronger than last night. I'll settle the score with you for last night. T-Du gritted his teeth in hatred when he saw Wang Teng's calm expression. He glared at Wang Teng and said coldly, "Didn't you get beaten up enough last night?" Wang Teng glanced at him. After a night of recuperation, the injuries on his face and head had healed. It seemed like he had used a lot of advanced stage healing medicine. You? T-Du saw Wang Teng's calm and indifferent gaze. He seemed to have recalled something bad. He was so frightened that he took a step back. Yu Shangxiang burst out laughing when she saw how frightened he was. T-Du's expression froze. Only then did he realize that he was frightened by the other party's gaze and retreated. When he heard Yu Shangxiang's laughter, he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Wretched girl, what are you laughing at? I must teach you a lesson today. Enough!" A raised voice interrupted T-Du's words. A figure walked out from behind T-Du. It was a young man who looked a little similar to T-Du. He glanced at Wang Teng but ignored him. He turned around and walked towards the trade fair. His voice was calm as he said, "Let's go. This isn't a place for you to cause trouble. It's not too late to resolve any conflicts in the future. No one can offend the Ti family and be safe." T.I. Du's eyes lit up when he heard his words. A cold smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Wang Tang and didn't say anything else. He then turned around and left with the young man. A glint flashed across Wang Tang's eyes. He couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. This guy is still trying to show off in front of him. Little brother Wang Teng, that's T.E. Du's brother just now. His name is T. Jing. He's a force chef grandmaster, but he's even harder to deal with than T. Du. Brother Yusan said that he's a sinister person. Yu Shangshang reminded him immediately. It's fine. I don't care about the Ti family. If they want to cause trouble, I don't mind beating them up. Wang Teng smiled faintly and walked towards the trade fair. Let's go in too. Yu Shangxi was surprised to see his confidence. The Ti family was a core family of the Secondary Career Alliance like the Yu family. Wang Teng didn't even take them seriously. However, she couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. She found it interesting. She giggled and followed him hurriedly. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others shook their heads helplessly. The Ti family was really persistent, but they were not too worried. Although the Secondary Career Alliance of the Great Qian Empire was not as good as the Ti family, they were not easy to bully at the entrance of the trading area. The guards would only let them in after verifying their identities. It was more than twice as strict as the Force Food Street. Grandmaster, Alfred, and the others were all grandmasters. After verifying their identities, they walked in one after another. Wang Teng followed closely behind. The guards were shocked when they saw the 3 emblems on Wang Teng's chest. Their attitudes instantly became extremely respectful. They bowed slightly to him and watched him walk into the trade fair. Yu Shangshang walked towards the door casually, but she was stopped. "Little miss, you can't go in?" A Heaven Stage guard stopped her. "Oh, I forgot." Yu Shangshang slapped her forehead and took out a badge to wear on her chest. The guard was stunned. This little girl was actually a Force Chef Grandmaster. Was this for real? "You're a Grandmaster!" Wang Teng saw the badge too. He widened his eyes in surprise. "That's right. My skills are not bad." Yu Shangshang smiled smugly. "Even Uncle said that I'm a rare genius in the Yu family." "How old are you?" Wang Teng asked curiously. 16, Yu Shangshang said. "Impressive, a 16-year-old grandmaster." Wang Teng was speechless. This was a true genius. Even Grandmaster Alfred and the others looked over in shock. Previously, no one could tell that this little girl was a Force Chef Grandmaster. Although the advancement in culinary skills was not as difficult as alchemy, forging, and runes, it was still a little exaggerated to reach the Grandmaster level at the age of 16. Chapter 2509, 16-year-old Force Chef Grandmaster Radiant, Stone Flower 4. Even Wang Teng wouldn't dare to think about it until he had the system. As expected of the core family of the Secondary Career Alliance, their foundation is indeed different, Grandmaster. Hua Yuan exclaimed. "So, are you also going to participate in the Exchange Summit?" Wang Teng asked. "Mm-hmm. Uncle Family Head asked me to participate as well. It would be best to achieve a good ranking and bring honor to our Yu family." Yu Shangshang nodded. "Go for it." Wang Teng smiled. Suddenly, he felt a bit excited. This little girl might be a formidable opponent. After all, a 16-year-old grandmaster, how could there be nothing extraordinary about her? The guards, upon seeing the badge, naturally didn't dare to stop Yu Shangshang anymore. A 16-year-old grandmaster still carried considerable weight. Finally, the group entered the trading area, seeing booths surrounding them like Force Food Street, extending from one end of the street to the other. Dense crowds crowded around each booth. Although it wasn't impossible to move, it was difficult to see clearly what treasures were on display at each booth. To see the treasures in front of the booths, one had to squeeze in. Who knew how much time it would take? "How lively it is," Yu Shangxiang exclaimed excitedly. "There are too many people," Wang Teng said speechlessly. "It's inevitable. Grandmasters from all over the universe are here. Just think about how many people there would be." Grandmaster Alfred shook his head. "Shall we move separately?" Wang Teng asked. In this situation, we should act separately. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. Grandmaster Alfred agreed. Without further ado, everyone split up and headed towards the booths around them, fearing that a second's delay would result in someone snatching away the treasures. It was not impossible. Some treasures might be seen 1 second and snatched away by someone the next second before you could even speak. Opportunity waits for no one. Why are you still following me? Wang Teng took a few steps and looked back at Yu Shangxiang behind him, surprised. I don't understand much anyway, so I'll just tag along with you and take a casual look. Yu Shangxiang shrugged. Besides, I don't have any money. Tasks like treasure hunting are naturally handled by other people in the family. They are more professional than me. Then stick close to me, don't get lost. Wang Teng nodded, no longer speaking much. After a brief reminder, he continued walking forward. Okay. Yu Shangxiang smiled and nodded with her eyes squinting, grabbing the hem of Wang Teng's clothes, following behind him like that. Wang Teng didn't mind leading this little bystander around the streets. He always had his real eye activated, capturing everything on the booths around. Even if there were treasures, they couldn't escape his gaze. He didn't even need to push through the crowd. Just a glance behind the crowd would give him a rough idea if the booths had what he needed. However, Yu Shangxiang was completely confused, scratching her head, unable to help but ask, "Little brother Wang Teng, why don't you go in and take a look?" I have a special method to sense treasures. There's no need for me to push through, Wang Teng transmitted mysteriously. Really? Yu Shangxiang's eyes widened in disbelief, looking incredibly intrigued. Of course, Wang Teng nodded solemnly. Yu Shangyang grew even more curious. She wanted to see how Wang Teng sensed treasures. At that moment, her eyes were fixed on Wang Teng's every move, but unfortunately, she couldn't discern anything. In her eyes, every action of Wang Teng seemed ordinary, just like strolling around. This poor child was almost duped. Wang Teng glanced at her, smiling secretly. "You're quite something?" Round Ball commented in Wang Teng's mind. "Is it fun to deceive a little girl?" "It's quite entertaining." Wang Teng chuckled. Round Ball couldn't help but roll its eyes. This guy had such a twisted sense of humor. Huh. Wang Teng was about to say something when a glint of gold flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly exclaimed softly, "What did you find?" Round Ball exclaimed in astonishment. "Let's go and take a look." Wang Teng immediately walked towards a stall. Yu Xiangxiang, who had been feeling frustrated, suddenly perked up when she saw Wang Teng's sudden movement and quickly followed. There were about 4 or 5 people gathered around the stall, including alchemists, blacksmiths, and even universe stage martial warriors. When they saw Wang Teng approaching, their eyes flickered with surprise. Their gazes swept over Wang Teng's chest where they caught sight of the 3 badges, and their eyes revealed a hint of shock. Ignoring the onlookers, Wang Teng arrived at the stall and calmly inspected the items displayed there, a slight hint of delight flashing in his eyes. This thing, Round Ball, seemed to have finally noticed what Wang Teng was interested in, its eyes widening with astonishment. It was a peculiar flower, presenting itself in a gray-white color, resembling a stone carving. No, it should be called a stone flower, as one could sense the rich earth force contained within it upon careful examination. The stone flower appeared somewhat rough, yet exquisitely crafted, exceptionally unique. It lay quietly in a jade box, resembling a piece of artwork. Strands of peculiar fluorescence emanated from the petals of the stone flower, turning into specks of light that drifted like pollen. Simultaneously, there were strange fluctuations emanating from the stone flower, inexplicably carrying a sense of lethal threat. Fortunately, there were runic prohibitions inscribed on the jade box containing the stone flower, suppressing the fluctuations within and preventing them from spreading. Radiant stone flower? Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he murmured to himself. The radiant stone flower was one of the main ingredients for refining the yin transmutation stone pill. The yin transmutation stone pill was crucial for Wang Teng to obtain the gray-white flame. Despite his confidence, he couldn't guarantee that he would obtain a special ability of the divine flame without any preparation. Hence, the yin transmutation stone pill was indispensable, and Wang Teng had been searching for several main ingredients of this pill. Unexpectedly, he encountered one here today. Surprises always came so suddenly, catching one off guard. Chapter 25:10. Trade, an unforeseen situation. It's fine, they're the ones who are in trouble. 1. After confirming that the object in front of him was indeed the radiant stone flower he had been searching for, Wang Teng let out a sigh of relief. Then his gaze lifted slightly, moving away from the various treasures on the stall and towards the stall owner behind it. The stall owner was an alchemist, dressed in alchemist robes, sitting cross-legged behind the stall with eyes half closed, seemingly unconcerned with the outside world. Wang Teng's gaze swept over the person's chest, where there were 7 stars embroidered on the badge, Grand Master 7th level. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. He didn't think that this was a Grand Master 7th level alchemist. In the past few days, although he had encountered many alchemists, he hadn't come across many high-ranking Grand Master alchemists. After all, even in places like the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, high-ranking Grand Masters were rare. This trade fair was indeed extraordinary, with various experts appearing one after another. "Do you have any interest in something, young man?" A nearby alchemist spoke up. Wang Teng turned to look. This person was a Grand Master 4th level alchemist, smiling kindly at Wang Teng. Seeing the 3 badges on Wang Teng's chest, these people naturally understood that the young man before them was a highly promising secondary professional. Building some connections with him would be beneficial. "Just looking around," Wang Teng replied calmly. He couldn't reveal his interest to a stranger, regardless of their intentions. The alchemist smiled and didn't mind continuing. "The items on this stall are all excellent, but only this stone flower. I've looked at it for a long time, yet I still can't figure out its details." "Why are you interested in it?" Wang Teng asked nonchalantly. "Not really." The alchemist shook his head, saying, "I don't even know what it is or what I'd do with it." The others were drawn to the conversation between the two and looked over, their gazes falling on the radiant stone flower. After a moment's inspection, they couldn't help but shake their heads. They likewise couldn't discern the details of the item, and its force attribute was different from theirs, likely rendering it useless to them. The stall owner had kept his eyes closed throughout, and even though nobody present could decipher the secrets of the radiant stone flower, he didn't seem bothered. He was just waiting for the fish to take the bait. After a brief inspection, the group left without finding what they wanted. "Stall owner, how much for this stone flower?" Wang Teng finally inquired, barter only. "This flower can be exchanged with a Grand Master, 6th level pill." The stall owner slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Wang Teng, and replied, "Grand Master 6th level." Wang Teng nodded. In terms of the value of the radiant stone flower, exchanging it for a Grand Master 6th level pill was reasonable. The yin transmutation stone pill was a Grand Master Supreme rank pill, and the value of one of its main ingredients was naturally high. Moreover, the yin transmutation stone pill was extremely rare and niche, requiring very rare main ingredients. Otherwise, Wang Teng wouldn't have taken so long to find them. It seemed that the stall owner was also knowledgeable, otherwise he wouldn't have set such a price. "It must be a pill that I don't have. If not, I won't trade." The stall owner spoke again. Wang Teng furrowed his brows slightly. With this restriction added, things became somewhat difficult. As fellow alchemists in the Secondary Career Alliance, many of them were familiar with common pill formulas. The chances of overlapping pills would greatly increase, and finding one that the other party didn't have would largely depend on fate. Luckily, the pills Wang Teng refined were relatively rare, and he also had some inventory on hand for emergencies. Now they came in handy. What about this pill? Wang Teng took out a realm nurturing pill containing 6th rank domain power. It could be considered a Grand Master 6th level pill, realm nurturing pill. The stall owner raised an eyebrow slightly, showing a hint of surprise. He knew about this pill. It required the infusion of domain power, something ordinary alchemists couldn't accomplish, especially with sixth-order domain power making the refining process even more difficult. However, the badge on the young man's chest displayed only a Grandmaster 3rd-level rank, yet he possessed a Grandmaster 6th-level realm nurturing pill. This fact was truly intriguing. The stall owner gazed deeply at Wang Teng without any hesitation. He nodded and said, "All right, the radiant stone flower is yours." Wang Teng smiled faintly, flicking his fingers to skillfully present the realm nurturing pill to the stall owner. The stall owner immediately opened the jade bottle and examined the realm nurturing pill inside, sensing the domain power contained within. His expression couldn't help but show a hint of joy. However, the next moment, his expression changed drastically, 7 patterns. He took a deep breath, then looked up at the young man before him with incredulity, unable to help but ask, "Did you refine this pill yourself?" "I cannot disclose that," Wang Teng replied calmly. "Of course," Wang Teng replied calmly. "I have asked too much." The stall owner smiled bitterly. With the exchange summit about to begin, everyone was hiding their trump cards. The young man before him was likely the one who refined this realm nurturing pill, and it was highly possible that he could even refine higher-grade pills with greater potency. With this realization, the stall owner's attitude underwent a complete turn. A person who could refine a Grandmaster 6th-level pill with 7 patterns and the pill's potency reached 60% was worth his humility. Chapter 2511, Trade, an unforeseen situation. It's fine. They're the ones who are in trouble, too. You must have recognized this radiant stone flower, or else you wouldn't have bought it. I have another one here, with even better quality and a higher vintage. I wonder if you're interested, the stall owner asked. Oh, Wang Teng's interest was piqued, and he responded, "Bring it out. Let me have a look." Of course, the stall owner was delighted, thinking he had a chance. He immediately brought out a jade box and handed it to Wang Teng. Opening it, Wang Teng indeed saw a radiant stone flower with better appearance and 2 more petals. For every 10,000 years increase in the vintage of the radiant stone flower, an additional petal would grow. The previous one was a 60,000-year vintage, while this one was 80,000 years old, significantly more valuable. If it were 100,000 years old, its value would double. Not bad. Wang Teng nodded, and after a moment's consideration, he took out another realm nurturing pill and tossed it over. The stall owner immediately noticed that Wang Teng had taken out another realm nurturing pill, feeling surprised. However, he didn't rush to object. Instead, he opened the jade bottle, carefully examined it, and then widened his eyes in disbelief. This is a realm nurturing pill with 80% potency. He had expected Wang Teng to offer a different pill for exchange, but who would have thought he would still bring out a realm nurturing pill? But then again, considering he had brought out a radiant stone flower with an 80,000-year vintage, Wang Teng offering a realm nurturing pill with 80% potency seemed reasonable. "How about it?" Wang Teng asked. It's good, the stall owner exclaimed twice in excitement, happily accepting the 2 realm nurturing pills. The higher the potency of the realm nurturing pill, the easier it was to comprehend domain power. Moreover, it was evident that Wang Teng had recognized his domain attribute. These realm nurturing pills were just right for him. He didn't find it strange. The force attributes of an alchemist were all similar. This alchemist must be the one who made the realm nurturing pills. Wang Teng smiled faintly, pocketing the 2 radiant stone flowers. After all, the yin transmutation stone pill was a supreme rank pill, and he hadn't refined it before. Having an extra spiritual herb would add an extra layer of security. In some records, this radiant stone flower can be used to refine some extremely rare pills. I presume you purchased this radiant stone flower to refine some special pills, am I right? The stall owner, having exchanged for what he desired, was in good spirits and couldn't help but inquire. Correct. Wang Teng's interest was piqued, and he didn't see any reason to hide it, so he nodded. In that case, are there any other materials you need? Feel free to tell me. I happen to have some extremely special materials, all found in the same place where I discovered that radiant stone flower, the stall owner said proudly. What materials do you have? Show them to me. If there's anything I need, I'll exchange it with you. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed as he spoke. You're quite cautious. The stall owner smiled faintly, not bothered at all. He then took out several spiritual herbs and placed them on the stall for Wang Teng to inspect. Wang Teng opened each jade box one by one, and indeed found 2 types of required spiritual herbs. He couldn't help but feel a slight joy. This stall owner seemed to be his lucky star. With these 2 materials, he had almost gathered all the ingredients for his yin transmutation stone pill, lacking only the meaty merc bone. The meaty merc bone was a scarce material, even more special than the radiant stone flower, and extremely difficult to find. Unfortunately, the stall owner didn't have it. I also have a pill called the Heavenly Essence Gathering Pill. Would exchanging it for these 2 materials be enough? He immediately took out a jade bottle and asked, the Heavenly Essence Gathering Pill. And 60% potency. The stall owner looked at the pill in the jade bottle and exclaimed, your skill in pill refinement is truly remarkable. You'll shine in this exchange summit. Wang Teng remained non-committal. After exchanging the 2 materials, he bid farewell and left. There was nothing else he needed here. Yu Xiangxiang didn't speak until Wang Teng left the stall. Then she asked curiously, Little brother Wang Teng, your alchemy mastery must be very high too, right? Shh, keep it low-key, Wang Teng said, raising a finger to his lips and whispering. I know, gotta keep it low-key. Yu Xiangxiang nodded repeatedly, smiling. Although Wang Teng didn't explicitly state it, in her heart, Wang Teng's skill in pill refinement was not inferior to his culinary skills. The 2 continued to stroll around casually. Whether it was Wang Teng or Yu Xiangxiang, they didn't seem like serious participants in the trading fair. One casually glanced around, not as focused and meticulous as others, occasionally squeezing into the crowd for a closer look. The other was purely there to join in the fun, following wherever the crowd went, but only the 2 of them knew what they were really up to. After the recent transaction, Yu Xiangxiang no longer doubted Wang Teng's words. He should be able to sense some special treasures. However, this only made her more curious about how Wang Teng did it. From start to finish, she hadn't seen any clues. Before long, Wang Teng and Yu Xiangxiang had walked most of the street but hadn't found what they were looking for. Although the items being traded by others ahead were all very good and unique, each with its own use, they didn't seem very useful to him, and it wasn't worth wasting time looking at them. Besides, he couldn't possibly buy everything, nor did he have enough points. He also didn't have that many items to exchange with. Since encountering the radiant stone flower, Wang Teng had consciously been searching for the few treasures he was missing. Chapter 25:12. Trade. An unforeseen situation. It's fine. They're the ones who are in trouble. 3. One was the cloud immortal milk, while the other was the meaty merc bone. Both were items needed to make pills. There was also the soul illusion silver. Although it could also be exchanged through the Virtual Universe Corporation, it was too expensive, and his points there were insufficient. Apart from the soul illusion silver, there were also some special metals and the blood of earth element star beasts. These were all needed to refine the shadow puppetry seal. If he could gather them all, he could create a puppet equivalent to the strength of an eternal stage martial warrior. Of course, in all aspects, it definitely wouldn't compare to a true eternal stage expert, but it could intimidate ordinary eternal stage warriors and serve as a lifesaver. Wang Teng looked around but still hadn't found what he was looking for. The cloud immortal milk and the meaty merc bone were extraordinary items, not commonly seen even in a place like this. Just then, Round Ball suddenly spoke up. Wang Teng. Grandmaster Alfred has sent a message. It seems he has found something similar to the meaty merc bone. Wang Teng had already informed Grandmaster Alfred and others about the radiant stone flower and the meaty merc bone, asking them to keep an eye out. Now that there was news, they immediately notified him. "Meaty Merkbone?" Wang Teng couldn't help but be surprised. Then his eyes lit up and he asked, "Where is it?" "It's just ahead," Roundball said. "Let's go." Wang Teng grabbed Yu Shang's hand and quickly headed forward. The meaty Merkbone was too rare. Whether it was real or not, he had to go and see. The two quickly arrived at the location and found Grandmaster Alfred. It seemed that Grandmaster Alfred knew that if too many people were here, it might alert the stall owner and drive up the price. Hence, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were not present. Within this trading event, no one understood the ins and outs better than Grandmaster Alfred and these old foxes. Wang Teng approached Grandmaster Alfred and silently locked eyes with him. "You're here. Take a look at this. It might be the meaty Merkbone you've been looking for. I'm not familiar with it, so I can't guarantee it," Grandmaster Alfred immediately said through voice transmission. Wang Teng quickly turned his gaze towards the item on the stall. A gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. The item not only resembled flesh in shape, but also color, with even some exposed white parts resembling fat, giving it a somewhat eerie appearance. Many people couldn't bear to look at it for too long and quickly averted their gaze, not wanting to dwell on it. Undeniably, the item bore a striking resemblance to the descriptions of the meaty Merkbone in ancient texts. However, whether it truly was, one had to be determined by examining its interior. Wang Teng quietly activated his real eye and immediately saw a gray-brown energy mass. Through this mass, he could see a bone-like object at its center, resembling white bone. "It is indeed the meaty Merkbone," Wang Teng rejoiced inwardly. The meaty Merkbone was formed when the bones of a certain earth element creature were buried deep underground, nourished over years by the blood and flesh of many earth element creatures. Despite its seemingly simple description, the conditions for its formation were extremely strict. First, there needed to be a very special earth element creature's death, leaving behind a bone imbued with its entire energy. This bone was a star bone. A star bone was extremely rare. Most of the time when a star beast died and left behind a star bone, it would be discovered and devoured by other star beasts before long, allowing them to increase their own strength. Very few could be preserved. Moreover, the place where the bone was left behind had to be an extremely special gathering place for spiritual energy, with abundant force to keep the star bone nourished enough to prevent it from decaying over time. Lastly, it required the constant nourishment of the earth element creature's flesh and blood. But how often would a creature die in the same place? The odds of all these conditions being met were incredibly slim. Unless it was some extremely special place, like a star beast's graveyard. But star beast graveyards were very hard to find, and many were even guarded by star beasts. Ordinary people simply couldn't get close. That was why the meaty Merkbone was so rare. Not many people knew it. "How is it?" Grandmaster Alfred hurriedly asked through voice transmission. "It's the meaty Merkbone," Wang Teng replied. "That's good. That's good. I was afraid I'd get you excited for nothing." Grandmaster Alfred finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't the meaty Merkbone, he would have felt embarrassed for calling Wang Teng over in such a nervous manner. Wang Teng smiled inwardly, then turned his gaze towards the stall owner, his eyes glinting slightly. The stall owner was an old man with a mane of tangled white hair, dressed in a plain gray robe. He appeared unremarkable, emitting no noticeable aura, but to underestimate him would be a grave mistake, because this man was a universe stage martial warrior. Judging by the color and intensity of the light emanating from him, he should be a peak universe stage powerhouse containing the forces of 3 elements, earth, fire, and wind. With Wang Teng's current strength, he might have a chance against ordinary first or second level universe stage martial warriors. However, facing a peak universe stage powerhouse, he had no chance at all. The disparity was too great. Moreover, the opponent was a triple element warrior, making him much stronger than an ordinary peak universe stage martial warrior. Such a being was a dominant force in any realm. If he were to become an eternal stage existence, he would likely be at least an eternal stage marquis, or even have the potential to advance to an eternal stage duke, depending on his background. Chapter 2513, Trade, An Unforeseen Situation. It's fine. They're the ones who are in trouble. For, once Wang Teng discerned the other's strength, he began to feel a headache coming on. Obtaining the meaty merc bone seemed to be no easy task. The more powerful someone was, the harder they were to deceive, and the bigger their appetite. Taking a deep breath, Wang Teng pointed to the meaty merc bone and asked directly, "May I know what this is?" "I don't know." The old man behind the stall shook his head. Wang Teng, this response caught him off guard. He had expected the stall owner to at least make something up, even if he didn't know it was a meaty merc bone, just to drive up the price. But instead, he simply said he didn't know. This straightforwardness left Wang Teng feeling somewhat annoyed, unsure of how to respond. "However, I do know that this item is definitely extraordinary, especially in the hands of those who need it. Its value will multiply." The old man in the gray robe glanced at Wang Teng and chuckled. "Damn, I encountered an old rascal." Wang Teng thought to himself, feeling exasperated. This old man is convinced it's a good item. Someone nearby chuckled. "Naturally, my old man's eyes have never been wrong," the old man in the gray robe said with a faint smile. "How would you like to trade this item?" Wang Teng asked. "You make an offer. If the price satisfies me, the item is yours." The old man behind the stall sat back confidently, looking as composed as ever. Damn. Wang Teng wanted to curse. This old guy was indeed a bit difficult to deal with after some thought. He said, "All right, I'll offer a Grand Master level 3rd grade pill. Since I don't know what it is anyway, I'll just buy it for fun." The old man in the gray robe suddenly sneered. "Grandmaster level 3rd grade pill? Young man, you must be kidding yourself." "Wang Teng, Senior, a Grand Master level 3rd grade pill is already one of the best things I have. If I exchange it for your meat, I'll also have to take risks," Wang Teng said with an expression that seemed to say, "You're making a big profit." "Who do you think you're fooling? I've already said this item is valuable. Far more than a 3rd grade Grand Master level pill. If you're going to be difficult, just leave and don't waste my time," the gray-robed old man retorted impatiently, waving his hand. "Don't be like that. Let's negotiate the price." Wang Teng hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "All right, how about this? I'll offer a 5th grade Grand Master level pill." "Will that do?" "Not enough," the gray-robed old man replied flatly. "What, a 5th grade Grand Master level pill is still not enough? That pill was personally refined by my master, and its potency reached a whopping 80%. Yet you're still not satisfied," Wang Teng exclaimed incredulously. 80% potency. The people around them were astounded when they heard this. Even the gray-robed old man behind the stall couldn't hide his surprise. An elixir with 80% potency was rare indeed. Once the potency reached 80%, the value of the pill would greatly increase. Only Grandmaster Alfred felt the corners of his lips twitching. Refined by your master, 80% potency. Why didn't he know that Wang Teng had a master in alchemy? What's more, he only managed to make a 5th-rank Grandmaster level pill with 80% efficacy. It was worse than what Wang Teng made himself. The elixirs Wang Teng could refine could reach 100% potency, while 80% potency was indeed impressive for other alchemists. For him, it was somewhat lacking. Wang Teng was trying to pull one over on the gray-robed old man here. It was truly a case of an old fox meeting a young fox, seeing who was the more cunning of the two. 80% potency is indeed impressive, but a 5th grade Grandmaster level pill is still not enough. It has to be at least a 7th grade Grandmaster level pill, or perhaps a pill that aids the soul. "If you have that, I'm willing to consider the exchange," the gray-robed old man finally laid down a clear price. The 80% potency had undoubtedly caught his interest. As an alchemist who could make 80% efficacy pills, the other pills he made must be extraordinary too. As for who had refined it, the gray-robed old man didn't concern himself with such details. The young man before him did indeed exude a cunning aura, but he prided himself on not being easily duped. His many years of experience had not been gained in vain. A Grandmaster level 7th grade pill. Or perhaps a pill that aids the soul. Wang Teng frowned, but inwardly he couldn't help feeling a sense of relief. Since a price had been named, it made things easier. Moreover, he did have a pill that could aid the soul. The 9-essence soul congealing pill was precisely such a soul-enhancing elixir. Its grade was slightly lower, but he wondered if the gray-robed old man would find it acceptable. "Well, youngster, do you have it?" Seeing Wang Teng's hesitation, the gray-robed old man raised an eyebrow, secretly pleased. An item of unknown function, if exchanged for a Grandmaster level 7th grade pill with 80% potency, seemed like a fair deal to him. "I wonder if this pill of mine meets senior standards." Wang Teng hesitated for a moment, then took out a 9-essence soul congealing pill and handed it over, asking, "What do you think?" Wang Teng made the 9-essence soul congealing pills in the past, and he didn't use them much. He still had a few left. The gray-robed old man took the pill, opened the bottle, and inspected it, his expression turning even more surprised. "This is a soul-enhancing pill," he exclaimed. "You have a keen eye, senior," Wang Teng replied. Indeed, Grandmaster Alfred's heart skipped a beat. A faint smile played on his lips as he glanced at the gray-robed old man. He was curious to see the old man's reaction upon seeing the pill. Chapter 2514, Trade, an unforeseen situation. "It's fine. They're the ones who are in trouble, 5. However, the grade of this pill seems a bit low," the gray-robed old man remarked. "Senior, take another look at its potency," Wang Teng chuckled. The gray-robed old man paused for a moment, then abruptly lowered his head to examine the elixir's alchemical patterns. As he counted each pattern, he fell into a deep silence. Then he counted again and again and again. 100%. He looked at Wang Teng and hesitated. "It's guaranteed to be genuine," Wang Teng replied casually. The gray-robed old man took a deep breath. Well, he had been completely fooled by this youngster. One pill isn't enough. The grade of this elixir is too low. He gritted his teeth. "This is a soul-enhancing elixir with a 100% potency. If you don't want it, give it back to me," Wang Teng retorted, glaring at the elder. "No, give me 2 more of the same pill, and I'll give you this." The gray-robed old man held onto the bottle tightly, glaring back. They stared at each other, neither backing down. 3 pills with 100% potency for something of unknown origin. "Senior, forgive me for being blunt, but what are you thinking?" Wang Teng replied, refusing to show weakness and returning the old man's earlier words. A muscle twitched on the gray-robed old man's face. If it weren't for the soul-enhancing pill, he would have slapped this Cosmos stage martial warrior away for speaking to him in such a manner. Even Grandmaster Alfred couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, afraid that Wang Teng might anger the old man. This was a universe stage martial warrior. Wasn't Wang Teng afraid at all? To speak to someone like this, truly bold. The gray-robed old man took another deep breath and said, "Youngster, your pill is only a Grandmaster level 3rd grade. The difference is too great. Even with full potency, it can't make up for this disparity. Do you even know what this is? Don't tell me it's a good item." "There are plenty of good items, but not every treasure can be exchanged for 3 soul-enhancing pills." Wang Teng pointed at the meaty bone. At this moment, he finally felt a sense of being in control. This old guy had ultimately fallen into his trap. "What do you suggest, then?" the gray-robed old man asked. "At most, 2 pills, no more." Wang Teng smiled inwardly but gritted his teeth outwardly. The gray-robed old man frowned, staring at Wang Teng for a while before finally saying, "All right, 2 it is. If it weren't for the full potency, I wouldn't trade with you." Wang Teng didn't waste any words. He tossed a soul-enhancing pill to the old man and then reached for the meaty bone. "Huh, it's that thing." But just then, a light "huh" sounded, and a hand reached out from the side. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he instantly transformed his grasp into a pointed finger. A surge of heat blossomed on his fingertip, flames swirling around it, condensing into a tiny fire silkworm, air silk finger. The gray-robed old man lifted his head, looking at Wang Teng with surprise. Huh. Meanwhile, the person who reached out had a slight change in complexion, pupils contracting as they hastily withdrew their hand. But Wang Teng was quick, and since the other party hadn't anticipated his ruthless response, they were caught off guard. Realizing they were too late, the person immediately gathered his force in their palm, forming a protective barrier to block Wang Teng's attack. "How dare you!" At the same time, a cold shout came from the side, and a powerful aura suddenly pressed down on Wang Teng. Wang Teng's expression grew colder, his gaze indifferent as he disregarded the imposing aura, his finger crashing down directly onto the other's palm. Swoosh! A sound like branding iron hitting flesh suddenly rang out, followed by a piercing scream. Wang Teng's finger pierced straight through the other's hand, blood gushing out like a fountain. Impossible to stop. Boom. A thunderous sound came from the side. Wang Teng immediately felt a fierce gust of wind accompanying it. This was the handiwork of a universe-stage martial warrior. His gaze sharpened as he anticipated it, his figure flickering and disappearing from the spot. Bang! An elder appeared beside Wang Teng, his palm imprinting on him. Huh? But his expression immediately changed slightly because the Wang Teng before him turned out to be just an afterimage. He didn't hurt him at all. At that moment, Wang Teng's figure reappeared not far away, clutching the meaty bone in his hand. Even as he dodged, he didn't forget about the item. The gray-robed old man couldn't help but roll his eyes, but inwardly he was also extremely shocked, unable to help but size up Wang Teng in the blink of an eye. This kid not only pierced through the hand of the person who attacked him, but also swiftly evaded the attack of a universe-stage martial warrior. Was he just a cosmos-stage martial warrior? Was he just a seemingly weak alchemist? Something was wrong. Meanwhile, the people around finally snapped out of their daze, and immediately there was an uproar. "Are you okay?" Grandmaster Alfred's face turned ugly as he quickly approached Wang Teng. "I'm fine. They're the ones in trouble," Wang Teng replied calmly, looking towards the young man in the distance who was screaming in pain while clutching his hand, and the old man whose face had turned extremely gloomy. Chapter 25:15. Why are you kneeling? 1. The atmosphere around the gray-robed old man's stall fell into a strange and eerie silence. Everyone present was stunned by the scene unfolding before their eyes. The security in the trading area was stringent, and it was rare for any disturbances to occur. However, this didn't mean that trouble never brewed. Those invited to the headquarters of the Secondary Career Alliance all had significant backing, and even the alliance itself wouldn't dare to offend them. So, if such incidents occurred, they were usually mediated to maintain peace. Now everyone gazed at the calmly composed, black-haired youth, their expressions twitching. To pierce someone's hand with just a finger was a ruthlessly aggressive act. No one had anticipated such brutality from the person who had been haggling with the stall owner just moments ago. The contrast was staggering. For a moment, everyone was struggling to process what had just happened. Even Grandmaster Alfred couldn't help but feel deeply shocked. Wang Teng's methods just now made him feel like he was facing a universe-stage powerhouse. But in reality, Wang Teng was only a cosmos-stage martial warrior. What had happened to him during this time? What experiences had he been through? It had only been a short while since they last met. Yet Wang Teng's realm had not only reached the cosmos stage, but his strength had also become incomprehensible to Grandmaster Alfred. Meanwhile, the grim-faced old man in the distance heard Wang Teng's words, and a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. However, he didn't have the leisure to deal with Wang Teng at the moment. Instead, he immediately took out a pill and administered it to the young man whose hand had been pierced. He also applied a black ointment to the wound on his hand. The bleeding from the pierced wound was instantly stopped, and the wound rapidly healed. However, just as the wound was about to fully close, a searing sensation suddenly erupted, causing the young man to involuntarily groan. "What's going on?" the grim-faced old man asked. "The wound can't fully heal. There's a burning sensation spreading as if flames are burning inside." The young man gritted his teeth. He was dressed in a gray-brown robe with hair of the same color and possessed a handsome face that exuded a somewhat sinister aura. At this moment, his once handsome visage twisted in pain, his expression of extreme self-assurance replaced by one of agony. Beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. "What did you do to him?" The elder in the purple robe, emitting an air of nobility, looked towards Wang Teng with a cold voice. "Nothing much, just gave him a little lesson." "One shouldn't reach out for everything," Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. "What do you think you are, daring to lecture me?" The young man with the effeminate appearance felt a surge of resentment upon hearing Wang Teng's words. His gaze was filled with hostility as he spoke coldly. "And what do you think you are?" Wang Teng chuckled. "My young master simply wanted to take a look at what you had in your hands, yet you resorted to such ruthless means." "Your thoughts are rather vicious." The elder in the purple robe stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Wang Teng as he spoke calmly. "I've already paid the price for this item. If he takes it without permission, it's either theft or robbery." Wang Teng sneered, casting a contemptuous glance at the other party, then turned to the crowd and clasped his fists, asking, "Everyone, is my action excessive?" "Ha ha!" A mocking laughter erupted from the surroundings. "Anyone who dares to snatch my stuff, I'll cut off their whole hand. Punching a hole through it is nothing." A middle-aged muscular man, appearing as a peak universe stage martial warrior, laughed loudly without reservation. "Not just cutting off the hand. If it were me, I'd just kill them and be done with it." Another universe stage martial warrior with a sinister demeanor and a look of about 40 or 50 years old said indifferently. Only 2 people spoke up, but the expressions of the crowd said it all. Wang Teng couldn't help but glance at them. These 2 were ruthless individuals, even more ruthless than him. The young man with the effeminate appearance turned pale and then green. Accustomed to his arrogant ways, he never considered others' perspectives. Even if it was someone else's treasure, he would simply take it without a second thought, and no one had ever dared to challenge him before. But now, on his first outing, he was severely reprimanded. Outsiders wouldn't tolerate his behavior. The effeminate young man was about to retort, but he was stopped by the elder in the purple robe. The 2 warriors who spoke up were at the peak of the universe stage, and they were not to be trifled with. Besides, their willingness to speak out in this situation indicated that they had corresponding forces backing them. They had no reason to provoke 2 enemies needlessly. Deep down, the effeminate young man knew that ultimately he had brought this upon himself. However, Wang Teng's ruthless actions demanded an explanation, but now they were in a bit of a predicament. They couldn't advance, nor could they retreat. You're asking for death. The effeminate young man didn't care about the consequences. With a fierce gaze, he rushed towards Wang Teng. He attributed all the mockery from the crowd to Wang Teng, directing all his anger towards him. The elder in the purple robe couldn't help but sigh softly. The effeminate young man had a special status, and he couldn't stop him. Thankfully, Wang Teng was just a cosmos stage martial warrior with the strength of a 3rd-level heaven stage. Dealing with him shouldn't be too difficult when prepared. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as the effeminate young man transformed into a gray shadow in an instant, moving at an unbelievable speed. At the same time, a peculiarly shaped bone sword appeared in his hand, emitting a fluctuating light. It aimed straight for Wang Teng's chest, clearly intending to strike with full force without holding back an ounce. Chapter 25116. Why are you kneeling, too? If this sword truly pierced Wang Teng's chest, it would be enough to seriously injure him. Overestimating yourself, a cold smile tugged at the corner of Wang Teng's lips. Seeing his opponent going for the kill, his eyes flashed with a chilling light. "Since you seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless." Arrogant, the effeminate young man snorted coldly. As a 3rd-level heaven stage martial warrior, his strength far surpassed that of a cosmos stage martial warrior. Just now, if he hadn't been completely unguarded, it would have been impossible for his hand to be injured. In any case, he felt his confidence returning. Boom. Without wasting words, Wang Teng suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. He activated the ancient god's body, and his strength soared to a terrifying level. For a mere third-level heaven stage martial warrior, activating the ancient god's body was more than enough. Be careful. The elder in the purple robe noticed Wang Teng's change, and his expression changed slightly as he spoke up to warn. But it was already too late. 5-element fist. In the next moment, facing the bone sword thrusting towards him, Wang Teng unleashed a punch, and the fist imprint burst forth. Instantly, the sword light emanating from the bone sword collided with the forceful energy from Wang Teng's punch. The tiny sword rays and the powerful force from the fist imprint created a violent shockwave that swept out in all directions. However, most of those present were universe stage warriors or higher, completely unafraid of such an attack. With just a wave of their hand, they blocked these attacks 3 meters away from them, not even allowing a single strand of their hair to be touched. What? The effeminate young man, gripping the bone sword, suddenly felt a formidable force sweeping towards him from the opposite side, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could the strength of a cosmos stage martial warrior reach such a level? Crack! Just then, a crisp cracking sound snapped him back to reality. The effeminate young man looked at the sword light condensing on his bone sword, unable to help but shrink his pupils. Cracks appeared on the sword light, which left him extremely incredulous. This was unbelievable. His sword light was generated by a universe stage battle technique, condensed and powerful, infused with the power of a 5th-rank domain. How could it be unable to block a single punch from the opponent? Unfortunately, the fact was laid out before him. Whether he believed it or not, it was the truth. Moreover, the cracks were spreading visibly at a speed that couldn't be stopped. Bang! In the next moment, the sword light burst apart, and the forceful fist imprint continued its momentum, rushing towards the effeminate young man without relenting. Damn it! The effeminate young man's expression turned ugly. Without time to think, he hastily retreated, but it was too late. The fist imprint landed on him in an instant, causing him to spew out a mouthful of blood. Pfft! The effeminate young man's body was uncontrollably sent flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Teng swiftly pursued, his figure flashing forward, and a slap landed on the young man's face. For some reason, upon seeing that face, he felt an urge to slap it. You. The effeminate young man's expression changed drastically, but before he could even utter a word, his face was stung by pain. Slap. A crisp slap resounded sharply. The effeminate young man's body hesitated in midair, then heavily crashed onto the ground. Silence. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence, and the onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. This cosmos stage martial warrior was so fierce. He managed to overpower a heaven stage martial warrior. This was unbelievable. Most importantly, the fact that he was wearing the attire of a secondary profession practitioner, yet displayed such explosive and violent behavior during combat, felt extremely discordant and out of place. Could this be the legendary berserk alchemist? Initially, everyone thought that if the effeminate young man were to fight seriously, it would be Wang Teng, who would inevitably suffer defeat with virtually no chance of winning. After all, the effeminate young man was at least a 3rd-level heaven stage martial warrior, and the gap in strength was insurmountable. However, the outcome completely exceeded their expectations. Outrageous. The man in the purple robe's expression darkened to the extreme. Unable to endure any longer, he took action once again. Twice. Twice now, the opponent had injured the young master right under his nose. It was simply a slap in the face to him as a universe stage martial warrior. And it was a resounding slap. He could bear it no longer. Without hesitation, he flicked his fingers, sending forth a brownish-yellow flow of terrifying world power toward Wang Teng, this old bastard. Wang Teng sensed the danger, and his pupils contracted slightly. His footsteps faltered, about to use Space Flash to dodge this fatal attack. Swoosh! Just then, a sharp, piercing sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. A streak of crimson light burst out from behind Wang Teng, surprisingly arriving before the brownish-yellow flow of light, and violently collided with it in mid-air. Bang! There was no loud noise or spectacular scene. After the collision, the two streams of light instantly dissipated. The streak of crimson light perfectly intercepted the brownish-yellow flow of light. The man in the purple robe narrowed his eyes slightly, looking toward the back of the stall. If you dare to cause trouble near my stall and disrupt my business, I might overlook it if it's a younger person. But you're a universe-stage martial warrior. Do you think I'm too easygoing? The gray-robed man behind the stall reached out his finger, dug into his ear, and said casually, "This is an affair of my bone splinter sect. Do you still want to intervene?" The man in the purple robe said coldly, "The bone splinter sect?" The gray-robed man was somewhat surprised and calmly replied, "I was wondering who had such a big mouth. So it turns out to be someone from the bone splinter sect." Chapter 2517. Why Are You Kneeling? 3. The people around suddenly fell silent. Their faces showed signs of shock, and they began murmuring. It's someone from bone splinter sect. No wonder that young man is so arrogant. It turns out that he has such a powerful background. Without any background, who would dare to cause trouble in the headquarters of the Secondary Career Alliance? I wonder who that black-haired young man is. After knowing that he's from the Bone Splinter Sect, would he still dare to fight him head-on, Bone Splinter Sect? Wang Teng was stunned. He asked in his mind, "Round ball? How strong is the Bone Splinter Sect?" The Bone Splinter Sect is a powerful sect in the Kang Dynasty territorial domain. They exist as a sect. The martial warriors in the sect undergo a cruel elimination system for their training. Therefore, the Bone Splinter Sect is very powerful. Most people wouldn't dare to offend them. Roundball introduced immediately. Sects. Wang Teng nodded in his heart. Sects were not uncommon in the universe. He had seen many of them, so he wasn't surprised. Suddenly, he had a thought and asked, "I remember that Lu Tian's Holy Temple of Slaughter is in the Kang Dynasty territorial domain, right?" "Yes." Round Ball nodded. The Bone Splinter Sect and the Holy Temple of Slaughter are the most powerful forces in the Kang Dynasty territorial domain. They are evenly matched. So it's comparable to the Holy Temple of Slaughter. Looks like it's quite strong. Wang Teng was slightly shocked. "Yes," Round Ball nodded and said helplessly, "You're amazing. You provoked such a powerful force. You can't blame me for this. The other party came looking for me." "I'm just a victim," Wang Teng said innocently. "To be honest, he's more like a victim," Round Ball said speechlessly. "I'm just teaching him a small lesson," Wang Teng said regretfully. "Sigh, if that old man in the purple robe didn't interfere, I would have killed him." "You were really going to kill him?" Round Ball asked in surprise. Wang Teng wanted to kill him even though he knew his identity. He was too bold. It suddenly sympathized with the effeminate young man from the Bone Splinter Sect of all people. Why did he have to provoke this fiend? The conversation between the two of them took a long time, but in fact, it only took a few breaths. At this moment, the effeminate young man from Bone Splinter Sect crawled up from the ground. He covered his face in disbelief and stared at Wang Teng with his eyes wide open. He seemed to be in a daze, this bastard dared to hit his face. He, the dignified young master of the Bone Splinter Sect, had been slapped in the face in public. Elder Kuei, kill him. It wasn't long before the effeminate youth finally recovered from his shock. He silently crawled up from the ground with his eyes filled with resentment as he coldly spoke. This time, the purple-robed old man finally stopped talking. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He glanced at the gray-robed old man and suddenly disappeared. Wang Teng's pupils constricted and alarm bells rang in his heart. An indescribable sense of danger swept over him. The two of them were too shameless. If the young one couldn't win, the older ones would tap in. They were shameless. Wang Teng thought that this universe stage elder would be apprehensive in the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters and wouldn't dare to kill him. However, it seemed like he had underestimated his shamelessness. Without any time to think, he immediately used his space technique to dodge. However, the surrounding space was instantly sealed. This was the technique of a universe stage martial warrior. The purple-robed elder was not a just low-level universe stage martial warrior. He was at least at the 5th level of the universe stage and was extremely powerful. Wang Teng couldn't move at all under the space restraints. Damn it. With a grave expression, he gritted his teeth and a blade appeared in his hand. The power of time surged and wrapped around the blade. Bastard. Grandmaster Alfred's expression changed drastically. He was furious. The gray-robed old man frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Was his words not effective? Boom. At this moment, a loud explosion sounded. The purple-robed elder appeared in front of Wang Teng. However, he did not appear normally. Instead, he directly knelt. That's right. The purple-robed elder, a universe stage martial warrior, was kneeling in front of Wang Teng. Wang Teng was stunned. He was a little confused. What was going on? Didn't he want to kill him? Why did he kneel? The others were also dumbfounded. They had no idea what had happened. It was a situation where they were going to kill each other. Why had it suddenly become like this? Moreover, a universe stage martial warrior knelt to a cosmos stage martial warrior. What was going on? Elder K. The effeminate youth was stunned. He looked at the purple-robed elder and opened his mouth, but his mind was filled with question marks. The gray-robed old man was also stunned. He was about to attack, but it seemed that there was no need to. The anger on Grandmaster Alfred's face froze. The situation was too unexpected, and he didn't know how to react. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other, unable to recover from their shock. The atmosphere turned awkward. Only a few people seemed to immediately understand. They saw that the purple-robed old man's face was pale and then red as if he was struggling with all his might. However, he could not get up no matter what in such a situation. If they could not see anything, they would be blind. Elderke. The effeminate young man finally came back to his senses and hurriedly shouted, as if he wanted to wake the purple-robed elder up from this trance. Chapter 2518. Why are you kneeling? 4. Unfortunately, his cries were not that powerful. Wang Teng glanced at him. Then he looked at the purple-robed elder suspiciously and said, "Old thing, I won't forgive you even if you kneel in front of me." The purple-robed old man. Everyone, the effeminate youth. Did this fellow really think that the purple-robed old man was kneeling and apologizing? However, upon closer inspection, it did seem to be a little interesting, although he did not know if the purple-robed elder was sincere. Bang! Suddenly, the purple-robed old man bent down and kowtowed to the ground, making a crisp sound. Silence. The effeminate young man was about to go crazy. What was going on? Why would Elder Key kneel to that bastard and kowtow to him? Was he crazy, or was the world crazy? Wait, even if you bow to me, I won't forgive you. Wang Teng was stunned and said incredulously. Although universe stage martial warrior kneeling and kowtowing to him did feel a little good. Compared to the fact that the other party wanted to kill him, these few kowtows couldn't make up for the damage the other party had caused to his soul. Bang. The purple-robed old man didn't say anything. He kowtowed once more. He wanted to be decisive and sincere. What a joke. Anyone could see that the purple-robed old man's originally extremely graceful and dignified face had completely distorted at this moment. Who would believe that he wasn't forced? There must be something fishy about this. Of course. A powerful figure must have intervened. This black-haired young man is not simple. He probably has an eternal stage existence protecting him, everyone discussed animatedly and guessed endlessly. At this moment, anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that the purple-robed old man was forced, and an existence that could force a 5th-level universe stage martial warrior was definitely an eternal stage martial warrior. The gray-robed elder was shocked. He looked at Wang Teng deeply. Grandmaster Alfred was also shocked. He never expected Wang Teng to have such a hidden powerhouse by his side. Was this fellow the Wang Teng he knew? Yu Shangsheng's sparkling eyes darted around Wang Tang. She was worried because of the purple-robed elder's attack, but now he was kneeling in front of Wang Tang. This made her admire him even more impressive. Little brother Wang Tang was not an ordinary person. He had so many secrets which made her very curious. The effeminate young man's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment he finally knew that he had hit the wall. The black-haired young man in front of him was not an ordinary Cosmos stage martial warrior. His background was probably not weaker than his. On the other side, Wang Tang's eyes flashed. He seemed to have thought of something. Could it be Rofert, other than him? Wang Tang couldn't think of any other powerful martial warriors around him. A guardian. This was a guardian. Usually he wouldn't appear, but when he was threatened, his guardian would appear. No, he didn't even need to appear to solve the problem, like now. Wang Tang figured it out. A strange smile appeared on his face. He looked at the purple-robed elder and asked with a smile, "Old thing, are you feeling aggrieved now?" Unfortunately, for some reason, the purple-robed old man was unable to speak at this moment. Only his bloodshot eyes could tell that he was extremely aggrieved. This kind of grievance only appeared today in his entire long life, a dignified universe-stage martial warrior kneeling in front of a cosmos-level martial warrior in front of so many people, and even kowtowing to him. He wanted to dig a grave for himself. He could foresee that in the future, he would become a laughingstock among the universe-stage martial warriors. That's right. When you attacked me just now, did you think that this would happen? Wang Tang took out the lightning slap and gestured at the elder's head. The purple-robed old man suddenly had an ominous feeling. Grandmaster Alfred's lips twitched. Was Wang Tang trying to extend his claws to a world-stage martial warrior? He didn't even dare to think about it. "Come, let's have a good chat." A dangerous glint appeared in Wang Tang's eyes. He finally couldn't hold back the lightning slap in his hand anymore. He swung it at the old onion-like head of the purple-robed elder. Bang, swoop, boom. With a muffled sound accompanied by thunder, the purple-robed elder's body suddenly convulsed, and then a large lump swelled up on his head. "It seems like a universe-stage martial warrior's head. Isn't that tough after all?" Wang Tang muttered. "Everyone. What do you mean it's not that tough?" Even universe-stage martial artists can get injured when caught off guard. However, they were also very shocked. Their gazes landed on the purple brick. What kind of weapon was this? It could release electricity and even smash a huge bump on a universe-stage martial warrior's head. It was indeed not ordinary. Let's try again. Excitement shone in Wang Tang's eyes. For some reason, he felt relieved. He raised the lightning slap in his hand and smashed it down again. Bang, 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 swoop, boom. A series of dull sounds reverberated in the surroundings. Amidst the sounds of lightning, the purple-robed elder's face was visibly swelling up, and there were large bumps on his head. Enough, at this moment, a calm and lazy voice was heard. Chapter 25:19, "If someone respects me, I will respect them. If someone offends me, I will kill them, one." A mundane yet languid voice drifted leisurely into the air, causing a slight pause among the crowd as they turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. There, beside the effeminate young man, a subtle ripple disturbed the air, almost imperceptible to all but the most formidable martial warriors present. Were it not for the fact that those gathered were all powerful beings, they might have missed it entirely. Then, with deliberate steps, a figure cloaked in white robes emerged, manifesting before them all. An eternal stage martial warrior. Everyone's expression changed slightly. There was an uproar. Even the two-peak universe stage martial warriors who had echoed Wang Tang's words moments ago now wore solemn expressions as if confronting a formidable adversary. An eternal stage martial warrior. An eternal stage martial warrior, an entity of unparalleled stature, evidently aligned with the effeminate youth's faction. He didn't appear previously, but he must be hiding at the side. The eternal stage martial warrior had no choice but to reveal himself, because the elder in purple gown was forced to kneel on the ground and was humiliated. This meant that this person had heard everything they said. He was dead. Would he take revenge on them? Yet the question lingered. Could the eternal stage entity concealed behind the black-haired youth rival this newfound presence? Silence enveloped the surroundings. An eternal stage martial warrior was able to intimidate everyone just by standing there. Even Wang Teng felt a tinge of astonishment, halting his actions to observe the eternal stage entity that had materialized before him. It was an elderly figure garbed in white robes, his countenance serene, hands tucked within the flowing sleeves, hanging casually at his sides. Wang Teng, Grandmaster Alfred, immediately approached Wang Teng's side, his expression grave. Rest assured. Wang Teng transmitted his assurance then. He couldn't help but activate the real eye, directing his gaze toward the elderly figure in white robes before him. A dazzling orb of light instantly flooded his vision. The eternal stage figure in the white robes seemed to perceive something. Lifting his gaze slightly to meet Wang Teng's, a hint of surprise evident in his expression. However, Wang Teng had already deactivated his real eye. The golden light in his eyes disappeared. Elder Pu, a hint of happiness appeared in the young man's eyes when he saw the elder. He looked at the other with a face full of grievances, as if finding a refuge. The eternal stage elder in the white robes nodded slightly, his gaze seemingly scanning the void before finally settling on Wang Teng. At last he spoke. "Youngster, let bygones be bygones. Let's put an end to this matter here. When this person was trying to kill me earlier, why didn't you speak up then?" Wang Teng remarked nonchalantly. His words startled the onlookers. This fellow had quite the audacity to speak back even when an eternal stage entity personally intervened. However, considering that there might also be an eternal stage entity standing behind him, many began to understand. This was no longer a simple conflict between two youngsters, but a clash between two eternal stage entities. The eternal stage elder in the white robes furrowed his brow. "How dare you speak to Elder Pu like this?" the effeminate youth coldly rebuked. "Do you believe that if you say another word, I will still kill you, even if he's here?" Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. "You!" The effeminate youth, upon seeing the indifferent gaze of Wang Teng, couldn't help but take a step back in fear. But as he remembered Elder Pu standing by his side, he regained his confidence and immediately stepped forward, glaring at Wang Teng without backing down. "Youngster, you have quite the arrogance. Even if there is an eternal stage entity behind you, that does not give you the right to disrespect me," the eternal stage elder in the white robes remarked. "If someone respects me, I will reciprocate the respect. If someone offends me, I will kill them." Wang Teng's expression turned cold as he spoke. "How dare you? If someone respects me, I will reciprocate the respect. If someone offends me, I will kill them." Wang Teng's expression turned cold as he spoke. Boom. The eternal stage elder in the white robes flashed a cold light in his eyes, unleashing a formidable aura that surged toward Wang Teng, threatening to crush him under its weight. A sinister smirk crept onto the effeminate youth's face. This lad dared to insult Elder Pu. Now, let's see how he meets his end. Wang Teng snorted disdainfully, his aura erupting, unyielding, lating battle-conscious boom. Like thunder echoing, a resolute aura carrying the might of lightning soared into the sky in an unwavering display of defiance. The overwhelming aura conjured by the eternal stage elder in the white robes instantly collapsed, crumbling into dust and debris. The onlookers were stunned. Once again, the strength of this black-haired youth defied their understanding. He actually managed to withstand the aura of an eternal stage powerhouse. It was nothing short of miraculous. Who on earth was he? This question arose in the minds of everyone present, their curiosity about Wang Teng reaching unprecedented heights. What? The effeminate youth's face registered disbelief as he stared at Wang Teng as if seeing a ghost. This rascal actually resisted Elder Lao's aura. Damn it, was he really a cosmos stage martial warrior? Was he lying? A burst of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the eternal stage elder in the white robes, marking the third time he had shown such surprise, surpassing even his previous reactions. This black-haired youth before him exceeded his expectations by far. At first he didn't take him seriously. He was just a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Even if he was remarkable and could fight with a third-level Heaven stage martial warrior as a Cosmos stage martial warrior, he didn't care. He had seen countless talents stronger than him. Moreover, in his eyes, a Cosmos stage martial warrior was no more than a mere ant. Chapter 25:20. If someone respects me, I will respect them. If someone offends me, I will kill them. 2. But at this moment, the aura emanating from this youngster surged with the presence belonging to an eternal stage entity, surpassing the realm of ordinary talent. This black-haired youth's talent was probably remarkable. No wonder he could have an eternal stage entity as his protector. He wondered which faction he belonged to. Nevertheless, insulting an eternal stage entity was not something to be taken lightly. Furthermore, openly pointing fingers and telling them he would kill them was utterly disrespectful. Your audacity truly surprises me, the eternal stage elder in the white robes spoke. But haven't your elders ever told you that eternal stage entities should not be insulted? Boom. As his words echoed, he suddenly waved his hand, unleashing an indescribable terror that swept toward Wang Teng. The effeminate youth, witnessing this scene, saw his previous astonishment dissipate in an instant. He snorted lightly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. With Elder Lao personally intervening, it wasn't just a matter of aura that Rascal wouldn't stand a chance. This time, he would be gravely injured if not killed. The joy of taking revenge surged into his heart instantly. Grandmaster Alfred's expression subtly changed as he looked at Wang Teng with concern. In such a situation, there was nothing he could do but hope for the eternal stage entity behind Wang Teng to intervene. The elder in gray robes' gaze flickered slightly. He was curious to see if in such dire circumstances this black-haired youth could still turn the tide in his favor. The eyes of the others also fell on Wang Teng. Could he endure an immortal-level entity? Under the scrutiny of everyone's gaze, Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged. Since he already knew that Rofert was by his side, he naturally had no fear of a mere eternal stage Marquess. He had just used the real eye and confirmed that the white-robed elder before him was indeed an eternal stage Marcus. After reaching the perfected real stage, his real eye was barely able to see through an eternal stage Marcus. At this moment, the surging force approached with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously reaching Wang Teng's vicinity, instilling in him a sense of irresistible danger. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he ultimately had no means of resistance. Even if he unleashed his full power, he could only withstand a single blow from the opponent. Though somewhat resigned, Wang Teng's experience was not lacking, having endured similar situations before. Once, an eternal stage presence from the Heishan royal clan had nearly extinguished him with a single finger. In retrospect, that sensation was even more terrifying than the present, so he was somewhat accustomed to it. He remained calm. The fierce gusts generated by the surging force caused Wang Teng's robe and hair to billow wildly, tightening the tension in the hearts of onlookers. Boom. Just as the force was about to descend upon Wang Teng, a resounding roar echoed suddenly. The force was instantly halted by an invisible power, unable to advance even an inch. It was as if the surging waves had been frozen in mid-air, unable to descend. This sensation sent an inexplicable shiver down the spines of those present. The eternal stage elder in the white robes seemed to witness something horrifying, and for the first time, a hint of astonishment and horror appeared on his otherwise placid face. Pop! Suddenly, a peculiar sound reverberated, and the force released by the eternal stage elder in the white robes shattered like glass. Then the invisible force surged toward him with abrupt intensity. Wait! The eternal stage elder in the white robe's face turned pale, immediately shouting and frantically mobilizing his power in an attempt to resist. It was futile. Splat. A geyser of blood erupted suddenly from the right arm of the eternal stage elder in the white robes, instantly staining his white robe a deep crimson while his right arm had silently snapped off. Wang Teng was stunned. This scene was somewhat beyond his expectations. Was Rofort so ruthless? He directly severed the opponent's arm. That was an eternal stage entity, and an eternal stage arm was worth much more than even a universe stage martial warrior. He suddenly felt that he might not fully understand Rofort. This was a ruthless person, no doubt about it. Incredibly ruthless. Gasp. The onlookers gasped in shock, then fell into complete silence, the sound of a pin dropping echoing in the stillness. It was too shocking. An eternal stage entity had just had his arm chopped off like that, leaving everyone struggling to process the sight before them. In the next moment, everyone retreated simultaneously. They looked at Wang Teng as if they saw a terrifying presence standing behind him, their hearts filled with fear. Grandmaster Alfred widened his eyes. He couldn't help but discreetly take a step back. He felt as though he was standing next to a terrifying entity. Truly chilling. Behind the booth, the elder in the gray robe couldn't help but swallow hard, staring at Wang Teng's figure. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Who exactly was this guy? Behind him stood such a terrifying presence. An eternal stage entity had his arm severed like this, utterly defenseless. Even a typical eternal stage duke wouldn't be able to do this unless it was an eternal stage ruler. Many people also thought of this point. Although they had not yet reached that realm, they had some understanding of it. It could only be an eternal stage ruler. As for God stage beings, they were gods overlooking everything, and it was simply unrealistic for them to serve as protectors for others. The effeminate youth was completely bewildered. He glanced at the armless Elder Pu, then at Wang Teng, then back at Elder Pu, his mouth hung open, his face filled with horror, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Pointing at Wang Teng, he stuttered out 3 words, "You, you, you." He had completely lost his bearings. Even his greatest reliance had their arms severed by the powerful figure behind Wang Teng. It was unimaginable. His resentment and murderous intent seemed to be doused with ice-cold water, instantly dissipating, leaving only confusion, fear, and an urgent desire to escape this place. However, for some reason his feet remained rooted to the spot, unable to move an inch. The eternal stage elder in the white robes also wore a face of fear at this moment, his complexion somewhat pale. He glanced at Wang Teng, gritted his teeth against the pain, and said, "We have offended you today. Please forgive us." With that, he bowed towards the empty space, displaying an extremely humble attitude. The onlookers were completely numb. Compared to having his arms severed, offering such a low apology now seemed insignificant. After all, what was a humble apology compared to one's own life? Wang Teng glanced at the empty space, his eyes gleaming faintly. However, no one spoke up, and the surroundings fell into a suffocating silence. The eternal stage elder in the white robes seemed to understand something. He kicked the soft young man beside him, coldly commanding. "Kneel, boom!" The effeminate young man had no resistance at all, instantly falling to his knees with a bewildered expression, looking up at Elder Pu. That expression seemed to ask, "Why are you treating me like this? This is the trouble you've caused. Now apologize." The eternal stage elder in the white robes said coldly. He harbored extreme hatred towards the effeminate young man. If it weren't for him, how could he have provoked such a terrifying entity? Having had his arm severed by the other party, he could feel the eternal power surging at the severed limb, making it difficult to heal. What a troublemaker. If it weren't for owing a favor to someone in the past, he would never have protected this useless person. The effeminate young man hadn't expected such an outcome, feeling somewhat helpless. He looked towards Wang Teng, mouth opening and closing, but unable to form an apology. For him, this was an immense humiliation. "If you don't apologize, don't blame me for not caring about you anymore," the eternal stage elder in the white robes said sternly. "I apologize." The effeminate young man's eyes flashed with fear. After struggling for a moment, He gave up resistance and hastily shouted at Wang Teng, "I'm sorry, it's my fault." As the saying goes, you must admit your mistakes and stand up straight when you're beaten. At this moment, he truly felt remorseful from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 2521, Not Bad. I see your sincerity in apologizing. 1. Silence. The onlookers watched as the once arrogant and haughty, soft young man now apologized sincerely. He looked exactly like them when they were young. Those were the good memories of his childhood. "What did you do wrong?" Wang Teng cleared his throat, suppressing a smile, and asked. The crowd couldn't help but feel speechless. What the hell did he do wrong? It was like a father scolding his son for making mistakes. This black-haired youth seemed a bit mischievous. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken your treasure without your consent." The effeminate young man was interrupted before he could finish. "What's the difference if you had my consent? Would you still be able to take it?" Wang Teng interjected, unamused. "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare," the young man muttered. "Continue," Wang Teng said, unimpressed. "I shouldn't have taken your treasure, nor should I have laid hands on you," the effeminate young man said cautiously. "And then," Wang Teng prompted, "and then," the effeminate young man was a bit confused. What more did he want? He had already apologized. What else did he expect? "Well?" Wang Teng's expression remained indifferent, his tone cold as he sneered. "It seems you haven't deeply realized your mistakes yet. I can't forgive you so easily after all." The eternal stage elder in the white robes twitched his eye. Unable to even admit his mistakes properly, how could he serve as a protector to such an idiot? What a bad decision he made. The effeminate young man, upon seeing Wang Teng's calm expression and the cold gaze of Elder Pu, shuddered involuntarily. No, I have realized my mistake. His mind raced, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. He exclaimed loudly, "I know. What do you know?" Wang Teng's expression turned odd. This guy seemed a bit clueless, truly a simpleton. "This is my compensation. Please accept it." The soft young man suddenly produced a card, holding it high above his head with both hands extended. The Universal Bank's bank card. Wang Teng was taken aback, not expecting the sudden appearance of a card. "This is an unnamed bank card. There are more than 300 chaos coins in it. Take it as my compensation." The young man winced at the thought of parting with the money, but continued nonetheless. Oh my God. The onlookers erupted into murmurs of amazement. Over 300 chaos coins. This soft young man must be wealthy indeed. As expected of the young master of the Bone Splinter sect. Damn, he was loaded. Over 300 chaos coins. Wang Teng couldn't help but feel pleased, though he maintained his composure after a moment of contemplation. He nodded slightly, saying solemnly, "Very well, I see your sincerity in admitting your mistake. Let this be the end of it, and let it not happen again. Yes, yes, yes." The effeminate young man naturally dared not say more, nodding repeatedly in agreement. "May we leave now, sir?" The eternal stage elder in the white robe breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously asking into the void. Once again, no one answered, causing his face to stiffen. "What do you think?" Helpless, the eternal stage elder in the white robe had no choice but to look at Wang Teng and ask tentatively, "You haven't apologized yet." Wang Teng glanced at him. The eternal stage elder in the white robe twitched his mouth. He also took out a card saying, "There are over 500 chaos coins inside as my compensation. How about it?" While the effeminate young man could afford over 300 chaos coins due to his wealthy father, the elder did not have such luxury. These coins were hard-earned, and now he had to give them away as compensation, causing him heartache. "Oh, over 500 chaos coins, even more than that young man's." Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he promptly accepted the card without hesitation, pretending to nod thoughtfully. "Well, I'm just too soft-hearted. All right, I'll accept your apology too." Silence. Everyone was speechless, soft-hearted. From the start to the end, they didn't see any softness in him, whether it was towards the young man or the elder in purple gown. What's more, This fellow extorted more than 800 chaos coins from them. Was he soft-hearted? He was black-hearted. Can we leave now? The eternal stage elder in the white robe asked hesitantly. Go ahead. Wang Teng waved his hand. He knew that Rofert hadn't spoken, so he had handed the decision over to him. He had to admit that this protector was truly considerate. In comparison, the protector of the young man in front of him was not up to par, actually making him kneel and apologize. This protector was not good. Wang Teng didn't say anything else. 800 chaos coins was already a substantial sum, more than what he currently had on him. It's wise to know when to stop, after all. He was only borrowing Rofort's power and not relying on his true strength. There was no need to be greedy. If he did, Rofort might look down on him. If he had the ability, he would settle this account himself in the future. Of course, the prerequisite was that the eternal stage elder in the white robe dared to show up in front of him again. Besides, killing was not allowed even in the headquarters of the Secondary Career Alliance. Although those guards didn't intervene, it didn't mean they would let him get away with murder. At this moment, the eternal stage elder in the white robe had no idea what Wang Teng was thinking. Upon hearing him relent, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and hastily picked up his severed arm from the ground, grabbing the young man with his other hand, and turned to leave. The conflict dissolved into thin air. As Wang Teng turned back, he suddenly noticed the elder in the purple robe still kneeling on the ground and asked in surprise, "Why are you still here?" Chapter 25-22. Not bad. I see your sincerity in apologizing. 2. The purple gown old man. The eternal stage white-robed elder and the feminine youth had forgotten about him. Leaving him alone in this terrifying place was a little too much. Yu Xiangxiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. She covered her mouth and said, "Did they forget about him?" The surrounding onlookers were caught between laughter and tears. They looked at the purple gown elder with strange expressions. A universe stage martial warrior had been left out here. How tragic was this? Ahem, how are you going to apologize to me? Wang Teng looked at the huge bumps on his head and coughed awkwardly. I don't have any chaos coins. I only have UC. I have a total of 3 trillion. I can give it all to you, the purple gown elder said hurriedly when he saw that Wang Teng was greedy. He wanted to save himself. I'll reluctantly accept your apology. Wang Teng nodded lightly. 3 trillion UC was not a small amount. Reluctantly? The corners of the purple gown elder's mouth twitched. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He immediately transferred the money to Wang Teng. Scram, Wang Teng waved his hand and said in disdain when he received the transfer message. The purple gown old man felt as if he had been pardoned and left. The people around sighed. It was tragic for a universe stage martial warrior to be in such a state. It's just a meaty merc-bone. Why is it so difficult? Wang Teng ignored the purple gown elder and sighed deeply. Stop it. You already took advantage of him. Round Ball was speechless. What do you know? I'm tired, Wang Teng said angrily. Round Ball rolled its eyes and ignored him. Disperse, disperse. There's nothing else here. Wang Teng waved his hand at his surroundings. Then he cupped his fists at the 2 universe stage martial warriors who agreed with him. Thank you for speaking up for me. I'm very grateful. You're too polite. The muscular martial warrior shook his head with a smile. I just couldn't stand his behavior. Hee, I only spoke up because of your status as a triple field grandmaster. I wanted to make a connection, but I didn't expect you to give us such a big surprise. The old man with a sinister face smiled in a somewhat eerie manner, but was very straightforward. Ha, no matter what, thank you. If it's convenient, you can add my contact number. If you need anything in the future, you can look for me. Wang Teng smiled and said. The 2 of them nodded. Regardless of Wang Teng's identity as a triple field grandmaster or the terrifying power behind him, they wanted to befriend him. Both sides exchanged contact information and left. On the other side, Wang Teng looked at the gray-robed elder behind the stall. He cupped his fists and said, Senior, I'm sorry for disturbing your business. It doesn't matter. I can still see who's the one who caused the trouble. You can't be blamed. The gray-robed old man shook his head and chuckled. Besides, I don't dare to blame you." Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. He took out a 9-essence soul congealing pill and said, "Thank you for your help just now. I think that you need this soul-type pill very much. Take this pill as my thank you gift." "Oh," the gray-robed elder looked at Wang Teng in surprise. "You're willing to part with it?" "It's just a pill. It's nothing compared to your help." Wang Teng smiled and said, he could refine more than 10 9-essence soul congealing pills in one furnace. So this one was naturally nothing. He had bargained just now because he did not want to be scammed. The gray-robed elder didn't know this. When he saw how generous Wang Teng was, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He nodded and said, "I do need this pill. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony." "You can only consume 3 9-essence soul congealing pills at most. Any more than that will be useless," Wang Teng said. The gray-robed old man nodded, and his attitude became much more polite. He said, "This medicinal pill must have come from you, young man." He didn't believe that Wang Teng had a teacher from the start. That's right." Wang Teng chuckled. He didn't hide anything and nodded. 100% medicinal strength. Your alchemy attainments are admirable." The gray-robed old man sighed and introduced himself. "My name is Yang Song. I wonder if you can give me your contact number?" "Of course." Wang Teng gave his contact information to the gray-robed elder. "With your attainments in alchemy, you will shine in this exchange." "I'll be waiting for the good news," Yang Song said with a smile. "Thank you for your kind words." Wang Teng smiled and cupped his fists. "I'll take my leave now. I still have many things to buy. I won't waste any more time." Yang Song nodded. He looked at Wang Teng's back as he left. For some reason, he felt that this black-haired young man would amaze everyone at the exchange meeting. Perhaps it was because of his cunning, his astonishing background, or his extremely calm and confident expression from the beginning to the end. Wang Teng didn't know what Yang Song was thinking. He only managed to take 2 steps before someone stopped him. "Brother Wang Teng," a familiar voice came from behind him. Wang Teng stopped in his tracks and looked at the person chasing after him in surprise. Brother Gu Luo. What a coincidence. Grandmaster Alfred couldn't help but look at this person. When Wang Teng arrived yesterday, he had seen him before. This was the genius from the Gu Hong territorial domain. What's so coincidental? I watched from the side for a long time. Gu Luo, who was dressed in white, walked over and chuckled. Brother Wang Teng was very impressive just now. "Are you making fun of me? I was almost killed by a universe stage martial warrior and an eternal stage martial warrior," Wang Teng said pitifully. Gu Luo was speechless. "The other party was almost killed by you. The blood on the ground had not been wiped clean. Also, Brother Gu Luo, you watched me get bullied but didn't come up to help." "I'm really sad," Wang Teng continued. "Ha, ha, ha. Brother Wang Teng, you like to joke I'm just a weak alchemist. How can I be of any help? It's already good enough that I didn't cause trouble for you." Gu Luo laughed awkwardly. "Is that so? When Brother Gu Luo was fishing in the void torrent belt, you didn't look weak at all." Wang Teng chuckled. "That was just a trick. Yeah, a trick. I'm not strong at all," Gu Luo said awkwardly. "Rubbish," Wang Teng rolled his eyes angrily. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked away. On the other side, a universe stage martial warrior who looked like the captain of the guard stood in front of a middle-aged man who was wearing scarlet battle armor and had a pair of bullhorns on his head. His figure was 4 to 5 meters tall, and he asked respectfully, "Sir, why didn't we stop him just now? If something happened, it would be difficult for us to explain. Do you know how powerful that hidden powerhouse was?" The bull-horned man asked indifferently, "An eternal stage ruler?" The universe stage martial artist hesitated. "Why are you asking me when you know that the other party is an eternal stage ruler?" the bull-horned man said angrily. The universe stage martial warrior was speechless. Moreover, the information about the other party shows Virtual Universe Company, the man with horns said with a serious expression. "Virtual Universe Corporation." The universe stage martial warrior was shocked. "That's right. An eternal stage ruler from the Virtual Universe Corporation was a guardian for a cosmos stage martial warrior. "Do you know what this means?" said the bull-horned man. "What does it mean?" The universe stage martial warrior gulped. "This means that the black-haired youth is a genius highly valued by the Virtual Universe Corporation. He signed a God Stage Prodigy contract with the Virtual Universe Corporation." The bull-horned man couldn't help but reveal a trace of emotion on his face. "This also means that not only is there an eternal stage ruler standing behind the black-haired youth, but there's also a God Stage god standing behind him." Gasp. The master-level warrior couldn't help but gasp, feeling incredulous. Moreover, since the other party didn't appear, it means that he doesn't intend to blow things up. "He's already giving us a lot of face. Why should we interfere?" The bull-horned man said. "What you said is true, sir. You've thought it through." The universe stage warrior quickly complimented sincerely. Chapter 2523, Yan Gains 1. At the back of the trading area, there were a few buildings with different shapes at this moment. Tidu and the others were standing by the window of a building, looking at the crowd that was gradually dispersing in front of them. "It seems that something happened there," Taicheng said. The distance was too far, and with the crowd blocking them, they did not know what had happened. There were runes engraved in the trading area of this secondary career alliance headquarters. One could not use their spiritual power to investigate. Even if he investigated, he could only do it within a small range. The effect was very limited. There's no need to pay attention to them. The trade fair has started, and there are all kinds of people and factions appearing. These factions are extraordinary existences in the outside world. Naturally, they're used to being lawless. Even in the headquarters of the Secondary Career Alliance, they might not restrain themselves much. Some people may be careful, but some people won't care about this. There was no change in Tijing's expression. He took a look and retracted his gaze. "Therefore, restrain yourself for the time being, and don't cause trouble everywhere." "Brother, I didn't cause trouble. It was that guy who snatched my stall previously. In the end, not only did he not apologize, he even hit me." Tidu said aggrievedly, "How can I not know your personality?" Tijing glanced at him and said, "To be able to force the other party to attack, you must be too aggressive." Tidu's face was a little embarrassed, and he quickly said, "Even so, he's too ruthless. It's in front of so many people as well. Doesn't our TI family's dignity matter?" When Tijing heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He nodded and said, "You're right about this. Our TI family's reputation naturally can't be trampled on like this. This person is too arrogant. When do we make our move?" Tidu's eyes lit up with excitement, eagerly asking. He really couldn't wait any longer. When he thought about how that bastard was still free and unfettered outside, he felt a dull pain in his head and wished he could attack immediately. "There's no hurry. There's something weird about this person. I haven't investigated it thoroughly," Tijing said. "Brother, even you can't find out his identity." Tidu was shocked. "I've found something. This person seems to be from the great Qian Empire. Furthermore, he's only a baron and doesn't have much power. He's an outsider and not a native there." Tijing frowned as if there was something he couldn't understand. "He's just a baron." "Big brother, why are you so cautious?" Tidu said helplessly. Sometimes he felt that his big brother was too cautious. He had to investigate everything before making a move. With the power of their TI family, they were not afraid of anyone, at least most of them. That guy was just a baron of the empire. What was there to worry about? What do you know? If everyone is like you, our TI family will be finished sooner or later. Tijing's expression turned stern as he glared at him. Yes, big brother, you're right." Tidu didn't dare to refute. He shrank his neck and replied with guilt. "Although Wang Teng is only a baron, he seems to have some backing from Great Qian Empire's military. It's said that he has made contributions. However, he has some enmity with the Parkers family, one of the 8 royal families of the Great Qian Empire." Tijing suddenly shook his head and said, "However, this is what I don't understand. Logically speaking, Can a mere baron still be alive and kicking outside after having a grudge against one of the 8 royal families of the great Tian Empire? What's wrong with that? Someone must have protected him, Ti-Du said. There must be someone protecting him, but it's impossible for the person protecting him to stay by his side all the time. Do you think that with the way those big families do things, the Parker's family will let him live until today? Ti Jing said. Brother, you mean Ti-Du was not stupid? Ti Jing had already said it to this extent. He naturally understood something. He frowned and said, "That bastard has other identities and backers." Yes, Ti Jing nodded and said, "When I wanted to investigate further, I realized that my authority was not enough." What? Brother, you can't investigate a baron from a high-tier civilization? This is impossible, Ti-Du said in disbelief. Would I lie to you? Ti Jing sighed helplessly and said. Ti-Du was instantly speechless. His expression kept changing and changing. Ti Jing's words undoubtedly disrupted his revenge plan. If even his big brother could not investigate, it meant that this person's identity might not be as simple as it seemed. Could it be because he's a triple-field grandmaster, and the secondary career alliance of the great Qian Empire has blocked his information? Ti-Du said unwillingly, although he's a triple-field grandmaster, the highest level is only 4th-level grandmaster. Triple-field grandmaster? 4th-level grandmaster? Ti Jing looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. He felt very tired and said coldly, not to mention alchemy, runes, forging, and culinary attainments have at least reached the peak of the grandmaster level. He's not an ordinary grandmaster. Now that the exchange is imminent, will he show his capabilities clearly to others? Can you use your brain? Ti-Du was speechless, and his face gradually turned ugly. He lowered his head, and his eyes showed a trace of unwillingness and resentment. Chapter 2524, Lian. Gains 2. Ti Jing sighed, knowing that Ti-Du would never give up easily. He reluctantly said, "Let's not rush this matter for now. We'll think it over slowly." "Okay, I'll listen to you, big brother." Ti-Du gritted his teeth. "What are you two talking about over here? We've been waiting for you forever." At that moment, a figure approached from afar. Big brother Lashan Ti Jing, and Ti-Du's eyes lit up when they saw the newcomer, and they quickly called out. Ti-Du's face even softened from its previous stubbornness, showing a hint of respect. In front of this young man, he dared not be disrespectful in the slightest. "Let's go. Latun and Lian are here too." "I'll take you to meet them," said the young man known as Lashan in a calm tone. Brother Latun and Lian. Ti-Du and Ti Jing exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing these two names, even Ti Jing restrained the trace of arrogance on his face, hurriedly following Lashan's steps and quietly asking, "I remember Big Brother Latun is stationed on the Heavenly Lightning Mountain in the realm space. How come he has time to come back?" "There's been a little situation." Lashan's face showed a hint of anger, hesitating for a moment before explaining. Ti Jing immediately refrained from asking more questions upon seeing this, but he made a mental note of the incident. He would ask the elders at home about it later. Latun being stationed at Heavenly Lightning Mountain of the Lightning Realm was no trivial matter, and now that something had happened, the elders at home must be aware of it. The 3 of them turned into a corridor, and soon arrived at the entrance of a spacious hall. Passing through the door, they saw a bustling scene inside. Many people were gathered around huge ore stones, some discussing animatedly, while others were hammering away. They were gambling on ores. Lashan scanned the surroundings and spotted several familiar figures. He immediately led Ti-Du and Ti Jing over. Latun, Lian. When they approached, Lashan greeted them with a smile. The 2 figures turned their heads and nodded faintly upon seeing Lashan, neither too polite nor too distant. If Wang Teng were here, he would surely recognize one of them as none other than Latun, the man he had defeated. "Let me introduce you. These 2 are the talented young members of the Ti family, Ti-Du and Ti Jing. They are both Genius Force chefs of the Ti family with extraordinary attainments. If you want to taste any spirit dishes, you can find them." Lishan said nonchalantly, introducing them. Ti-Du and Ti-Jing's gazes couldn't help but fall on the woman in front of them, and their eyes were immediately captivated. She was dressed in alchemist robes, her figure graceful and slender, her delicate face flawless as if carved from crystal. Her eyes were exceptionally spirited, sparkling like stars with a faint purple hue, exuding a noble and profound aura that irresistibly drew in the gazes of those around her. Koof! Lishan cleared his throat upon seeing the two men's reactions. Ti-Du and Ti-Jing snapped out of their daze, their faces revealing astonishment. However, the awe in their eyes lingered. They had long heard of Lian's extraordinary talent in alchemy and her stunning beauty. Many regarded her as one of the top 5 beauties among the younger generation of core families at the headquarters of the Secondary Career Alliance. Seeing her today, they realized that the rumors were not exaggerated. Lian was not just one of the top 5 beauties. She was undoubtedly the most stunning among them. It was breathtaking. She seemed to have stepped out of a painting, especially with that unique aura of an alchemist. She appeared even more outstanding. The fact that the Lei family had kept her hidden was surprising to them. As core members of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, they had only now seen Lei Yan's true appearance. Pleasure to meet you. Latun nodded slightly toward them without a hint of arrogance. We have long heard of Latun's reputation as the master of Heavenly Lightning Mountain. However, as secondary professional practitioners, we lack the qualifications to enter the realm space, so we have not had the chance to witness your magnificence. It's a pity, Ti-Du immediately flattered, smiling ingratiatingly. A flicker of irritation crossed Latun's eyes. Ever since being defeated by Wang Teng and ousted from the throne of Heavenly Lightning Mountain, he had been recuperating within the family, avoiding public appearances to prevent further embarrassment. However, barely stepping out today, he encountered someone so oblivious it was truly embarrassing for him. In theory, news of his loss at the Heavenly Lightning Mountain should have spread already. Core families of the Secondary Career Alliance, like the Ti family, couldn't possibly be unaware. Yet, here was someone from the Ti family bringing it up to his face. Was it a mockery? Beside him, Lian glanced at Latun and couldn't help but chuckle teasingly. Her laugh, like a blossoming flower, seemed to brighten the entire hall. Miss Lian truly lives up to her reputation as one of the top 5 beauties among the younger generation of core families at the headquarters of the Secondary Career Alliance. It's indeed regrettable not to have seen her beauty before. Ti-Jing's eyes inadvertently revealed a hint of admiration as he spoke. Such flattery. Lian frowned slightly at the gaze he gave her, then smiled lightly. Lishan felt a pang of embarrassment. These two were making a fool out of him. His talents were not on par with Latun and Lian, nor did he hold the same status within the Le family. Nevertheless, he had connections with many talented individuals from the core families of the Secondary Career Alliance. Chapter 255, Lian Gains 3. It was rare to see Latun and Lian here today, so he wanted to introduce them to each other, allowing them to witness his own abilities. However, the moment Ti-Jing and Ti-Du saw Lian's appearance, they were utterly defenseless, leading to quite a spectacle. Yet Ti-Du and Ti-Jing failed to notice any discord in the atmosphere, their minds preoccupied with their thoughts. Although all were core families of the Secondary Career Alliance, there were distinctions in status. Families like the Ti family being force chefs didn't hold the same standing as the alchemy-focused Li family. Moreover, Lian and Latun often trained outside, seldom appearing at the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, hence their encounters were scarce. So, it was understandable that Ti-Jing and Ti-Du hadn't seen Lian before, as their interactions were few and far between. However, at the sight of Lian, Ti-Jing was struck by her beauty, and certain notions began to stir within him. Among the younger generation of the Ti family, Ti-Jing was a remarkably talented force chef. If he could gain Lian's favor, wouldn't that elevate him further? Though pursuing Lian might seem ambitious, affairs of the heart were unpredictable. With his wealth of experience in such matters, who was to say he couldn't win her over? Anything was possible. Thankfully, Leshan was adept at diffusing tensions, gradually easing the atmosphere. Both Latun and Lian gave him some face, not wanting to sour the mood too much, occasionally exchanging a few words. However, their perception of the Ti brothers only worsened, unaffected by these gestures. Lian was no stranger to admirers, and she could see through Ti Jing's intentions with just a glance, dismissing him without a second thought. Merely a Force chef grandmaster, he was of little interest to her compared to her previous suitors. On the other side, Wang Teng and Gu Luo walked through the bustling streets of the trading district, scanning the treasures around them in search of what they needed. With Gu Luo's presence, the atmosphere became livelier. Unbeknownst to many, this fellow was just as much of a lively character as Yu Xiangxiang. When the two of them got together, they added even more fun to the mix. Wang Teng paid them no mind, his focus sinking into the attributes board. Just now, those three individuals had dropped quite a few useful attribute bubbles, especially that old man in white robes. He was an eternal stage existence. It had to be said Wang Teng was indeed fortunate. Without doing anything, he had managed to pick up an attribute bubble from an eternal stage existence. Metal Constellation Force 35,000. Metal Domain Integration Phase 1 8-hour. Origin of Metal 3200. Origin of Life 13,000. Origin of Soul 11,500. Eternal Matter 23300. As the attribute bubbles fused into Wang Teng's body and mind, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Remarkable, truly worthy of being an eternal stage existence. Wang Teng lamented in his heart. There were 35,000 points of the Constellation Metal Force. The eternal stage elder in a white robe dropped so many attributes without doing anything. This proved how frightening the force in his body was, but that was just the beginning. What followed were several more attribute bubbles. Metal Domain, Integration Phase. As the attribute bubbles merged into his consciousness, waves of insights emerged, causing Wang Teng's mastery of the metal domain to undergo a profound transformation, advancing from its previous actualization phase to an entirely new realm. His metal domain had already reached the actualization phase, able to condense the power of the domain into substance, making it at least 3 times more potent than an ordinary metal domain, a level of mastery beyond the reach of ordinary heaven stage martial warriors. Only those exceptionally talented geniuses could comprehend the actualization phase. And now this integration phase surpassed even the actualization phase, a level of mastery typically achievable only by geniuses among universe stage martial warriors. Why so? Because the integration phase of a domain requires the complete integration and mastery of the domain's essence, allowing for seamless manipulation of its power in every action and movement. In other words, at this level, regardless of which combat technique Wang Teng employed, he could infuse the corresponding attribute's domain into it. While Wang Teng could already infuse his domain into battle techniques, it was only a superficial integration. It was like a simple addition. But reaching the integration phase was a different story. When the battle techniques and the domain fused, there was no distinction between the two. It wasn't a mere addition. It sparked an unimaginable chemical reaction, elevating it to sublime heights. If the previous method of employing the domain unleashed 3 times the power of a regular domain, then the power unleashed by the integration phase domain was at least 6 times that of a regular domain, an incomparable difference. In summary, achieving such a feat was impossible without a profound understanding of the domain's power. Wang Teng found it somewhat unbelievable. He hadn't expected the eternal stage white-robed old man to drop attribute bubbles related to the integration phase domain. It was a complete stroke of luck. However, considering the other party's status as an eternal stage existence, Wang Teng found it understandable. To reach such a level and master the integration phase domain was commendable. On another note, it seemed that Elder Hui from the Haishan royal clan had not mastered this integration phase domain. After all, he hadn't dropped any corresponding attribute bubbles. It appeared that not every eternal stage existence could master the integration phase domain. Of course, it was possible he didn't use the integration phase domain when dealing with Wang Teng, metal domain 800-2000, integration phase, second level. Glancing at his attributes board, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel a slight sense of joy. Chapter 25-26, Le Yen Gains, 4, second level, integration phase. 800 points of attributes allowed his metal domain to reach the second level integration phase. His actualization phase, ninth level domain, had also reached the perfected stage. Wang Teng closed his eyes, and in his mind various insights about the metal domain emerged. The constellation Metal Force automatically surrounded him, transforming into delicate golden threads that wrapped around his body. These golden threads were so close to his body that not even a millimeter separated them, making it impossible for outsiders to discern anything. Yet, these golden threads were in fact a manifestation of the power of his domain. The integration phase. This was the integration phase with a simple gesture. Wang Teng could infuse the metal domain into his attacks, unleashing terrifying power. Gu Luo beside him seemed to sense something, casting a curious glance at Wang Teng. But ultimately, he felt nothing. This guy has a keen perception. Wang Teng remained unfazed, dispersing the integration phase domain as he silently remarked to himself. Seeing Gu Luo turn his attention away, Wang Teng continued to review the attribute bubbles. Following the domain was the origin of metal, with a hefty 3,200 attribute points, quite a substantial amount. Origin of metal, 12,000 second rank. Wang Teng's comprehension of the origin of metal had once again improved significantly. Unfortunately, the eternal stage white-robed old man probably only intended to give him a minor lesson, so he didn't use much power of origin. Hence, there were only so few attribute points. If the eternal stage white-robed old man knew Wang Teng's thoughts at this moment, he would probably choke on his saliva. He merely gave him a small lesson, and the guy lost an arm. He didn't even know if he could get it back. Yet he still found it lacking. If he had even a hint of killing intent just now, he would be lying dead on the ground by now. Of course, Wang Teng was just speculating. If he were to face even stronger attacks, he wouldn't dare to imagine without Rofort. He wouldn't even have enough lives to be killed by an eternal stage existence. Wang Teng shook his head, then looked at the two attribute bubbles below, and suddenly he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy cow! 13,000 points of origin of life, 11,500 points of origin of soul." This was too much. Both attributes were over 10,000 points each. For so long, it was the first time Wang Teng has obtained so many origin of soul and origin of life attributes from one person. It was a little sudden. Wang Teng couldn't help but widen his eyes, feeling the urge to shout out loud in his heart, "This is terrifying, too powerful." Was this the eternal stage? But he was also puzzled. The eternal stage white-robed old man only lost an arm, so why would he drop these two types of attributes? Could severing an arm still affect his origin of soul and origin of life? Wang Teng didn't know that it was still a question if the eternal stage white-robed elder's arm could recover. Normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to predict the skills of eternal stage martial warriors. As the two types of attribute bubbles fused into Wang Teng's body and soul, a highly unique sensation erupted within him. Tremors? Wang Teng suddenly felt his body and soul trembling, feeling so comfortable that he wanted to moan out loud. It felt amazing. Origin of life, 15,000, 1,000, 15,000, 15,000 after absorbing the attribute bubbles. Wang Teng looked at his attribute values. Oh no, what a loss. Suddenly he realized something and nearly slapped his thigh in frustration. He felt cheated. He had completely replenished both types of attributes, but he ended up with even more attribute points all wasted, especially the origin of soul. He wasted over 8,000 points of attribute values. Before he couldn't even replenish them, but now he had wasted so many for Wang Teng. This was simply unforgivable. If only I could store them, Wang Teng sighed. The system was just too unfriendly. It had effectively swindled him out of over 8,000 points of origin of soul attributes, not to mention the 3,000 of origin of life. With matters having reached this point, lamenting wouldn't change anything. Wang Teng turned his attention to the last attribute bubble, eternal matter. To an eternal stage martial warrior, dropping eternal matter was a normal thing. There were 2,300 points of it. For Wang Teng, this was quite a lot. After all, he currently had just over 5,000 points of eternal matter, and this was almost half of that eternal matter, 7,530, 1,000, first rank. Very good. There's a chance to break through to the second tier. Wang Teng felt secretly delighted. He stroked his chin. That white-robed old man's arm is indeed quite valuable. Danger often accompanies opportunity. A sigh of emotion rose from the depths of Wang Teng's heart. Then he looked at the other attribute bubbles, which were presumably dropped by Rofort Fire, Constellation Force 45,000, Origin of Flame 4,000, Eternal Matter 3,000. As the attribute bubbles fused into Wang Teng's body, a vast amount of Constellation Fire Force surged into his inner cosmos. Unfortunately, it couldn't currently advance further and could only maintain the 9th level Cosmos stage. Next was the Origin of Flame attribute. There were 4,000 points of it. A plethora of insights flooded into Wang Teng's mind. Origin of Flame, 18,500, 20,000, second rank. I'm almost breaking through to the third tier. Wang Teng's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected the Origin of Flame to advance so quickly. The insights gained from the 4,000 points of origin attributes were indeed substantial, directly propelling Wang Teng's comprehension of the Origin of Flame to a new level. Rofort is awesome. He gazed into the void, his heart filled with emotion as if he could see Rofort's towering figure there. Having such a guardian was truly fantastic. If only he could cooperate to fleece a bit of wool, that would be even better. Unfortunately, he couldn't. The last attribute bubble was naturally eternal matter, totaling 3,000 points, even more than what the eternal stage white-robed old man had dropped. No wonder he lost an arm. But that wasn't the crucial point. The crucial point was eternal matter, 530,000, second rank. Wang Teng's eternal matter had unexpectedly reached the second rank. Though he didn't feel much difference, he knew that reaching the second rank would certainly bring significant changes to his soul and life, perhaps making him even more tenacious. Yes, it meant he was less likely to be killed by others. This was undoubtedly fantastic news. In any case, survival was his foremost principle in life. Chapter 2527, Heaven's Descent, Blackbone. Mining Grandmaster Gu Luo, 1. He might be prone to stir trouble, but this didn't affect Wang Teng's determination to survive. The tougher he was, the easier for him to cause trouble. If he didn't cause trouble, how could he pick up attributes? If he didn't pick up attributes, how could he improve himself? The causal relationship between these matters is clear to Wang Teng. There's nothing wrong with it. After counting the 2 eternal level attribute bubbles, Wang Teng looked at the purple-robed elder's attribute bubbles. He was a universe stage martial warrior. The attribute bubbles shouldn't be bad. Cosmos Realm Spirit 7,000, Universe Realm Enlightenment 8,000, Divine Level Earth Talent 650, Constellation Force Earth 12,000, Earth Domain Actualization Phase 2,000, Origin of Earth 1,200, Constellation Force Wind 14,000, Wind Domain Actualization Phase 200 Origin of Wind 1,500. There were many attribute bubbles from the purple-robed elder. However, it was understandable. After all, he was a universe stage martial warrior. He wasn't an ordinary martial warrior, so naturally there was more to gain. Unfortunately, the first 2 attribute bubbles were spirit and enlightenment. They weren't of much use to him. The third attribute made Wang Teng's eyes light up. Divine level Earth Talent. Wang Teng's Earth Talent was also at the divine level. He still needed the corresponding attributes to increase it, hence it was a pleasant surprise for him to obtain the attribute bubbles. Divine level Earth talent, 35,000, Wang Teng, looked at his attributes board and nodded slightly. His divine level Earth talent had increased to 35,000 points. He was getting closer and closer to the perfected stage. It wouldn't be long before he reached the God level. This was good news. If he could raise his Earth talent to the divine level, it would be of great help to Wang Teng's future cultivation. It's not in vain that I risked my life to hit that old guy so many times, Wang Teng thought to himself. If the purple-robed elder knew what Wang Teng was thinking, he would probably jump up in anger. At that time, he was forced to kneel on the ground by an eternal stage existence. He couldn't even get up, let alone risk his life. This was outrageous. The fourth attribute was the constellation Earth Force. There were a total of 12,000 points. Unfortunately, it wasn't very useful to Wang Teng. It was not a good thing to improve too quickly. Look at him now. He had so many attribute bubbles, but he couldn't upgrade them. It was frustrating. If the geniuses of the Stellar Academies knew what Wang Teng was thinking, they would probably scorn him. This guy had already taken such a huge lead, but he was still taking advantage of everyone. He was simply inhumane. The next attribute was very useful. 2,000 points of Earth Domain actualization phase. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind, his understanding of the Earth Domain emerged. Wang Teng's expression didn't change, but his eyes flickered. Yellow rays of light flashed in his eyes. Earth Domain, 456 8000, 8th rank actualization phase. Wang Teng's Earth Domain was already at level 8 of the actualization phase. The purple-robed elder's comprehension of the domain was still helpful to him. It was obvious that his comprehension of the domain wasn't weak. As the insights into the domain gradually subsided, another, even more profound insight emerged. It was the origin. 1,200 points of origin of Earth, although it was not as much as the attributes dropped by an eternal level existence. It was still quite a lot. Origin of Earth, 8,700 of 20,000 second rank. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. An epiphany flashed in his mind and turned into mysterious heaven and earth engravings. His comprehension of the origin of Earth increased by a small amount. This process didn't last long. To Wang Teng, it was just an instant. The attribute bubbles that followed made him happy. It's constellation wind force. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. He thought of the gray-robed elder Yang Song. The other party was a 3-element martial warrior. One of them was wind. He had helped him before and must have dropped the attribute bubbles, then constellation. Wind force, 14,300 A 50,000 Cosmos stage 5th level. Wang Teng's constellation wind force hadn't reached the 9th level yet. He was only at the 5th level of the Cosmos realm. 14,000 points wasn't enough to advance, but it was still a huge gain. Wind constellation force was a special attribute force after all. It wasn't easy to improve it. The higher one's realm was, the lower the chances of a martial warrior with special attributes appearing. It was frustrating as well. After absorbing the force attributes, another attribute bubble followed, 2,800 points of wind domain, and it's an actualization phase as well. Wang Teng was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect to obtain the wind domain. Wang Teng's wind domain had also reached the actualization phase. However, it was only at level 4 now that he had obtained the actualization phase domain attribute again. His wind domain had also improved significantly. Wind domain, 1,300, 5,000, 5th rank actualization phase. In an instant, Wang Teng's comprehension of the wind domain rose to another realm. He went from level 4 to level 5 of the actualization phase. This result made him happy. His 5 elements domain had already advanced to the 8th or 9th level of the actualization phase, but these special attribute domains were still very far behind. The power of a special attribute domain was much stronger than a 5-element domain. If he could improve it, Wang Teng would have an absolute advantage even if he was facing genius martial warriors with 5 attributes. Other than that, the most important thing was the origin of wind attribute bubbles. A total of 1,1500 points of origin of wind attribute. Origin of wind, 9,800, 20,000. First rank. Chapter 2528, Heaven's Descent Black Bone. Mining Grandmaster Gu Luo II. The comprehension of the origin of wind appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It turned into mysterious green engravings. They seemed to be engraved in his memory and became his insight. In an instant, Wang Teng looked at his attributes board and was stunned. He was speechless. 9,800 points. He was only 200 points away from breaking through to the second rank. But he was stuck. This made him feel very uncomfortable, as if someone was clawing his heart. Phew! Wang Teng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He shook his head helplessly and stopped thinking about it. The last few attribute bubbles came from the feminine young man. Constellation Earth Force 8-5 Thoroughbone Splinter Sword, Skill 2,500, Splinter Bone 1,000. 3 attributes weren't a lot, but they were extraordinary. They were comparable to the 2 Eternal Stage attribute bubbles. Needless to say, the first attribute bubble was the Constellation Earth Force. Wang Teng was too lazy to look at it. The second attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and his eyes lit up immediately. An Eternal Stage Sword technique. That feminine-looking young man had provided him with an Eternal Stage sword technique. To be honest, when the other party used that sword technique previously, he couldn't sense that it was an Eternal Stage sword technique at all. It was too trashy. If an Eternal Stage sword technique was in Wang Teng's hands, he only needed to raise it to the foundation level. Any one of his moves would be better than his opponent's. This can't be garbage, right? Wang Teng's expression turned strange. Although the other party claimed to be the young master of the Bone Splinter sect, he had an Eternal Stage existence as his guardian. His identity was probably real. But there can be many so-called young masters. After all, the sect leader of a major faction like Bone Splinter sect must have many descendants. It was inevitable that 1 or 2 useless ones would appear. That was very reasonable. At this moment, a human figure appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He was practicing this sword technique. However, this scene quickly disappeared, and he did not gain much insight. Bone Splinter Sword Skill, Eternal Level, 2,500's 50,000. Foundation, a good for nothing. Wang Teng shook his head. 2,500 attribute points were extremely little for an Eternal Stage scripture. That feminine young man didn't learn this Eternal Stage sword technique properly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so weak. After the insight merged into his mind, Wang Teng suddenly realized an interesting problem. Using the Bone Splinter sword skill required a special kind of strength in the records of the Bone Splinter sword skill. This special strength was called bone splinters. The so-called bone splinters came from bones. That's right, bones. To cultivate this Bone Splinter sword skill, one needed to draw killing intent into the bones and give the bones the conscious, thus becoming the bone splinters. However, this process was not that easy. It was very painful. If one was not careful pouring killing intent into the bones, their bones would crack and they would be severely injured. Once or twice was fine. But if he wanted to cultivate this sword technique, he needed to frequently pour killing intent to his bones. Who could stand it every day? Moreover, when cultivated to a high level, they needed to induce even more killing intent. The risk was even greater, and their bodies could shatter. That would be worse than death. Therefore, if one had a special physique, one would be able to adapt to the cultivation of this sword technique. Wang Teng seemed to understand why the feminine-looking young man had only mastered this sword technique to the foundation stage. Without a certain level of perseverance, he wouldn't be able to master it. It was obvious that he was not a person with perseverance. Wang Teng shook his head. He looked at the last attribute bubbles and raised his eyebrows. Splinter bone? Before he could think, the attribute bubbles had already merged into his body. In a daze, Wang Teng felt a strange energy appearing in his body. This energy flowed through his limbs and bones, but it didn't merge with his flesh and blood. Instead, it gradually seeped through his flesh and blood and merged with his bones, causing them to undergo some kind of transformation. Wang Teng wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling because he had experienced it once. He had a similar feeling when he obtained the black bone from the dark apparition. It was obvious that the bone slayer he got from the feminine young man was similar to black bone. They were both bone-type talents that were used on bones. This was why Wang Teng had such a change after obtaining the attribute bubbles. The 1,000 splinter bone attribute points merged into Wang Teng's body. He quickly obtained this bone talent. Relevant information appeared in his mind. Splinter bone was a bone physique that was suitable for absorbing killing intent. People with this talent were born to attract killing intent into their bodies. It was much less dangerous than ordinary martial warriors. Furthermore, after absorbing the killing intent, the bones would become extremely tough. Not only would they be tougher than ordinary martial warriors, but they would also have a certain amount of offensive power. This power was most suitable to execute the bone splinter sword skill. Wang Teng suddenly understood that the bone splinter sword skill must have been created by the founder of the bone slaughter sect to match the splinter bone talent. He could only cultivate the bone splinter sword skill with half the effort by complementing the splinter bone talent. Chapter 2529, Heavenly Severing Black Bone Mining, Grandmaster Gu Luo. 1. For ordinary martial warriors, if they wish to cultivate the bone splinter sword skill. Not only will the level of danger greatly increase, but the cultivation process will also be twice as difficult. It requires more time, effort, and even various rare treasures compared to those with the splinter bone talent. In summary, ordinary individuals, even if they were to obtain this sword technique, would not be well suited for its cultivation. However, for Wang Teng, none of this mattered. Not only did he acquire the bone splinter sword skill, but he also obtained the impossible splinter bone talent. That seemingly effeminate young man wasn't here to snatch his meaty merc bone. He was delivering treasures to him. A good person. Truly a great person. Wang Teng felt grateful towards him in his heart and even extended his well wishes to his entire family. Splinter bone, 1,000, 10,000, first rank. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board. He hadn't expected the splinter bone talent to be tiered, and the 1,000 attribute points he obtained were only enough to reach the first tier, still far from breaking through it. Suddenly, Wang Teng felt a bit regretful. Why hadn't he properly exploited that effeminate young man's advantage at the time? What a pity, such a small amount of attribute points. Next time, if I encounter him again, I must exploit his attribute bubbles properly. Wang Teng thought to himself. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly noticed that behind the splinter bone talent and the black bone talent, the word merge had appeared at some point. It can be fused. Wang Teng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to fuse them in the attributes column. The two talents merged. Splinter bone plus black bone equals heavenly severing black bone, 1,000 with 1,000 first rank. A brand new talent appeared before Wang Teng. Heavenly severing black bone. Wang Teng murmured to himself, feeling quite impressed. This heavenly severing black bone sounded much better than splinter bone and black bone. It was so sophisticated, elegant, and classy, completely in a league of its own. At the same time, a sense of enlightenment surfaced in Wang Teng's mind. After fusion, the heavenly severing black bone possessed the characteristics of both the splinter bone and the black bone talent. Not only could it absorb murderous intent, but it could also use all the bones in the body as a means of attack. It was known that black bone was an incredibly formidable talent, capable of using all the bones in the body as a means of attack. Very few warriors could resist it when attacked suddenly. Now, with the power of splinter bone, its power had greatly increased. And there was one more aspect that pleased Wang Teng immensely. Black bone was originally a talent of the dark apparitions, naturally carrying a dark aura. However, after fusion, this dark aura was completely concealed. The black patterns on the bone's surface were completely integrated into the bones, while some splinter patterns formed from condensed killing intent appeared on the surface. Although they were both black patterns, these splinter patterns completely covered the dark patterns, making them difficult to detect. In other words, in the future, when Wang Teng used Heavenly Severing Black Bone, as long as he didn't actively utilize its dark force, he would hardly be noticed by others. I didn't expect it to be like this. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and a faintly intriguing smile formed at the corner of his mouth. The only regret was that this Heavenly Severing Black Bone was only at the first tier. Splinter Bone was at the first tier, and Black Bone was only at the King Bone, which was equivalent to the planetary stage, not much different from the first tier. For Wang Teng, who was now at the Cosmos stage, it was naturally inadequate. He needed to raise it to the third rank to fit his current stage. If not, it wouldn't be useful. It's not urgent. It will be promoted sooner or later. Wang Teng smiled faintly, exuding great confidence. Wang Teng, my friend, you seem to be thinking of something delightful, smiling so happily. Why not share it with everyone? A face suddenly leaned close to Wang Teng's, smiling. Do I? Wang Teng glanced at him indifferently and replied with a question of his own. Of course, on this journey you've inexplicably smiled 3 times already. Gu Luo nodded, saying, Don't believe me? Asked little Shang Shang. Yeah. Little brother Wang Teng, you've been smiling so happily. Yu Shang Shang nodded repeatedly. Wang Teng was speechless. Was this little girl already allied with Gu Luo? It seemed like he had wasted a few meals of force food on her for nothing. He quickly changed the subject with a casual remark. Having a good friend like Brother Gu Luo, isn't it worth being happy? Look at Brother Gu Luo's handsome face. Just seeing it makes me feel pleased. Gu Luo. What the hell is this guy talking about? He immediately remembered his previous speculation and felt a chill. His face became cautious, and he quietly shifted a step to the side. Yu Shangshang felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. She looked at Gu Luo's face and nodded in agreement. Brother Gu Luo is handsome, but compared to Brother Wang Teng, he's still a bit lacking. Gu Luo. He was compared and found wanting. Glancing at Wang Teng's face, he realized they weren't that different. At most, they were evenly matched. This girl's judgment was off. She wasn't very professional. Seeing the attention diverted, Wang Teng smirked triumphantly. This little guy wanted to trap him with words. The trading area ahead is the core of the district. The items there are even more precious and rare than those on this street. Shall we go and take a look? Grandmaster Alfred pointed to a few buildings ahead. The trading area is inside buildings? Wang Teng looked up and was surprised, uttering a soft exclamation. Chapter 2533. Heaven's Descent Blackbone. Mining Grandmaster Gu Luo. 1. That's natural, Gu Luo said with a smile as he observed the buildings ahead. The items within the trading area are too numerous and varied to be piled up in one place. Of course, there needs to be some sort of screening process to separate lower-grade items from higher-grade ones, making it easier for everyone to pick out treasures. In that case, wouldn't any treasures have been taken by the Secondary Career Alliance a long time ago? Wang Teng remarked, You're mistaken. Gu Luo chuckled, looking at Wang Teng with amusement, but withholding further explanation. What do you mean? Wang Teng couldn't help but be curious when he saw Gu Luo teasing him like this. If Brother Wang Teng is willing to plead with me, then I'll tell you, Gu Luo said with a smile. Tisk. Wang Teng rolled his eyes, too lazy to bother with him, and turned to Grandmaster Alfred. You have no sense of humor. Gu Luo shook his head. Without waiting for Grandmaster Alfred to speak, he continued meaningfully. Do you think the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters is more concerned about the fame and influence that the trading area brings or about those treasures? Wang Teng suddenly realized that he had been short-sighted. He had been considering things only from his perspective, forgetting that this was the headquarters of the Secondary Career Alliance. How could such a major power be concerned about those treasures? Compared to treasures, the fame and influence of the trading area were undoubtedly more important. Grandmaster Gu Luo is right. The Secondary Career Alliance headquarters has regulations stating that those who appraise treasures cannot privately purchase them and must keep them confidential. If discovered, severe punishment will be meted out by the Alliance headquarters. Grandmaster Alfred explained and nodded. So those who appraise treasures are usually highly respected individuals, and they must be of at least saint-level status to not be swayed by ordinary treasures. Of course, the Alliance headquarters also provides adequate compensation to these appraisers, enough to satisfy them and prevent any ulterior motives. There are indeed many intricacies involved, Wang Teng sighed in amazement. Otherwise, how could this trading event attract the attention of so many secondary professional practitioners and martial experts? Gu Luo chuckled. You're right. Wang Teng nodded in agreement. We haven't seen any eternal stage beings along the way. They must all be inside the building. Indeed, Grandmaster Alfred also nodded. We've been delayed for quite some time, and Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others are probably already inside. In that case, let's hurry. I'm getting impatient. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed and he smiled slightly, leading the way toward the towering building ahead. As they approached, they realized that what appeared to be three separate buildings were actually interconnected in a peculiar design. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards did not stop them, but simply nodded in greeting and allowed them to enter. Wang Teng walked into the building with his hands behind his back, taking in the orderly arrangement of stalls, each resembling a chessboard square. Inside was livelier than outside, with many people gathered around the stalls, haggling and bargaining with relish. Excitedly, Wang Teng and his companions began to stroll around. The space here was vast, stretching beyond sight. Despite the dense arrangement of stalls, each was separated by at least 4 or 5 meters, making it feel spacious and uncrowded. I wonder if they have Cloud Immortal milk here. Wang Teng wandered between the stalls, activating his real eye to search. Is there something you're looking for, Brother Wang Teng? Gu Luo asked. Cloud Immortal milk, Wang Teng replied casually. Cloud Immortal milk, Gu Luo's eyes lit up. He wasn't unfamiliar with it. He nodded and said, Let me help you take note of it. Well then, I appreciate it, Brother Gu Luo. Wang Teng smiled. Unfortunately, after circling for quite some time, they still hadn't found the Cloud Immortal milk, which left Wang Teng feeling extremely frustrated. Since we couldn't find it, let's go check out the 2nd and 3rd floors? There are even more treasures there. It's not surprising if the 1st floor doesn't have something like Cloud Immortal milk, Gu Luo suggested. All right, Wang Teng nodded. Not only are there various treasures on the upper floors, but there's also a place for rock gambling. Many people come here for those magical ores, Grandmaster Alfred added. Rock gambling, Wang Teng's eyes lit up. Let's go up and take a look. Are you interested in rock gambling too, Brother Wang Teng? Gu Luo smiled and asked. I'm a little interested, Wang Teng replied. What a coincidence. I'm interested too, Gu Luo smiled. He was extremely confident. Why don't we have another bet? You want to gamble with me? Wang Teng glanced at him strangely. What's with that look? Gu Luo asked. Nothing if you want to bet. I'll accompany you. I'm just curious about how you plan to bet with me, Wang Teng asked. It's very simple. Let's see who will open the rock with the highest value. The loser will agree to the winner's request, Gu Luo said. Brother Gu Luo, you're persistent, Wang Teng glanced at him meaningfully. How about it? Gu Luo asked with a grin. I can agree to that, Wang Teng chuckled. I'm just afraid you'll end up losing to me again, Brother Gu Luo. You're confident, Gu Luo burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, to be honest, I'm not only a Grandmaster Alchemist, I'm also a Grandmaster Mining Engineer. Is that so? Wang Teng looked at him and also laughed, his laughter filled with joy. Chapter 2531, Encounter. Latun's Astonishment, Mining Grandmaster. Wang Teng and Gu Luo, each harboring their own thoughts, ascended to the 2nd floor. Grandmaster Alfred and Yu Xiangxiang exchanged a glance, feeling a bit puzzled. In their eyes, both Wang Teng and Gu Luo smiled like cunning foxes. Not a single good thing. For some reason, this thought popped into both of their minds. Grandmaster Alfred shook his head and hurriedly followed. Yu Xiangxiang naturally didn't lag behind. For her, the scene today was extremely interesting and enjoyable. Everywhere she went felt incredibly novel. Moreover, following Wang Teng and the others made it even more exciting for her. In her heart, whether it was Wang Teng or Gu Luo, they were both very interesting people. Encountering such interesting individuals made her very happy. The staircase leading to the second floor wasn't very long, only about 20 or 30 steps. After a short while, everyone arrived at the staircase leading to the second floor. 2 Universe Stage martial warriors stood beside the staircase. When they saw Wang Teng and the others, their gazes immediately swept over their chests. They didn't have much reaction when they swept past Grandmaster Alfred and the others. However, when their eyes fell on the badges on Wang Teng's chest, they were slightly taken aback. Triple Grandmaster title. This young man was a 3-field Grandmaster. This was extremely rare. Even in the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, it was almost unheard of to encounter a triple-field Grandmaster. Becoming a Grandmaster in any field was extremely difficult, but the fact that this young man had achieved Grandmaster status in 3 different fields simultaneously indicated that his talent was extraordinary. Do you all understand the rules if you want to go to the second floor? The 2 Universe Stage martial warriors glanced at each other and asked politely, "Rules?" Wang Teng was momentarily puzzled. What rules? Oh, I completely forgot about this. Grandmaster Alfred immediately realized the situation and said awkwardly, "To go to the second floor, one must be at least a Grandmaster of the 6th rank." In truth, it wasn't entirely his fault. They were well aware of Wang Teng's alchemy skills, and combined with his usual performances, they no longer considered him an ordinary Grandmaster. However, they forgot that his ranking remained unchanged, and currently his highest rank was only a 4th rank Grandmaster, which didn't meet the requirements to ascend to the second floor. Speaking of which, although you're a 3-field Grandmaster, your highest rank is only the 4th rank. Gu Luo glanced at Wang Teng, somewhat gleeful, and then turned his attention to the commotion nearby. He was extremely curious about Wang Teng's rank. A 3-field Grandmaster with high-ranking status would be quite extraordinary. He wondered if Wang Teng possessed such innate talent and genius. As he interacted more with this guy, he found himself increasingly intrigued by Wang Teng. He seemed like an endless pit of surprises, always holding something unexpected. Wang Teng couldn't help but glance at Yu Shangshang. He was surprised to find that her rank was also quite high. "You've reached the 6th rank." "Yes, I'm a genius after all," Yu Shangshang said, proudly puffing up her small chest. Wang Teng was speechless. He realized that not only was his own rank the lowest, but Gu Luo's alchemy badge also displayed the 6th rank, fully meeting the requirement. "What should I do then?" Wang Teng asked helplessly. "Does that mean I can't go up?" "If you have 5 Grandmasters of the 6th rank or higher as guarantors, you can enter the second floor," one of the Universe Stage martial warriors said with a smile. "Of course, if there's an Eternal Stage being or a Saint-level being as a guarantor, that works too," the other Universe Stage being added. "It's not a problem." Grandmaster Alfred smiled slightly. "I'll have Grandmaster Huayuan and the others come over as guarantors." Wang Teng also breathed a sigh of relief, nodding slightly. "Only 2 are needed," the 2 Universe Stage beings said, smiling faintly as they glanced at everyone. "We appreciate your flexibility." Wang Teng smiled politely, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Not at all. Not at all." The 2 Universe Stage martial warriors exchanged a glance and chuckled. Seeing that the young man before them was a triple-field Grand Master, they believed he had a limitless future. There was no need to make things difficult over such a trivial matter. They were more than willing to extend a favor. Inside the second floor, many gazes turned their way, expressing some surprise. Typically, anyone who could go up to the second floor would understand the rules. Thus, they wouldn't be stopped at the staircase. Being stopped at the staircase was quite embarrassing. Everyone here had their status and dignity. Being blocked from advancing would be a considerable loss of face. Among the crowd, Tidu caught sight of Wang Teng at the staircase, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. It's him again. His highest secondary profession level is only Grand Master 4th level. I wonder if he'll be able to come up, Tijing said thoughtfully. A fourth-rank Grandmaster wants to go to the second floor. Simply absurd, Tidu snorted. The three members of the Le family, upon hearing their conversation, noticed the resentment between the two parties at the staircase and became curious. Do you know those people? Lashan asked. Yeah, Tidu nodded, then recounted last night's conflict with embellishments. I didn't expect such a shameless person to exist. Lashan's expression changed, displaying disgust as he coldly remarked. Chapter 2532. Encounter Latun's Astonishment, Mining Grandmaster. 2. He never expected Tidu to deceive him. The situation was crystal clear. The Ti family had the right to reserve a booth for their own use, but it was seized by an outsider. Not only did the outsider refuse to return it, but they also resorted to violence against Tidu. It was truly shameless. For a moment, Lashan felt a surge of solidarity against their common enemy. However, he didn't notice the sudden change in expression from Latun beside him when he saw the familiar face. It's him. Latun's pupils slightly contracted. That face was too familiar to him. Just a few days ago, he was defeated by this person and driven down from the throne of Heavenly Lightning Mountain. He wouldn't forget that face even if it turned to ashes. He never expected to encounter him here, especially dressed like an ordinary secondary profession practitioner, looking so ordinary. If he hadn't recognized that face, he would have thought he was mistaken. What's wrong? Lian, sensitive to Latun's change in expression, couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. That black-haired youth is the one who defeated me? Latun took a deep breath and replied via voice transmission. So you're one of his defeated opponents. In that case, he must be a martial arts genius? Lian didn't immediately understand the meaning of Latun's words. She was surprised by Wang Teng's martial prowess, especially since he was dressed in secondary profession attire, which was quite a contrast. I mean, this person is the one who defeated me at Heavenly Lightning Mountain. Latun glanced at her, clarifying, if it weren't for the fact that her expression was no different, he would have almost thought she was mocking him. A hint of astonishment finally appeared on Lian's stunning face. She turned to Latun and then looked back at the black-haired youth at the staircase. It's him? Yes. Latun's expression became solemn as he nodded. He was truly unable to see through the black-haired youth. Who was this person? And why did he appear here again? Since being driven down from Heavenly Lightning Mountain, the Le family had been investigating the identity of the individual who seized their territory. However, after seizing Heavenly Lightning Mountain, the individual did not leave, so they had yet to uncover his identity. Fascinating. Lian slowly regained her composure, her eyes flashing with interest as she looked at the black-haired youth in the distance. A rare expression of curiosity appeared on her beautiful face. This person is also a secondary profession Grandmaster, and he's a triple field Grandmaster. Why don't you go find out more about him? Latun suggested. I'll look for an opportunity, Lian nodded to herself, then added. But it seems like the Ti brothers have a grudge against him. They're just a couple of losers, Latun scoffed dismissively. You don't give them any face, Lian chuckled lightly. Lashan associates with all kinds of people. He doesn't let anyone go to waste, Latun remarked. You can't blame him. Although these two are annoying, they still have some usefulness. It's not a bad idea to befriend them, Lian replied. Latun didn't say much more, tacitly agreeing with Lian's perspective among the children of large families. There wasn't much pure friendship. Although they looked down on the Ti brothers, it didn't hurt to befriend them since it benefited the Le family. But you still need to remind him, Lian said. Latun nodded, conveying a few words to Lashan through voice transmission. On the other side, Tidu and Ta Jing were berating Wang Teng in front of Lashan, hoping to use the power of the Le family to suppress Wang Teng. After all, with Latun present, they believed that Wang Teng wouldn't dare to act rashly. This time, he would definitely have to bow down obediently. Lashan didn't think much of it initially. Even if Wang Teng was a talented outsider, he wasn't much in the eyes of the Le family. However, when Latun suddenly transmitted a message to him, the words left him dumbfounded. The words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back, and he stiffly turned his neck, staring wide-eyed at Latun. What the hell? This black-haired young man was the one who defeated Latun. This was out of his expectation. Great. He almost agreed outright to the request from the T.I. brothers to teach that black-haired youth a lesson. Fortunately, he didn't speak, or he would have been thoroughly embarrassed today. Brother Lashan, T. Jing, and T. Du were puzzled to see Lashan suddenly close his mouth. "Oh, what is it?" Lashan's affectionate gaze towards the T brothers dissipated by half at that moment, replaced by a hint of indifference. These two had ulterior motives, and he couldn't help but feel disdain towards their scheming. Although these relationships were based on mutual benefits and assistance, he didn't want to be used as a tool by others. The words of T. Du and T. Jing were stuck in their throats. They had spoken confidently, thinking they could leverage the power of the Li family. Who would have thought that Li Shan would pay no heed? How could they continue? The two exchanged glances, their faces filled with embarrassment. On the other side, when Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others received the message from Grandmaster Alfred, they immediately arrived at the staircase. With several Grandmasters as escorts, Wang Teng naturally smoothly entered the second floor. "Please, come in." The two universe stage beings became even more polite upon seeing so many Grandmasters. "Thank you." Wang Teng nodded, following Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others into the second floor. "Why did it take you so long?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan asked in surprise. Chapter 2533, Encounter. Latun's Astonishment. Mining Grandmaster. 3. Grandmaster Alfred immediately transmitted the events that had just occurred to Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others. To think there was such danger, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others' expressions turned grave. That's right. Fortunately, Grandmaster Wang Teng has an eternal stage ruler protecting him, Grandmaster Alfred lamented. At the mention of this guardian, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were shocked. It seems that Grandmaster Wang Teng has experienced quite a lot during his time away from the great Qian Empire. An eternal stage ruler, guardian, Luo Tang, and the other young Grandmasters exchanged glances with one another. They were flabbergasted. Even if they became saint-level secondary profession holders, they couldn't have an eternal stage guardian accompanying them at all times. Faced with such a huge gap, they all felt a sense of frustration. Even if they surpassed Wang Teng in secondary professions, they still couldn't compare to him. Moreover, in terms of secondary professions, they might not even be better than Wang Teng. As they conversed, they walked into the hall on the second floor, where various sized oars were displayed around. Figures surrounded these oars, discussing and evaluating them, creating a lively scene. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a sense of joy. He had already noticed several attribute bubbles floating around some people. Get them? Mining skill 200, mining skill 500, mining skill 350, one by one. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, entering his mind and turning into numerous insights, rapidly advancing his proficiency in mining. Mining skill. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed as he looked at the attributes board. Mining Engineer 8200 10,000, Master. Well, I didn't expect to reach the pinnacle of Master level so quickly. Wang Teng felt quite pleased. His proficiency in mining was not particularly high among Masters, but now, just by coming to this second-floor hall, he had gained so many attribute points, which was truly a cause for celebration. Although reaching the pinnacle of Master level in mining required a total of 10,000 attribute points, equivalent to the requirements for Grand Master level in secondary professions such as alchemy, forging, and rune crafting. It was relatively easier to advance in mining compared to those professions. Otherwise, Wang Teng wouldn't know when he would reach that level. It's a pity. I don't know if there are any Grand Masters here. If there are, I should be able to advance to the Grand Master level today. Wang Teng pondered, scanning the surroundings, and finally his gaze fell on Gu Luo. If there was no other choice, there was still him. Gu Luo, I'll be watching your performance later. Wang Teng looked at him with an encouraging smile. Gu Luo felt something was odd, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. He could only smile and nod. Sure, sure. We've just set our sights on a piece of ore. How about we go take a look together? Grandmaster Hua Yuan suddenly spoke up. Oh, Wang Teng was surprised. You found an ore you're interested in. Then I must take a look. We're not quite sure about it ourselves. That's why we need your expertise. It's quite a coincidence that you're here. Grandmaster Hua Yuan chuckled. I remember Grandmaster Wang Teng once found extraordinary items like the lightning essence insect in the Great Qian Empire. I suppose your mining proficiency is quite impressive? Grandmaster Harrell asked. It's passable. Wang Teng smiled faintly. Grandmaster Wang Teng has some knowledge in mining as well, exclaimed Grandmaster Luo Tang in astonishment. Just a little dabbling, Wang Teng replied modestly. Lightning essence insect. A glint of surprise flashed in Gu Luo's eyes as he spoke. I didn't expect Brother Wang Teng to have such a mining record. No wonder you're so confident. Perhaps not as confident as Brother Gu Luo, Wang Teng chuckled. Gu Luo remained non-committal. He was already wary of Wang Teng at this moment and wouldn't be as careless as he was during the last void fishing competition. Being able to uncover extraordinary items like the lightning essence insect showed that Wang Teng was no ordinary miner. It made their agreement to compete even more intriguing. However, Grandmaster Wang Teng still believed in his abilities. With his mining proficiency already at the Grandmaster level, he had previously unearthed treasures even more valuable than the lightning essence insect. He didn't think he was any less capable than Wang Teng. Unfortunately, he didn't know that during his time on the 5 burial stars, Wang Teng had uncovered treasures even more valuable than the lightning essence insect. The lightning essence insect was already a thing of the past. At this moment, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others led Wang Teng to a piece of ore and conveyed through voice transmission. This is the piece of ore. Wang Teng nodded and turned his gaze to the ore before him. This piece of ore was about 4 to 5 meters long and quite flat, resembling a long bench. Instead of immediately activating his real eye, Wang Teng first used his mining engineer proficiency to assess the ore. His proficiency had just been significantly boosted, and there were many experiences and pieces of knowledge waiting to be verified in his mind. He intended to test his skills. Gu Luo also observed the ore with great interest, stroking his chin and circling it twice. For some reason, he just wanted to win against Wang Teng this time, so he sought to compare himself with him in every aspect. At this moment, Wang Teng's gaze fell on Gu Luo's side, and a faint smile curved his lips. Dropped. They dropped. Sure enough, attribute bubbles were dropping next to Gu Luo. He immediately picked up the 2 attribute bubbles that had fallen. Mining skill 1200, mining skill 800, mining engineer 230,000, Grand Master. Ha 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 ha. Wang Teng couldn't help but burst into laughter as he saw the changes on the attributes board. In an instant, he felt the experience and knowledge about mining in his mind rapidly expanding, crossing a threshold, and suddenly everything became clear, entering a whole new realm. Grandmaster. His proficiency in mining had finally reached the Grandmaster level. Although he had expected it earlier, he didn't anticipate it would come so quickly. And when he truly reached this level, he couldn't contain the joy in his heart, the curve of his lips rising even more ecstatically. Gu Luo truly lived up to being a Grandmaster level miner. Just by exerting a bit of effort, he dropped so many attribute bubbles that were useful to Wang Teng. Wang Teng, have you figured anything out? After a moment, Gu Luo approached Wang Teng with a smile. I figured out a little bit. Brother Gu Luo must have some insights as well. Wang Teng glanced at him and replied with a smile, feeling extremely pleased. Yes? Gu Luo nodded, smiling. Before our competition officially begins, how about we warm up a bit?
How do we warm up?
Wang Teng asked. Let's each assess the value of this ore and see who's more accurate, shall we? Gu Luo suggested. Please. Wang Teng made a gesture of invitation. Gu Luo smiled. He knew that Wang Teng had agreed, so he said excitedly, "Based on my judgment, this ore is worth 200 chaos coins." Naturally, he conveyed this message to Wang Teng and the others through voice transmission, as outsiders couldn't hear. 200 chaos coins. Grandmaster Huo Yuan and the others were astounded. This price wasn't low. Although there were undoubtedly many treasures on the second floor, not every item held such value. Moreover, those who could come here were all exceptional individuals with extraordinary discernment. It wasn't so easy to pick out treasures from their hands. "Is this the price Brother Gu Luo has set?" Wang Teng asked. Gu Luo raised an eyebrow, unsure if Wang Teng was trying to deceive him. He thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. "Of course. Very well." Wang Teng smiled and said, "In that case, I'll set the price." "Please speak your mind, Brother Wang Teng," Gu Luo said. "This piece of ore is worth at most 10 billion universal coins," Wang Teng declared. 10 billion UC? Everyone was shocked. They stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. The price difference was huge. Chapter 2534, Fooled Astonishment. Bootlicker, the Tai family, 1 Grang Blung. Teng's stated price was vastly different from Gu Luo's, causing everyone to feel a bit bewildered. The difference was like night and day, leaving everyone somewhat dumbfounded. Even Gu Luo couldn't believe it, looking at Wang Teng and saying, "Are you setting such a price just to challenge me?" "You're overthinking it. It's just a simple competition. I haven't taken it too seriously." "How could I be trying to challenge you?" Wang Teng replied. Seeing him so confident, Gu Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes and ask, "So you're sure about this price? 10 billion universal coins?" "Absolutely," Wang Teng nodded firmly. "Grandmaster Hua Yuan, are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan quickly grabbed him and asked through voice transmission. "The price that others are offering for this piece of ore has already reached 60 billion universal coins." 60 billion, you see. "Anyone who buys it will suffer a loss," Wang Teng replied using voice transmission. "Is that true?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan asked. "Of course would I lie to you," Wang Teng replied. Grandmaster Hua Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I believe you." Compared to Gu Luo, he trusted Wang Teng more. Gu Luo shrugged. He still insisted on his opinion that this piece of ore couldn't possibly be worth only 10 billion universal coins. At this moment, a voice rang out. "How much for this piece of ore?" Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback, then turned to look at the newcomer, his brows furrowing involuntarily. "Ti-do!" Sure enough, it was this guy again. This person was persistent in his pursuits. Beside him stood the same Ti Jing whom he had encountered at the entrance to the trading area before. In addition to them, there were 3 figures following closely behind, and one of them, surprisingly, he recognized. Latun. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, very surprised. He hadn't expected to see him here at all. But considering that he was a member of the core family of the Secondary Career Alliance, it wasn't surprising to find him here. His gaze swept over the other 2 individuals. One of the men seemed ordinary, without any particularly noteworthy features. It was the woman who caught his attention, her stunning beauty causing a flash of admiration in his eyes. Very beautiful. Among all the women Wang Teng had seen, only a few could compare to her. Moreover, she was wearing a secondary profession attire which exquisitely accentuated her figure, exuding a unique charm. She was an outstanding beauty. This was a level of allure that other beauties couldn't match. Wang Teng had never seen a woman in secondary profession attire who could evoke such stunning beauty. However, Wang Teng was well experienced and soon regained his composure after the initial astonishment, not lingering too long on her. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't walk straight after encountering a beautiful woman. In comparison, Ti Jing and Ti Du were the ones worth his attention. He wondered what kind of trick they were up to now. "Sister Yu," Yu Xiangxiang exclaimed with joy upon seeing the woman. "Oh, it's Xiangxiang." Lian's gaze fell on the petite girl beside Wang Teng, evidently surprised her attention, had been entirely focused on Wang Teng just now, so she had overlooked the little girl and hadn't noticed her immediately. "Ha ha, Sister Lian, why are you here?" Yu Sheng immediately ran forward and grabbed the other party's arm. "If you can come, why can't I?" Lian smiled and tapped the other party's nose. "Lian!" Wang Teng's eyes flashed. Indeed, she was a member of the Le family. "Lian, let me introduce you. This is Wang Teng. He's amazing and has exceptional culinary skills. He makes delicious spirit dishes," Shang said, pulling Lian over to Wang Teng and introducing them. "Wang Teng, this is my sister Lian. She's a very talented alchemist." Lian couldn't help but feel grateful to Shang. She had been looking for an opportunity to talk to Wang Teng, and unexpectedly this little girl had taken the initiative to introduce them. "Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you," she said, smiling at Wang Teng. "I'm Lian from the Lei family." "I'm Wang Teng." He nodded. "If Shang praises you so much, Brother Wang Teng, you must be exceptional," Lian said. "This little girl is pure and naive. She tends to exaggerate." Wang Teng shook his head modestly. "No, I'm not exaggerating. Wang Teng's forced dishes are delicious. You should try them sometime," Shang insisted. "Ha ha," Lian chuckled and ruffled her hair. Only this little girl couldn't see that Wang Teng was being modest. "Don't mess up my hair, Sister Lian," Yu Shang said helplessly. Okay, Lian replied with a smile. Seeing Wang Teng chatting and laughing with Lian, Tidu's expression turned sour. His gaze fell on the stone behind them, and with a smirk he said, "I'll take this stone. Any objections?" "Feel free," Wang Teng replied indifferently. The stall owner behind the stone spoke up. "You have a good eye, sir?" This stone was obtained from a mine where many treasures have been found, including spiritual herbs and ancient weapons. It's valuable, and this stone in particular has been preserved carefully. That's why it hasn't been opened yet. "Enough with the chatter. Just tell me the price," Tidu said impatiently. Chapter 2535, Fooled, Astonishment, Bootlicker, the Tai Family, 2. "All right, this, sir, is straightforward." The stall owner liked people like him. He smiled and said, "Since you're interested, I'll make it cheaper for you. I'll sell it to you for 80 billion universe coins." 80 billion UC, Tidu furrowed his brow, seeming to think it was a bit expensive. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were taken aback. The seller had just said it was 60 billion universal coins, but now he was asking for 80 billion. It had suddenly increased by 20 billion, and he still claimed it was a discount. This was like treating them as fat sheep to be fleeced. For a moment, the gazes of Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others became strange. They had also recognized Tidu, who was not on good terms with them. Seeing him being taken advantage of, they couldn't help but enjoy the show. But at this moment, Wang Teng suddenly widened his eyes, glaring at the stall owner and shouting angrily, 80 billion universal coins? This, sir, is a talented young man from the Ti family, with a noble identity and no shortage of money. By offering only 80 billion UC, are you looking down on him? Everyone looked at Wang Teng in astonishment. Tidu was utterly confused at first, but quickly realized what was going on, and he couldn't help but feel furious. Damn, this bastard was trying to trick him. Latun was also speechless. In his eyes, Wang Teng was a martial arts genius, but now with just a few words from him, that image in his mind collapsed instantly. Lian looked at Wang Teng with a strange expression. This guy seemed a bit cunning. "This Grandmaster, you have a point." The stall owner's gaze shifted back and forth between Wang Teng and Tidu, unsure of their relationship. Hesitantly, he said, "How about I raise the price a bit more?" Tidu was speechless. He glared at the stall owner and said, "What do you mean by increase? 80 billion UC is already set. Are you going back on your words?" Hey, I dare not, the stall owner chuckled awkwardly. Truly worthy of being a young master of the Ti family, so generous with his spending. Giving out 80 billion UC just like that is truly admirable, Wang Teng said with a smile. Beside him, Gu Luo wore a strange expression. This guy's heart must be as dark as night, blatantly trying to deceive the other party. But what made him curious was how Wang Teng could be so certain that the value of this ore was only 10 billion UC. T.I. Jing couldn't help but glare at T.I. Du. He had intended to negotiate the price down further, but before he could even speak, T.I. Du had agreed impulsively. A stupid teammate was worse than a godlike enemy. Finally, regaining his composure, T.I. Du also glared at Wang Teng, gritting his teeth. "You dare to fool me, I didn't. Did you see me deceiving you?" Wang Teng looked innocent and asked in return, "You." T.I. Du felt like he had punched cotton, almost spitting out blood in frustration. "That's enough." T.I. Jing immediately intervened, giving Wang Teng a cold look. He said calmly, "This ore is indeed worth 80 billion UC. Let's see it being extracted. I hope certain individuals won't let their cleverness backfire." Wang Teng smiled faintly and said no more. "Grandmaster Wang Teng?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan looked at Wang Teng and asked, using voice transmission, "We'll just watch the show from the sidelines." Wang Teng grinned mischievously, replying through voice transmission. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others glanced at T. Du and his companion, suddenly feeling a bit sympathetic towards them. Unaware of Wang Teng's thoughts, T. Du quickly paid up and shot him another fierce glare, saying coldly, "Get an ore extraction expert over here to extract the ore for us." Of course, of course." The stall owner was overjoyed to sell his ore for a price far beyond his expectations, and he hurriedly agreed. On the second floor, there were plenty of experienced ore extraction experts waiting on the sidelines. Whoever needed their services would immediately have someone come over to handle it. An elderly man in his 60s or 70s walked up and asked, "How would you like me to extract it?" T.I. Du seemed wary after his previous lesson and subconsciously glanced at T. Jing. "Let's start by extracting from the edges first." T.I. Jing furrowed his brow and said after a moment of thought. The ore extraction expert nodded and immediately began the extraction process. He held a peculiarly shaped ore extraction knife and scraped it along the edge of the ore. Layers of stone peeled off from the edge of the ore, with thickness and fineness being remarkably uniform, showcasing the expertise of the ore extraction expert. T.I. Du and T. Jing both fixed their gazes tightly on the cut of the ore, appearing somewhat nervous. Even for them, the core descendants of the core families of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, 80 billion universal coins was not a small sum. Fortunately, most of the ores here were of high value, so even if they made a loss, it wouldn't be too much. That was why they dared to boldly purchase it. Wang Teng remained calm, wearing an expression as if he was watching a show. "It seems like Brother Wang Teng doesn't have much faith in this ore," Li Yan said, her eyes flashing. "Not really, I just made a guess." Wang Teng smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Li Yan smiled faintly and didn't inquire further, knowing that this guy didn't want to say much. "It's out." Not long after, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out. "Oh no, this is bad. I didn't expect there to be only a few 6th-level energy stones in this huge piece of ore. 80 billion UC, buying this ore is probably a huge loss. 80 billion not even able to recoup the investment. Judging from this, getting back over 10 billion universal coins would be considered lucky." The expressions of everyone changed as they immediately turned their gaze toward that huge piece of ore. Chapter 250, 3.6. Fooled, astonishment, bootlicker, the Tai family. 3 under the master's skillful hands, the ore was split into several pieces, scattered on the ground like shattered dreams. Only a few source stones emitted a faint glow inside the ore, their brilliance akin to that of 6th-grade energy stones. Among the onlookers were seasoned prospectors who, with a glance, discerned the value of these source stones, confirming Wang Teng's speculations. Gu Luo's pupils constricted in disbelief, turning to Wang Teng with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. How could he have predicted this? What is this? With his Grandmaster-level mining mastery, mistakes were rare. Yet fate had dealt him an unexpected blow today. Normally, a mistake would be inconsequential. merely resulting in a loss of some funds which he could easily afford. But today, in front of Wang Teng, before their agreed-upon contest had even begun, he found himself at a disadvantage. A blow to his pride that he found difficult to swallow. Losing money was trivial. Losing face was not. Could this fellow truly be his nemesis, brother? Guluo, thank you for letting me win. Wang Teng smiled. How did you know this ore would be a gamble? Did you see something I didn't? No. Judging by its outward appearance, this ore should have been a sure bet to rise in value. And your guess was too accurate, almost hitting the mark of 10 billion UC. Gu Luo's gaze fixed strangely on Wang Teng as he spoke with a solemn tone. I just took a wild guess, Wang Teng replied with a casual shrug, observing Gu Luo's bewildered expression with a faint smile. I don't believe you for a second, Gu Luo retorted, rolling his eyes in frustration. He couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Teng was deliberately keeping something from him. Wang Teng was becoming increasingly inscrutable to him. It's fortunate that Grandmaster Wang Teng is here. If not, we would have suffered a huge loss. Grandmaster Hua Yuan exclaimed, still visibly shaken, a tinge of relief coloring his words. Yes, who would have thought that something so promising would yield so little? Grandmaster Mo Di shook his head in disbelief. Calling it 10 billion UC, and it indeed fetches 10 billion. Grandmaster Wang Teng is truly extraordinary. Grandmaster Harrell sighed. Each person in the group expressed their admiration for Wang Teng's expertise in prospecting, reaching the pinnacle of praise. Such an ability was simply too formidable. They had encountered many mining engineers before, but none possessed Wang Teng's level of precise estimation. His abilities were truly remarkable. I was lucky. Wang Teng smiled. It's just luck. Wang Teng replied with a faint smile. In truth, if he hadn't used the real eye to take a glance, he might have been as clueless as Gu Luo about the true nature of this ore. Gu Luo's current expertise in mining surpassed his own. If even Gu Luo couldn't discern it, how could he? He had to admit, the ores on the second floor were hard to assess. Each piece had likely been appraised by master prospectors and deemed acceptable for the second floor. This indicated that these ores were difficult to discern from their external appearance alone. Hence, it was even more challenging for others to detect any clues. This was akin to undergoing a rigorous screening process. While the likelihood of a bad gamble was significantly reduced, so too was the chance for outsiders to discern any clues. Li Yan couldn't help but cast a curious glance at Wang Teng. Could this person also excel in mining? He was a three-field grandmaster, a martial arts genius, and now he had a mining mastery. This was interesting. Li Tun furrowed his brows, glancing at the ore, then at Wang Teng. His thoughts veiled. Little brother Wang Teng is so amazing. Yu Shengsheng's eyes sparkled with admiration at the scene before her. Her admiration for Wang Teng growing even more. Wang Teng, you dare to cheat me, Ti-Du's expression darkened. Now fully recovered from his shock, he glared at Wang Teng, his voice filled with anger. Don't go blaming me every time something goes wrong before the ore was extracted. Nobody knew if it would rise or fall. You insisted on competing with me, so you have no one to blame but yourself, Wang Teng retorted leisurely. Ti-Du's face alternated between shades of green and white, rendered speechless by his anger. He glared at Wang Teng's face, his fists itching to strike. Fortunately, he knew he was no match for Wang Teng and refrained from violence. Moreover, he was aware of his own culpability, unable to muster a rebuttal. You've been scheming against us from the start. T.I. Jing's expression finally darkened, his voice cold as he spoke to Wang Teng, even with his temperament being duped by Wang Teng, ignited a fiery rage within him. Moments ago, when he had purchased this ore for 80 billion universal coins, he wasn't this furious. After all, there was still a chance to unearth a treasure. But now, with the revealed value of the treasure only worth 10 billion universal coins, they had effectively lost 70 billion universal coins. Who could tolerate such a loss? Their composure was on the verge of collapse. Who was it that said being too clever can sometimes backfire? Wang Teng tapped his ear, turning to face Ti Jing with a faint smile. Was it you? Ti Jing's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, speechless. Indeed, they had been too clever for their own good. But now, dwelling on such matters was futile. He cast a deep glance at Wang Teng and remarked, "It seems you've made up your mind to cross paths with my Ti family?" The Ti family? Wang Teng's expression didn't change. He said calmly, "Is the Ti family very powerful?" Lian glanced at Wang Teng. This fellow's confidence was astonishing. He didn't even regard the Ti family with any respect. Perhaps he was a genius from some influential faction, completely unafraid of the Ti family's influence. Very well. Excellent. Ti Jing sneered, saying, "If you have the guts, dare to compete with me once?" "Compete in what?" Wang Teng asked curiously. Chapter 2537. Fooled, Astonishment, Bootlicker, the Ti Family, 4. Let's compete in ore prospecting to see whose extracted ore holds greater value, Ti Jing said icily. You want to compete with me too? Wang Teng glanced at Guluo, his expression peculiar. What was going on? Why did everyone who encountered him want to gamble on prospecting with him? Come to think of it, ever since he became a prospector, he seemed to have encountered such situations several times. Could it be that he possessed some strange aura that compelled others to gamble with him whenever they met him? And these two brothers from the Eti family weren't satisfied with just one loss. Having been duped by him once already, they dared to challenge him again in a prospecting gamble. Truly admirable. I don't mind. Guluo's eyes sparkled briefly as he smiled faintly. These two individuals from the Ti family weren't worth his attention. A couple more people wouldn't affect anything. Ti Jing glanced at Guluo without much concern and continued, "Since it's a prospecting gamble, there must be a wager." "What kind of wager?" Wang Teng asked. "It's simple. The ultimate winner gets to claim the ore extracted by the others," Ti Jing replied. "If the outcome is like this time, where the ore turns out to be of low value, then the wager would be meaningless." Wang Teng shook his head. Ti Jing's face twitched. "Then what do you propose? The wager will be based on the value of the ore extracted by the winner. The loser must provide an item of equivalent value. Do you dare?" Wang Teng asked with a cheerful smile. Ti Jing hesitated under Wang Teng's calm gaze. This kid seemed too confident. "If you don't dare, then forget it," Wang Teng said. "Who wouldn't dare?" "Are we supposed to be afraid of you?" "That's a joke," Ti Du interjected bluntly. "But since we're not prospectors ourselves, we need to find one to assist us." "Of course, if you need a prospector's assistance, you can find one yourself. We won't stand in your way." Ti Jing's eyes gleamed with approval as he looked at Ti Du. Finally, his foolish younger brother had done something right. With the Ti family's influence, finding a skilled prospector to assist them was an easy task. In this regard, they had an absolute advantage. Then let it be so. But unlike certain wastrels, I don't need to rely on anyone's help to find my ore, Wang Teng said nonchalantly. Spare me your words. If you lose, let's see how smug you'll be then," Ti Du snorted. "Gu Luo, my friend. Someone seems eager to hand me their money. Quite strange, isn't it?" Wang Teng chuckled. "That's good news indeed," Gu Luo concurred with a smile. "But if they were to hire a Saint-level mining engineer, you wouldn't stand a chance." "If they truly have the gall to hire a Saint-level mining engineer in front of all these people, then I'll have nothing to say," Wang Teng replied. "We won't take advantage of you. If we're hiring someone, let's set a standard. Only Grand Master-level mining engineers are allowed." "That's fair enough, isn't it?" Ti Jing and Ti Du exchanged a glance, snorting lightly. "Suit yourselves. Hurry up and find someone. Don't waste my time," Wang Teng said impatiently. "I've already notified the person. They'll be here shortly." Ti Du sneered. "Get ready to lose. It seems you've come prepared," Wang Teng remarked meaningfully, looking at them with an indifferent expression. "Since everyone's in the mood, why not include us?" Lian spoke up with a smile. "Miss Lian wants to join in as well." Ti Jing immediately flashed what he considered a charming smile. "Why not?" Lian retorted. Of course, if Miss Liane wishes to play, we'll gladly oblige. T.I. Jing's heart swelled with delight. This was a golden opportunity. Once he won against Liane later, he could naturally waive the wager, demonstrating his generosity and hopefully earning her favor in return. Liane paid no heed to T.I. Jing's thoughts, her gaze fixed on Wang Teng. I have no objections, Wang Teng said casually. Wang Teng, this wager isn't what I wanted. I just want to ask, is our previous agreement still valid? Gu Luo inquired. They bet on their terms, and we bet on ours, Wang Teng replied. That's good. Gu Luo nodded. What are your stakes? Liane asked curiously. A request, Gu Luo smiled. How about we turn our wager into a request as well? Liane's eyes lit up. This. Wang Teng was a bit speechless. What did this girl have to do with his bet with Gu Luo? Brother Wang Teng, are you afraid to agree to a request from a young lady? Lu Yan's gaze was intense as she laughed behind her hand. You don't need to provoke me. There's no harm in agreeing. But I'm afraid you can't handle losing, Wang Teng replied calmly. Don't worry. With so many people watching, I'll keep my promise. But you can't make unreasonable requests, Lu Yan said with a smile. What constitutes unreasonable, though? Wang Teng scanned Liane's figure and asked with a smile. What do you think? Liane rolled her eyes beautifully, her tone somewhat exasperated. Wang Teng chuckled. Brother Wang Teng, this beauty is quite interested in you. Gu Luo nudged Wang Teng and chuckled as he whispered, But if it weren't for me bringing up this wager, you wouldn't have had such a good opportunity. How do you plan to thank me? You're quite something, always finding trouble for me. Wang Teng glared at Gu Luo. He knew perfectly well why Liane was here. It wasn't because she was enamored with his looks. Miss Liane, how about we change our stakes to a condition as well? Using treasures as stakes can be quite hurtful, Ti Jing suggested in a fawning tone. No need for that. Since you prefer using treasures as stakes, let's stick with that. My family can afford it, Liane said lightly. Ti Jing's expression stiffened, feeling utterly embarrassed. All ahem, then let's keep the original stakes. We were just playing around anyway, Miss Liane. There's no need to take it seriously. That's not how it works. If we're going to play, we should play seriously. Otherwise, it's no fun, Liane countered, unyielding. Wang Teng suppressed a smile, seeing through Ti Jing's attempt to curry favor, but Liane ignored him. As they spoke, a figure approached from the distance. Brother Tai Lu, Ti Jing's eyes lit up. He immediately went forward. Brother Ti Jing. The newcomer was a handsome young man with long brown hair. Upon seeing T.I. Jing, he greeted him with a fist bump and a smile. What brings you to me today? I've come to find Brother Tai Lu naturally for prospecting matters. T.I. Jing explained the situation and assured him. As long as Brother Tai Lu can help me win this prospecting competition, I'll surely offer a reward that satisfies you. Tai Lu, Liane was somewhat surprised, whispering, I didn't expect T.I. Jing to bring someone from the Tai family. Do you know him? Wang Teng asked. The prodigy of the Tai family achieving Grand Master level at such a young age. His reputation precedes him. How could I not know him? Liane replied. Is the Tai family also one of the core families of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters? Wang Teng inquired. Yes, they are a family of prospectors with many outstanding members. Their influence is considerable. Even our La family must treat them with caution, Liane explained. A family of prospectors. Another Grand Master level mining engineer, just what I needed. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with amusement. And what about you? Who did you find? He's already here, Liane said, looking towards the other side with a smile. Chapter 2 of 538, Mystic Light Sight. The Ripples of the Real Eye. 1. Following Liane's gaze, Wang Teng noticed another figure ascending from the staircase. It was a woman, tall and with a somewhat heroic countenance. Her phoenix-like eyes gave off a slightly sharp impression. As her gaze swept over the crowd, many instinctively avoided meeting her eyes. She, too, wore the attire of a secondary professional, but her demeanor was entirely different from Leanne's. While one exuded grace and gentleness, the other was full of charisma and vigor. However, this woman's figure was equally impressive. Clad in the secondary profession's robe, she stood out even more. Another beauty has arrived? Gu Luo leaned in next to Wang Teng, winking slyly and whispering. Gu Luo, you're quite restless, Wang Teng teased. Huff, cough. Well, you know men. Gu Luo cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, why don't you make a move then? No one's competing with you, Wang Teng urged. If you do, I believe no one here is your match. As expected of my discerning friend. You have such good taste, Gu Luo said emotionally, as if he had found a kindred spirit. You know me well, brother Wang Teng. Enough with the cheesy lines, Wang Teng said, rolling his eyes. Meanwhile, the woman approached directly, smiling. Little Yan Yan, you've finally come to me for help. It's usually you asking for my help. Now I'm giving you a chance to shine, Leanne said, grinning. You little brat, always so sharp-tongued. The woman rolled her eyes. Let me introduce you. Leanne brought the woman to Wang Teng and said, This is Wang Teng, a triple, no quadruple field grandmaster with considerable expertise in prospecting as well. We'll be competing against him later. Oh, the woman glanced at Wang Teng, her gaze lingering on his chest for a moment before saying, A quadruple field grandmaster. This friend is truly remarkable. It seems you've also come for this exchange summit. Just here to join the fun, Wang Teng chuckled. May I know your name? I'm Sang Yi, from the Sang family. The spirited woman introduced herself. The Sang family is also one of the core families of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, and also a family of prospectors, Lian explained. And she is the most outstanding mining grandmaster among the younger generation of the Sang family. Pleased to meet you, Wang Teng said. Sang Yi, I didn't expect you to be here too. At this moment, Ti Du, Tai Lu, and others walked over, their gazes falling on Sang Yi, speaking up. Tai Lu? Sang Yi turned to look, showing no surprise on her face. It's perfect. Before the exchange summit begins, let's test our skills. That works, Tai Lu smiled, looking at the members of the Le family, especially pausing on Lian for a moment, saying, So it's the members of the Le family. It's a matter of serving those who entrust us. We may offend later. No worries, it's just for fun. Lishan smiled and clasped his hands. Tai Lu nodded, never paying particular attention to Wang Teng throughout, his gaze merely passing over him. Now that everyone's here, let's get started, Ti Du said, looking triumphantly at Wang Teng. Very well, Wang Teng said calmly. Then let's each go pick our ore. Wang Teng, see you later? Lian clasped his fist towards Wang Teng. Okay, Wang Teng nodded. Lian and the others then walked towards the distance. You will definitely lose. Ti Du looked at Wang Teng and said with contempt, Hopefully you have the skills to back up your words, Wang Teng said calmly. Let's go. Tai Lu didn't say much, turning directly and walking towards the distance. Ti Du and Ti Jing followed him immediately. Brother Wang Teng, it seems that this genius from the Tai family is quite arrogant and doesn't seem to regard you highly, Gu Luo said with a smile. He doesn't seem to regard you highly either. Wang Teng glanced at him. I'm just here for the fun. Their attention is on you, Gu Luo said with an air of indifference, smiling. I see you're quite fond of making sarcastic remarks, Wang Teng said with a bit of exasperation. If you end up losing to me later, you'll have to agree to my request. If Wang Teng can win against me, agreeing to a condition wouldn't be a problem. Gu Luo chuckled. Then you'll just have to wait and see, Wang Teng said lightly, sweeping his gaze around and heading in a direction. Gu Luo's eyes flickered slightly as he walked in another direction. For this ore gambling competition with Wang Teng, he was also becoming cautious. Calculating it, he had already lost twice to Wang Teng. If he lost again this time, it would be 3 times. Losing 3 times in a row, he couldn't afford to lose that face. Wang Teng didn't rush to make a purchase, but instead wandered around the hall. There were indeed many mining engineers in the second-floor hall. With such a good opportunity, he naturally wanted to pick up some attribute bubbles first. The true skill of a mining engineer lies not in gambling on ores, but in prospecting. The ore referred to here is the vein, not just one or two pieces of ore. The true value of a mining engineer lies in this. Compared to an entire vein, the value of one or two pieces of ore is incomparable. Otherwise, how could a prospector family compete with a pill refinement family like the Le family? From Lian's words just now, it was evident that she highly valued prospector families like the Tai family with no hint of disdain. So Wang Teng attached great importance to improving his skills as a mining engineer. Chapter 2539, Mystic Light Sight, The Ripples of the Real Eye. He had a premonition that the mining engineer competition at the Exchange Summit couldn't possibly be about gambling on ores, which carried a hint of gambling. It was more likely about them searching for real mineral veins. Only in this way could the true skill of a mining engineer be demonstrated. So he had to take advantage of this opportunity to first improve his skills as a mining engineer. After all, he had just reached the level of a Grand Master, and compared to the geniuses from these prospector families, he was still quite lacking. Their families were knowledgeable, with each genius mining engineer leaving behind experiences and insights passed down from generation to generation. This was not something ordinary mining engineers could compare with. When the two brothers from the TI family proposed the gambling match, Wang Teng had already thought of this. That was why he readily agreed. He wanted the two brothers from the TI family and the people from the Li family to draw out the geniuses from the core families so he could take advantage of the situation. Even Gu Luo hadn't figured this out. He probably thought Wang Teng was just trying to win the bet. I hope I won't be disappointed, Wang Teng thought to himself as he leisurely walked through the hall. Gu Luo's skills are quite remarkable, too. The experiences and insights I just obtained from him are extremely helpful to me. It seems that his learning is not inferior to those geniuses from the core families. After all, he is a genius from the Gu Hong territorial domain, not someone ordinary. Grand Master Wang Teng, are you confident in winning against them? A voice brought Wang Teng's thoughts back. The person who spoke was Grand Master Alfred. Yes, those two are geniuses from the Tai and Sang families, the core families of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters. They can't be underestimated, Grandmaster Hua Yuan said, worriedly. It's okay, I won't lose, Wang Teng smiled. Grandmaster Wang Teng, you seem a bit too confident. Those are geniuses from the core families of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, Grandmaster Xie Jia couldn't help but say. These days, we've also heard some things about these geniuses. Tai Lu and Sang Yi are both considered the future hopes of the prospector profession. Since they debuted, they have hardly ever lost and have solved valuable ores many times. Wang Teng glanced at him and said, There's no use in saying more now. We'll see the results later. Grandmaster Xie Jia was silenced by Wang Teng's words, feeling a bit embarrassed. Since Grandmaster Wang Teng is confident, that's naturally the best. If you can win against those two geniuses, it will bring glory to our great Qian Empire. Grandmaster Harrell immediately intervened to smooth things over. Those two geniuses look down on others. I hope to see them lose to Grandmaster Wang Teng. Grandmaster Susanna chuckled. Go for it, brother, Wang Teng. Yu Shangxiang, who was not with Lei Yan, but instead followed behind Wang Teng, waved her little fist and cheered for him. Ha ha, there's no need to be so nervous. It's just a small competition, not the main event of the Exchange Summit. Wang Teng laughed. The others shook their heads with bitter smiles. They couldn't be as relaxed as Wang Teng. Ignoring them, Wang Teng continued to walk around. His eyes scanned the area and he spotted attribute bubbles appearing again in the distance, this time emanating from the genius of the Sang family named Sang Yi. Without hesitation, he immediately swept out his spiritual power and collected the attribute bubbles. Mining Skill 600, Mining Skill 700, Mystic Light Sight 1000, Cosmos Realm Spirit 2500. Huh? Wang Teng was suddenly astonished, his eyes bursting with brilliance. He originally thought they were just some attributes related to mining techniques, but he never expected to receive a highly unusual attribute bubble. In an instant, the attribute bubble merged into Wang Teng's body, transforming into streams of insights that flowed into his mind. This was the comprehension of a technique. A figure of light sat cross-legged in the void of his mind, lines of force circulating the figure's body. These lines then extended from all directions, converging at the figure's eyes, causing them to emit a faint glow of holy white light. In the pitch-black void, they resembled two stars, the mystic light sight. A strange light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and a sense of enlightenment arose in his heart. I didn't expect to obtain a technique specifically for cultivating the eyes, and it's even a technique that combines the light element with spiritual power. No wonder it dropped as a spiritual attribute. The Sang family truly has some tricks up their sleeves. This was not just about having extensive knowledge. It was about possessing a truly unique and profound heritage. The mystic light sight couldn't be compared to his real eye talent in essence. One was a technique, and the other was an innate ability. They served different purposes. Those who cultivated this technique could see through the essence of things to a certain extent, and the deeper they cultivated, the more thorough their insight would become. This technique was an eternal stage technique. If cultivated to the highest level, one could see through the existence of eternal stage beings. However, it was a special technique that required the use of the constellation light force to cultivate. Without the light element talent, one would be unable to practice it. Even Wang Teng didn't expect that the Sang family member would be a light element talent. When he saw Sang Yi earlier, he only regarded her as a member of a family of mining experts, so he didn't use his martial talent to probe her, naturally failing to detect her possession of the light element talent. At this moment, he quietly activated his real eye and glanced at Sang Yi, only to see a dense constellation light force glowing within her body. Chapter 2 Fev 4.0 Mystic Light Sight. The Ripples of the Real Eye 3. This woman's martial cultivation has already reached the heaven stage. As if sensing something, Sang Yi suddenly turned her head towards Wang Teng's direction, but Wang Teng had already withdrawn his gaze. What's wrong? Lei Yan followed her gaze and saw that she was looking directly at Wang Teng, feeling somewhat puzzled. She smiled and asked, "Could it be that you're also interested in him?" This person is not simple. Sang Yi frowned as she recalled the feeling of being observed earlier. She couldn't help but ask, what is his identity? Lei Yan raised her eyebrows beautifully and immediately explained Wang Teng's identity through voice transmission, without hesitation. He defeated Le Tun. Lei Yan looked towards Le Tun, who had been silent all along, and asked, "Is he very strong?" "Very strong." Le Tun didn't want to bring up this matter, but faced with everyone's gaze, he could only grit his teeth and say coldly, "And he's only a peak-level Cosmos Stage martial warrior, peak of the Cosmos Stage?" Sang Yi was shocked. She couldn't hide the astonishment on her pretty face. "Really? I've fought against him. Can't I see his realm?" Le Tun said coldly. "A peak-level Cosmos Stage martial warrior defeated a Heaven Stage martial talent like you." Sang Yi took a deep breath, realizing that she had underestimated the black-haired youth just now. Could it be that he's hiding his true strength? Even though Lei Yan had known this information earlier, she still found it somewhat unbelievable and couldn't help but ask. It's impossible to hide. Whatever realm one's original body is in, that's the realm they'll be in within the realm space. No one can deceive the realm space. Le Tun shook his head without hesitation. "In that case, this person is even more terrifying," Sang Yi said. Lei Yan's expression became serious, and she glanced back, nodding slightly. "In that case, I'll have to bring out my true skills today and make sure to defeat him." Sang Yi's eyes sparkled with determination as she smiled. "Yes, winning against him will make him agree to our request," Lei Yan said. The corners of Le Tun's eyes twitched. These two ladies took another path. Could they really use this method to deal with that fellow? If that turned out to be the case, he felt like he might need to find a hole to hide in. This woman is quite sharp. Her mystic light sight must have reached a high level of cultivation. Wang Teng withdrew his gaze, speculating inwardly. He didn't retract his spiritual power. It remained around Sang Yi. The other party wasn't a divine spirit master. No matter how powerful his spiritual body was, she might not be able to sense anything. Wang Teng was incredibly skilled in this aspect, needing only an extremely delicate spiritual thread to retrieve all the attribute bubbles. Mystic Light Sight, 800. Mystic Light Sight, 1200. Cosmos Realm Spirit, 5000. Mining Skill, 600. Mining Skill, 900. As expected, it's the Mystic Light Sight attribute bubbles again. Wang Teng chuckled in his heart. He was elated. The higher Sang Yi's cultivation of the Mystic Light Sight, the more attributes it would drop. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind, his comprehension of the Mystic Light Sight became even deeper, giving him a unique sensation. Since obtaining the spiritual sight, Wang Teng had never specifically cultivated eye-based techniques. This was mainly because he hadn't come across any suitable ones. Eye-based techniques were extremely rare, and even Wang Teng hadn't encountered a suitable one so far. But now he had found one, and it wasn't too late. With his current level at the Cosmos stage, it was the perfect time to cultivate it. With both the light talent and the spiritual power, he was the most suitable candidate. Few people from the Sang family could compare to him. Having just obtained this technique, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel a bit itchy to try it out, so he quietly activated it. His spiritual power and constellation light force circulated in his body at the same time according to the instructions of the Mystic Light Sight. Then they congregated in his eyes. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes as if containing starlight, shining brightly. Luckily, he was prepared and kept his head slightly lowered so as not to attract attention from others. Suddenly, Wang Teng felt a slight fluctuation in his real eye. His real eye had already reached the perfected level of the real stage, but now he felt a slight feeling of breaking through. This mystic light sight helped me break through. Wang Teng was overjoyed, but unfortunately his grasp of the mystic light sight seemed too rudimentary. The fluctuation disappeared as quickly as it had come. He couldn't help but glance at the attributes board. Mystic Light Sight, Eternal Stage, 3000, 5000, Foundation. Only the Foundation stage? Wang Teng's eyes lit up. It looks like I need to continue improving. He glanced at Sang Yi again, but he didn't use his real eye this time to avoid attracting her attention. He had set his sights on this woman. Her Mystic Light Sight was more than just at the Foundation stage. Aside from the attribute bubble of the Mystic Light Sight, the most important one was the attribute bubble of mining skill. Mining Engineer, 3000, 30,000, Grand Master. As the attribute bubbles converged, Wang Teng's Mining Engineer attribute suddenly rose significantly. Chapter 2541, Mystic Light Sight. The ripples of the real eye. 4. In his mind, a multitude of profound mining knowledge surfaced, all of which were true teachings from the Sang family. The experiences and insights contained within were more comprehensive than those of external prospectors and even included many pieces of knowledge that they were unaware of. Keep going. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with determination as he once again cast his gaze into the distance. Surprisingly, attribute bubbles were also dropping from Tai Lu's side, indicating that it was time to collect them. Mining Skill 1200, Mining Skill 800. Mining Skill 1000, only the mining skills attribute. It seems like the Tai family is no match for the Sang family. Wang Teng shook his head, feeling somewhat regretful. He had hoped to obtain some special techniques from the other party as well, but unfortunately it didn't happen, leaving him disappointed after all the anticipation. As time passed by slowly, Wang Teng continued to collect attribute bubbles while searching for ores that could overpower the Tai brothers and Lian. If he was going to win, he wanted to win convincingly. After about half an hour, Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board once again and couldn't help but be surprised. Mining Engineer, 16,500, 30,000 Grandmaster. Such rapid progress. Wang Teng was extremely pleased. In just half an hour, his proficiency in mining skills had almost reached the level of Grandmaster. At this moment, Tai Lu and Sang Yi seemed to have finished their selection and were walking over from a distance. "Brother Wang Tang, have you made your selection?" Li Yan approached, smiling. "Hee. After wandering around for so long, you didn't find anything, did you?" Ti Du sneered. "It seems that your success earlier was just a stroke of luck." "Don't bark for no reason. It's annoying." Wang Teng glanced at him and said indifferently, "You dare to insult me," Ti Du exclaimed angrily. "Do I? I just said don't bark for no reason. Do you admit to it?" Wang Teng retorted. "This friend has quite the mouth. I just hope your mining skills are as good as your mouth." Tai Lu frowned, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he looked at Wang Teng. "So you are the prodigy of the Tai family. Your mouth is not bad either. Could it be that your mining skills are guided by your mouth?" Wang Teng asked in amazement. "You?" Tai Lu's face turned cold. He glared at Wang Teng. "Ha ha!" Sang Yi couldn't help but laugh. "Tai Lu, so your mining skills are so formidable, all thanks to your mouth." Li Yan, Latun, and others also looked at Tai Lu with strange expressions on their faces. This prodigy of the Tai family was unexpectedly silenced by Wang Teng, leaving him speechless. Wang Teng's words were indeed sharp. Tai Lu's face darkened instantly. He had only casually spoken for the Ti brothers, but who would have thought that Wang Teng would silence him, leaving him feeling a painful ache in his chest. He was never good at talking, and encountering someone as eloquent as Wang Teng made it impossible for him to argue. Ti Jing's mouth twitched, immediately snorting coldly and saying, "Enough nonsense. If you had the ability, you would have already chosen your ore. Why do we all have to wait for you?" "Who said I haven't chosen?" "Where did you see that? I haven't. You're just talking nonsense by yourself." "Is it fun?" Wang Teng replied. "Don't try to fool us. There's only a piece of ore here, less than half a meter in diameter. Are you going to choose it?" Ti Jing sneered, saying, "If you want it, I don't mind." As everyone followed his finger and looked at the piece of ore at Wang Teng's feet, their expressions varied. "Wang Teng, if you haven't chosen yet, you might as well take another look." "We're not in a hurry." Li Yan raised her eyebrows, coming to his defense. Sang Yi looked at Wang Teng, a hint of inquiry in her eyes. If it weren't for Li Yan and the others praising him so much, she wouldn't pay much attention to an ordinary grandmaster. However, if he turned out to be someone who cared about his reputation and liked to argue, it would be somewhat disappointing. The quality of the ore in front of her was not bad, but it was too small, greatly reducing the chance of containing treasures. She thought that there were better choices than this ore. At that moment, Wang Teng spoke up with a faint smile. "Hey, you got it right. This is indeed the ore I chose." Chapter 242. Water Elemental Pearl. Primordial Consciousness Reappears. Mysterious Organism. 1. Everyone was stunned when they heard Wang Teng's words. He sincerely wanted to choose this piece of ore. Li Yan raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at the ore under her feet, as if trying to discern something from it. However, other than a price tag of 25 billion UC, there was nothing remarkable about this ore. That's right. 25 billion UC. This price might not be considered low outside, but here it seemed somewhat inadequate. This also meant that the appraisers of the Secondary Career Alliance felt that it was only worth this price. Even if there were fluctuations, they wouldn't be too significant. For example, the price of the ore that Ti Jing and the others had bet on could fluctuate up to 20 billion UC. This was also within the rules. In other words, the stall owner could sell it for 40 billion UC or 80 billion UC. Ti Jing and the others were undoubtedly taken advantage of by Wang Teng at this moment. Even Sang Yi looked at the ore and frowned slightly. "Are you sure?" She looked at Wang Teng and asked hesitantly. "Of course," Wang Teng nodded. "Why do you think I'm here? Do I have nothing to do?" "Not only is this ore small, but there are also traces of cutting. If I'm not wrong, it should have been cut before, but the results weren't good, Sang Yi said indifferently. I don't believe you can't see that. As she spoke, she looked meaningfully at the stall owner behind the oar. This person was also a mining engineer. From the badge on his chest, he was a grandmaster. If he was selling the ore, it meant that he didn't think highly of it. The stall owner was an old man in his 40s or 50s. His face was a little dark, and his body was thin. He looked like an ordinary old man. His oversized uniform looked a little comical on him. At this moment, when he saw that the details of his oars had been exposed, he could not help but reveal an awkward expression. However, he quickly glared and said, "Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say anything. My oars were excavated from the mine and have never been broken open. How can you say that it has been broken open? This is slander. Is that so?" Sang Yi glanced at him and did not say anything else. She reminded Wang Teng because she didn't want to win this competition too easily. Otherwise, she would lose the fun. Whether he listened to her or not was Wang Teng's business. It had nothing to do with her. Moreover, she was only here to help Lei Yan. The bet had nothing to do with her. There was no need for her to argue with this old man because of Wang Teng. Ha 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 ha. Old G, you've been exposed, haven't you? Your little tricks can't fool this little girl. She's a genius of the Sang family. A mocking laugh came from the stall beside him. It was also an old man with white hair and a white beard, but he looked much better than the stall owner. He was also a mining engineer and was watching the commotion with a smile. The Sang family's genius. Old G's eyes suddenly focused. He ignored the white-haired and white-bearded old man and sized up Sang Yi. He said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be the Sang family's genius. My eyes are failing me. Senior, you're too kind. I'm just a junior. Sang Yi smiled faintly when she saw that the other party had admitted defeat. Old G looked at Wang Teng with an awkward expression and said, Grandmaster, the situation is indeed like this. However, I can guarantee that there's a high chance that this ore won't make a loss. If you want it, I'll sell it to you at a cheaper price of 20 billion UC. Ha ha ha, no loss. Ti-Du looked at Wang Teng and laughed. You can buy it. Even if you can't defeat us, you won't lose out. Sang Yi didn't say anything else. She looked at Wang Teng and waited for his decision. 20 billion UC? Wang Teng asked with a strange expression. He lowered it by 5 billion UC. Would this old man cry later? That's right. I'll sell it to you for 20 billion UC. Old G's eyes lit up when he saw Wang Teng's interest. He said hurriedly. All right. Wang Teng nodded and prepared to pay. Grandmaster Wang Teng, are you really going to buy this ore? Why don't we take a look at the others? Grandmaster Hua Yuan looked at the price and asked in a low voice. It's fine. I'll choose this one. Wang Teng smiled. I think it's extraordinary. Since he wants to choose, let him choose. I want to see how extraordinary this ore is. Ti-Du sneered. You guys have poor taste. I can tell at a glance that this ore is extremely eye-catching among the ores in this hall. It stands out from the crowd, Wang Teng said confidently. Everyone's expressions turned strange. Tai Lu looked at Wang Teng with a mocking expression as if he was looking at a fool. Sang Yi shook her head and gave Lei Yan a look. Are you sure this guy is a genius? Lei Yan's face was also filled with shock and helplessness, but she could not say anything in the end. Even old G looked at Wang Teng strangely. Even he didn't dare to boast like this. The old man with white hair and beard shook his head. He looked at Wang Teng as if he was looking at a fool. Others had kindly reminded him, but he just wouldn't listen. These youngsters won't turn back until they hit a wall. Chapter 2543. Water Elemental Pearl. Primordial Consciousness Reappears. Mysterious Organism. 2. Then hurry up and buy it. Anyway, no one is stopping you. You can choose whichever piece you want. Ti-Du held back his laughter and said, This bastard had a death wish. No one could stop him. They were going to win this round. All of you are blind. Wang Teng shook his head. He looked like a lonely master who no one could understand. He didn't say anything else and paid for the ore. Although these people couldn't see the value of this ore, it's better to buy it than to have regrets later. Moreover, the price had already been reduced by 50 billion UC. It's wise to take what's good. Who knows, someone might come over to pick up a bargain if they see the price drop. Grandmaster, you definitely won't suffer a loss if you buy my ores, the old man said, with a smile after receiving the money. All right, stop bluffing me. If that's so, you wouldn't have sold it, Wang Teng interrupted him and said calmly, "This." The old man looked embarrassed. These young grandmasters were not easy to deal with. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Since you're willing to buy it, you must think highly of this ore. Why are you bluffing me? Wang Teng didn't deny it. Brother Wang Teng, are you done? Gu Luo walked over from afar and asked with a smile. I'm done. What about you? Wang Teng asked. I'm done as well. Gu Luo pointed at the ore carried by a martial warrior behind him. I bought it for 50 billion UC. It's cheap, right? Not bad, not bad. Wang Teng glanced at it and was surprised. This piece of ore was much larger than the one he had gambled on previously, but the price was even lower. It only cost 50 billion UC, and there were indeed treasures inside. Gu Luo was indeed capable. Which ore did Brother Wang Teng buy? Gu Luo looked around and asked curiously, This one? Before Wang Teng could carry one, Ti Du pointed at the ore on the stall behind Wang Teng and chuckled. This one? Gu Luo was stunned. He looked at Wang Teng and asked, Are you serious? Of course. 20 billion UC, it's cheap, right? Wang Teng smiled. Gu Luo cheap. He had already felt that it was very cheap to buy an ore worth 50 billion UC, but this guy bought a piece worth 20 billion UC, which was even lower than half of his price. He was deliberately making things difficult for him. All right, cut the crap. Let's start cutting the stone. Ti Du saw that the two of them were still chatting and said impatiently, Let's go, Wang Teng said. A few stone-cutting masters immediately walked over from afar. The leader said, Can we cut the stones for you, grandmasters? Master Rong? Sang Yi looked at the old man in surprise. Lady Sang Yi, the old man in the lead bowed slightly to Sang Yi and said with a smile, When we saw that the few of you were going to gamble and compete, we felt a little itchy, so we decided to come over to cut stones for the few of you. It's our honor to have Master Rong here. Sang Yi smiled and bowed to him. Then she introduced him to Wang Teng and the others. Master Rong is an extremely experienced stone-cutting master. The ores that were handled by him never had any mistakes. Thank you, Master Rong. Wang Teng and the others cupped their fists. All of you are prodigies of mining. I don't have any talent in this area, but it's my honor to be able to see all of you here together, Master Rong said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble Master Rong. Please, Sang Yi made a please gesture. Master Rong nodded and led everyone to begin cutting the stones. When the surrounding people saw that there was a ore gambling competition here, they were extremely curious. They gradually gathered around and watched the commotion. There were a total of 4 stone-cutting masters, including Master Rong. They were all members of his team. They each took a piece of ore, took out a stone-cutting knife, and prepared to cut them. Geniuses! How do you all want to cut it? Master Rong asked. I'll do as Master Rong says. I trust Master Rong, Sang Yi smiled. I have no objections. Tai Lu glanced at Sang Yi and said calmly, Same here. Gu Luo thought for a moment and said, You can start from the edge. Wang Teng glanced at his ore and said, All right. Master Rong nodded and immediately gave the command. The 4 stone-cutting masters did not hesitate at all. They raised their hands and slashed down. Layers of stone peeled off from the ores. Everyone fell silent and stared at the 4 ores. Only the sound of the stone-cutting knife rubbing against the stone edge echoed. As the sound became more and more intense, the tension among the crowd gradually rose. Ti Du clenched his fists and stared at the 4 ores, especially the one Tai Lu chose for them, and Wang Teng's. He didn't care much about the ores of the others. He only wanted to defeat Wang Teng once. Not only had this bastard beaten him up badly, he was embarrassed and was even tricked once. He was annoying. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but turn to look at Wang Teng. However, Wang Teng's face was calm and he didn't show any signs of nervousness. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and snorted. Sang Yi, Lian, and the others were observing Wang Teng silently. They were surprised when they saw how calm he was. Was this guy really so confident? Chapter 2544. Water Elemental Pearl. Primordial consciousness reappears. Mysterious organism. 3. Glancing at Wang Teng, Gu Luo raised an eyebrow imperceptibly. Yet there was no trace of nervousness on his face. He merely wore a demeanor of worldly indifference as he observed the scene, as if he regarded the entire affair as nothing more than a jest. As time passed slowly, a stir suddenly swept through the surroundings. "There's a glow," someone whispered. All eyes turned towards the piece of ore which was selected by Tai Lu for the Ti brothers. A rich emerald green light burst forth abruptly from the surface of the ore. It measured 3 to 4 meters in length and width, ranking as the second largest among the ores present, although only a small portion had been cut, revealing the glow. The treasures concealed within were bound to be considerable. This ore had the potential to soar in value. What a vibrant glow. I wonder what it could be. Master Wrong, please hurry and reveal it. Let's see what lies inside. People marveled at the exposed surface, but with only a glimpse, it was difficult to discern anything substantial. They could only urge Master Wrong incessantly. Very well. Master Wrong's eyes also betrayed a hint of curiosity. He promptly hastened his movements, scraping away the stone skin from the side. This time, his movements were much more delicate and meticulously controlled to avoid damaging any treasures within. Buzz, layer by layer, the finer stone skin fell away, resembling scales peeled from some exotic beast. Each piece was remarkably uniform, truly a sight to behold. The emerald green light grew increasingly intense, gradually revealing its true form. "This ore seems rather impressive," Gu Luo remarked with a hint of astonishment on his face, leaning in to speak to Wang Teng. "Not bad," Wang Teng said casually. "It's decent," Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. "Oh, so you're not even worried about an ore like this," Gu Luo remarked. "What's there to worry about, after all? None of them can beat me," Wang Teng said indifferently. "Heh, a dead duck's mouth is still tough. I'd like to see what you can extract from that piece of ore," Ti Jing sneered. Wang Teng glanced at him, but said nothing. Gasp! At that moment a clamor erupted suddenly. Master Wrong had already extracted most of the ore, then conjured a mass of clear water and poured it over, cleansing away the lime on the surface of the ore. A more intense emerald green light flooded the surroundings. Ti Jing and Ti Du couldn't help but step forward, approaching to take a closer look. As a result, their faces and heads were all tinged with a green hue. "So green," Wang Teng exclaimed. The others couldn't help but look at him strangely. "Pfft." Sang Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly, casting an incredulous glance at Wang Teng. This guy was too blunt. Tai Lu's eye twitched, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he watched Ti Du and Ti Jing's reactions. Fortunately, he didn't move forward. He was confident in his ability to find ores. There had to be something inside this ore. "Quick look, there's a pearl inside." A sudden cry rang out as someone finally spotted the object within.
Congratulations to both of you.
This should be a 7th grade wood element energy stone. The pearl inside must be a rare wood element treasure. Master Wrong congratulated Ti Jing and Ti Du. "Ha ha ha ha, Brother Tai Lu, you're remarkable." There's a pearl hidden inside. Even with Ti Jing's temperament, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming excitedly. "Brother Tai Lu is truly amazing. This piece of ore only cost us 65 billion universal coins, yet not only did it reveal a 7th grade wood element energy stone, but also a rare wood element pearl, as expected of the most outstanding young talent of the Tai family." "It's truly admirable," Ti Du exclaimed excitedly. "You flatter me," Tai Lu said, a hint of pride shining in his eyes, yet his expression remained calm as if he had simply accomplished a mundane task, and he spoke in a plain tone. "Now what do you have to say?" Ti-Du looked towards Wang Teng, gloating. A wood elemental pearl, not bad. Wang Teng opened his real eye, glancing at the pearl. He felt somewhat surprised, but still spoke in a very indifferent tone. The energy pearl was an origin-type treasure. Previously, Wang Teng had obtained a water elemental pearl, which contained a rich vitality and power of origin. It was a companion of the birth of spirits of the world, providing nourishment for them to absorb, thereby enhancing their vitality and power of origin. This wood elemental pearl was also an origin treasure, but of the wood element, suitable for the wood elemental spirits of the world to absorb water element and wood element beings, were entities with abundant vitality, so the efficacy of this wood elemental pearl was comparable to that of the water elemental pearl. In terms of value, it was indeed considerable. However, since Wang Teng had already obtained a water elemental pearl, he didn't find much reason to be overly amazed by this item. In the end, it would only belong to him. Wood elemental pearl, before the others could recognize the origin of this treasure. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, a flash of insight crossed their minds, instantly associating it with relevant information. Brother Wang Teng, you have keen eyesight. I didn't expect you to see the origin of this pearl so quickly. Lian glanced at Wang Teng in surprise. I've encountered similar treasures before, so I'm quite familiar with them, Wang Teng said casually. A wood elemental pearl. In that case, the value of this piece of ore should be at least 300 chaos coins. Gu Luo mused, rubbing his chin. Chapter 254-5, Water Elemental Pearl. Primordial consciousness reappears. Mysterious organism. 4. Yup, Wang Teng nodded. An ore bought for 65 billion UC is worth 300 chaos coins. How can you say that it's not bad? You're too arrogant. Ti-Du snorted. This wood elemental pearl in the hands of certain individuals is undoubtedly a rare treasure, sought after but seldom found. Its price could potentially be even higher, Tai Lu remarked. That's not entirely unfounded. Gu Luo nodded, acknowledging the point. So you're saying the value of this piece of ore could be even higher? Ti-Du inquired. At most 50 chaos coins more, Tai Lu replied. 50 chaos coins is not bad. Ti-Du glanced at Wang Teng triumphantly once again, saying, I wonder if someone can extract a treasure worth 50 chaos coins? Wang Teng couldn't be bothered with him. This person was too immature, constantly bickering with him here, causing a lot of noise. It seems that Brother Tai Lu's expertise has improved quite a bit, Sang Yi remarked, looking at Tai Lu. Thank you. Tai Lu cupped his fists. It's up to you now. I hope you won't disappoint me. Sang Yi smiled faintly and said, Let's continue extracting the ore. Master Rong nodded and headed towards another piece of ore, saying a few words to the ore extracting master, who immediately stepped aside. This piece of ore was the largest, measuring at least 7 to 8 meters in length and width. The master had already scraped off several layers of stone skin, but it had yet to reveal any light. Master Rong circled the ore twice before finally choosing a direction and starting to scrape the stone skin. Crack, a series of piercing sounds rang out again, but after just a dozen breaths, a green light suddenly bloomed from the cut of the ore. A green light. Everyone was shocked. A green light? Was this a wind element treasure? Tai Lu's expression changed. He turned to look at Sang Yi. However, he saw that she remained calm, her strikingly beautiful face still serene. Internally, he became even more wary of Sang Yi. This Sang family genius was his formidable opponent at the Exchange Summit. As for that Wang Teng, he was nothing more than a clown jumping around. All eyes were fixed on Sang Yi's piece of ore, awaiting Master Rong's continuation of the extraction process. Master Rong wasted no time either. Upon seeing the green light appear, his spirits lifted and he hastened his pace of extracting the ore. Before long, centered around the cut, the surrounding stone skin gradually peeled away, revealing a piece of translucent green crystal with a resinous luster. This is, everyone widened their eyes, all staring at the peculiar green crystal, unable to discern its origin for the moment. What's that? It looks like some kind of jade, but not quite. It appears somewhat turbid. You can feel a strong constellation wind force emanating from it, as well as a sense of ancientness and desolation. Wait, is there something inside? Many people speculated and discussed incessantly, trying to guess the origin of the object. Suddenly, someone seemed to have discovered something and exclaimed in surprise. Sang Yi's eyes flashed with curiosity as she stepped forward. With her mastery of the mystic light sight technique, she could sense that this piece of ore was extraordinary but couldn't fully discern its nature. Now that it had been extracted, she naturally wanted to inspect it immediately. Lian, Latun, and others followed suit. The value of the ore extracted by T.I. Jing and T. Du was not low, and they didn't want to lose to them. Now their hopes rested on this piece of ore selected by Sang Yi. Tai Lu furrowed his brow and couldn't help but approach, gazing at the piece of ore. It seems like there's a dark shadow. Gu Luo examined the translucent green crystal in front of him, furrowing his brow. It looks like a star beast. Sang Yi's eyes shimmered with specks of starlight as she pondered. Wang Teng stepped forward, his expression subtly changing. He noticed that after the ore was extracted, it had released several attribute bubbles: primordial consciousness, 1000. Primordial consciousness, 215. It's the primordial consciousness attribute. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was surprised. When little Chinger awakened the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline and summoned the phantom of the primordial oceanic serpent, this attribute was dropped. And now, within a piece of ore, such an attribute has unexpectedly appeared. Boom! Before Wang Teng could ponder further, his mind suddenly shook with a resounding roar, and a vast and ancient desolate land appeared before him. Screech. A piercing screech echoed through the heavens and earth, reverberating endlessly as if piercing through gold and shattering stone, breaking through the vast sky. Chapter 2546, Skywind, Cyan Vulture, Wang Teng's Scheme 1. Wang Teng's gaze momentarily flickered with distraction, and an inexplicable sense of ancient desolation involuntarily emanated from him. This is Sang Yi, Lian, Latun, and others were in close proximity and immediately sensed something unusual, casting strange looks towards Wang Teng. Gu Luo's expression subtly stiffened, his gaze flickering as he scrutinized Wang Teng in an instant. What happened to this guy? Why did he suddenly exude an aura of ancient desolation upon seeing that piece of ore? However, no matter how he inspected, he couldn't discern any clues from Wang Teng. Moreover, the sense of ancient desolation was fleeting, disappearing in an instant as if it had never existed. Wang Teng's gaze had returned from its momentary distraction, becoming incredibly clear, though it held a faint shimmer far from tranquil. Skywind, Cyan Vulture. An ancient name appeared in Wang Teng's mind. The ancient silhouette that had appeared in his mind just now was none other than the Skywind, Cyan Vulture. This was a divine-level star beast existing at the same level of life as the divine tempest bird Wang Teng had encountered by chance in the virtual universe. Moreover, the Skywind Cyan Vulture was an ancient star beast, almost extinct in the present world, even rarer than the divine tempest bird. The Skywind Cyan Vulture was a wind elemental star beast possessing extremely powerful wind elemental talents, earning it the title of the wind's favorite. In the ancient world, the Skywind Cyan Vulture was undoubtedly a dominant figure in the sky, rarely rivaled by any other creature. In addition to its wind elemental talents, the Skywind Cyan Vulture also possessed extremely unique bloodline talents. These talents resided in its wings. The Skywind Cyan Vulture's wings bore innate patterns of the heavens and earth, capable of autonomously absorbing the power of the wind. This not only strengthened itself, but also endowed it with terrifying speed. Thus, in ancient times, the Skywind Cyan Vulture's flying speed was among the best of all ancient star beasts. After the death of a Skywind Cyan Vulture, its wings became invaluable treasures. Even if only the bones remained, they could be refined into flying artifacts. Inside the translucent green crystal before them lay the carcass of an ancient skywind scion vulture, clearly deceased. Not a trace of life force remained visible to Wang Teng's real eye. Brother Wang Teng, just now. Gu Luo looked at Wang Teng and whispered, "It's nothing." Wang Teng glanced at him and replied casually. Gu Luo's mouth twitched, but he didn't press further. Yet, in his eyes, Wang Teng became increasingly enigmatic. "Wang Teng, can you discern the details of this ore?" Sang Yi's gaze flickered as she inquired. What could he discern? That piece of wood energy stone earlier was merely a stroke of luck for him. Ti Du sneered. "I heard that the Sang family possesses an extremely profound technique, which, when combined with mineral prospecting, yields even greater results. Can't you see what it is?" Wang Teng didn't even bother with him. Instead, he looked at her calmly and asked. Ti Du's expression stiffened, growing even darker as he glared coldly at Wang Teng. Unfortunately, Wang Teng paid him no mind, not giving him a second glance. "Oh." Sang Yi couldn't hide her surprise as she looked at Wang Teng. "Brother Wang Teng seems to be quite familiar with our Sang family's techniques." "A little," Wang Teng replied with a faint smile. "The Sang family's mystic light sight is renowned. Even my Tai family can't compare," Tai Lu interjected. "The energy within this green crystal is chaotic and complex. Even with my mystic light sight, I can't see it clearly. The only thing I can discern is an outline suggesting a bird which seems to have dried up," Sang Yi explained. "A bird—" The crowd was stunned, their faces showing varying degrees of astonishment. Who could have imagined that the ore before them contained the remains of a deceased creature? It was truly shocking. In mineral gambling, what people gambled on were the various treasures within the ore. Among these treasures were medicinal herbs, ancient weapons left behind, and even some deceased creatures, all of which were extremely valuable. If one managed to extract any of these, it was enough to make them rich overnight. And if a certain creature appeared, it was even more precious than other treasures. Of course, the value depended on what creature it was. If it was just some ordinary creature, then it naturally wouldn't hold much value. But if we don't know what creature is inside, we can't judge the value of this ore, Tai Lu remarked. That's indeed a difficult problem. Sang Yi frowned. The group exchanged glances, completely stumped by this ore. "Open the ore," Wang Teng said casually. The others were shocked by his words, all turning to look at him. No one could have expected him to say such a thing. After all, the value of the translucent green crystal containing the creature's remains was still unknown. If the creature inside had no value, then the greatest value of the ore would be the translucent green crystal on the outside. To damage it carelessly. Firstly, it would greatly diminish the value of the translucent green crystal. Secondly, if someone liked such a stone for display, damaging it would also greatly reduce its value. That was why no one had brought up this matter. Now, Wang Teng's suggestion naturally caught everyone off guard. "What nonsense are you talking about? How can we just open up this translucent green crystal?" Ti Jing glared at Wang Teng, snorting coldly. "Can you afford to compensate if something goes wrong?" "That's right." Tai Lu nodded, saying, "We still can't see what's inside this ore. It's not wise to destroy it casually." Chapter 247, Skywind Scion Vulture, Wang Teng's Scheme, 2. "It's just an amber," Wang Teng said calmly. "Amber?" The crowd was puzzled. "You're saying this is just a piece of amber?" Sang Yi looked at Wang Teng, curious. "That's right. This is simply a piece of amber formed from the resin of a bluewood pine, which evolved and precipitated over the years. It doesn't have much value. Its only purpose is to preserve the creature inside." Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. "Of course, if Miss Sang Yi thinks this ore can be used as a decorative item, then we can keep it." "Bluewood pine." Sang Yi's eyes showed a hint of surprise. She said, "No wonder the energy inside is so chaotic and complex. So it's just a piece of amber with no practical value." Brother Wang Teng has good insight. Tai Lu, Ti-Du, and the others felt a little embarrassed. They hadn't expected Wang Teng to recognize the object in front of him and directly reveal its origin. They had been making snide remarks on the side, and now they were being completely contradicted. Le Tun glanced at Wang Teng, feeling increasingly astonished. This prodigy who had once defeated him unexpectedly possessed such insight. It was truly surprising. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Brother Wang Teng is amazing, Yu Xiangxiang rolled her eyes and said. Ti-Du and Ti-Jing's faces grew even darker. They wanted to refute, but they couldn't find any words to argue with. Even Tai Lu's expression wasn't very good. He felt like he had lost face. The fact that Wang Teng identified something he couldn't recognize proved that he was inferior to Wang Teng. All right, don't pay attention to what others say, Wang Teng said, patting her head lightly. Now that we know what this is, let's follow Brother Wang Teng's advice and open up this amber to take a look. Sang Yi immediately made a decision, turning to Master Rong and saying, Please have Master Rong help us cut it open. This is a bit difficult, Master Rong said. I have encountered situations where amber was extracted from within the ore a few times before, but I have never actually cut it open. Master Rong, please proceed. I trust you, Sang Yi said. In that case, I will do my best, Master Rong said solemnly, his expression becoming serious as he began to cut the stone. In his hands, the translucent blue crystal quickly diminished in size, gradually revealing the form of the ancient skywind bluebird within. Boom. At that moment, a wave of ancient and profound aura, several times more intense than before, burst forth. The stone-cutting knife in Master Rong's hand suddenly flew out, and under the impact of that aura, he involuntarily took several steps back, his face pale with fear as he gazed at the ancient creature now revealed before him. Its body was no longer large, even shriveled many times over, but its imposing manner remained undiminished, permeating the surroundings and causing everyone present to turn pale. What creature is this? It possesses such power. The onlookers were astonished. This. Master Rong was so shocked that he couldn't even speak, pointing at the mysterious creature revealed by the stone extraction, his face full of horror. In all my years of stone cutting, I have never seen such a terrifying creature. Sang Yi, Lian, Tai Lu, and the others couldn't maintain their composure and crowded around. Ti-Du and Ti-Jing, after exchanging a glance, approached with serious expressions. Only Wang Teng remained in place, his expression unchanged. Gu Luo was about to step forward like the others to investigate, but upon seeing Wang Teng's demeanor, he stopped in his tracks and asked, You seem completely unsurprised. Did you already know what was inside before it was extracted? How could I have known? Wang Teng glanced at him, then walked up to observe the chaotic and complex energy within the amber naturally couldn't evade his real eye. He had already seen what was inside, but he definitely couldn't tell anyone. When it's time to act, one must act. As for whether others believed it or not, that was none of his concern. They could believe him if he wanted to. He didn't admit it, and no one could do anything about it. Gu Luo was full of suspicion, but he couldn't see anything on Wang Teng's face. He could only shake his head and follow behind him, coming to the side of the mysterious creature, curiously examining it. Although the ancient and profound aura emitted by the mysterious creature was majestic, the people present were not weak. They were all determined individuals, prepared to face the creature's imposing aura without being startled. Master Rong had already removed the outer layer of translucent blue crystal from the mysterious creature, allowing everyone to see its true form. By now, the mysterious creature had been fully revealed, with only a thin layer of blue amber covering its surface, like a translucent film. It was a bird-like creature, its body now a dark cyan color, feathers still present, but the flesh beneath had long dried up, its wings folded against its body, showing signs of injury with hints of glistening white bones visible. It resembled jade, shimmering with dazzling light. After the mysterious creature was completely extracted, many attribute bubbles appeared around it, floating there, invisible to everyone. Wang Teng was overjoyed and immediately picked it up. Primordial Consciousness, 3000. Primordial Consciousness, 26 Sever, Chapter 2548. Skywind Scion Vulture, Wang Teng's Scheme 3, Primordial Consciousness 3200. Even more than before, Wang Teng's eyes lit up. One by one, the attribute bubbles entered his body, causing his primordial consciousness to rapidly rise. Although the ancient and vast scene appeared in his mind again this time, there was no trace of ancient desolation leaking from him. With experience comes ease. This time he was well prepared and able to control himself. Primordial Consciousness, 12,530,000, third rank. Wang Teng glanced at his attributes board and was elated. His primordial consciousness was increasing so quickly. In just a short while, he gained so many attribute points, making his willpower even stronger. Although his primordial consciousness was currently only at the third tier, equivalent to the aura of a universe stage martial warrior, it was not as powerful as his unyielding, lighting battle conscious. However, the primordial consciousness was exceptionally special, imbued with the ancient and vast essence of time, even stronger than ordinary universe stage martial warriors' auras. In the face of certain special situations, the primordial consciousness was incredibly useful. So far, Wang Teng had used his primordial consciousness multiple times, and it was all thanks to this enhanced willpower that he could be unstoppable. What's more, attribute bubbles were still dropping from the body of the Skywind Scion Vulture, showing no signs of stopping. Wang Teng wondered how long this would last. It would be amazing if his primordial consciousness could reach the fourth rank. Wang Teng's thoughts were a bit greedy. The others had no idea that Wang Teng had already gained many benefits from the Skywind Scion Vulture. They were still busy speculating about its origins, as Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles and looked at the perfectly presented body of the Skywind Scion Vulture in front of him. He nodded and smiled at Master Rong. "Master Rong, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Grandmaster, you're flattering me." Master Rong let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Fortunately, I didn't fail the trust placed in me. This creature is extraordinary. It would truly be my fault if it were to suffer any damage." "Thank you for your hard work, Master Rong," Sang Yi said gratefully. Wang Teng also felt grateful. Wait a minute, he suddenly remembered something? His bet with Lei Yan seemed to have turned into a request. Damn it, he lost big time. Although Lei Yan was indeed stunningly beautiful, he couldn't do anything substantial to her. The restrictions of that one request bet were too much, not even worth it compared to getting hold of the body of the Skywind Scion Vulture. I lost big time? Lost big time? Wang Teng's mind raced, thinking about how to trick the other party into handing over the body of the Skywind Scion Vulture. The resin of the blue wood pine must have undergone at least 1,000,000 years of evolution to form such a huge amber. This indicates that the mysterious creature sealed within has been preserved for at least 1,000,000 years. Yet its power remains terrifying even now, showing how immensely powerful it must have been during its lifetime, Lei Yan exclaimed, her face filled with shock as she gazed at the creature before her. I wonder if anyone recognizes this creature. Sang Yi looked at the creature before her, then turned to glance at Tai Lu, Wang Teng, and the others, furrowing her brow inquisitively. I've never seen it before. The body of this bird has already shrunk significantly, and after experiencing the passage of time, its appearance has changed so much that it's impossible to identify. Tai Lu's expression turned somewhat grim. Seeing this bird and feeling its terrifying power, he realized that the 7th-level wood elemental stone and the wood element pearl he had extracted couldn't compare to the creature before them. T.I. Du and T.I. Jing were force chefs, so they didn't know what this mysterious creature was. They shook their heads. This creature seems to be some kind of ancient avian star beast. Gu Luo stroked his chin, glanced at Wang Teng, and said, with such power, it's likely at least a divine-level star beast. Divine-level star beast. The onlookers were already curious about this star beast, At this moment, upon hearing Gu Luo's words, they were shocked even more profoundly. How could this mysterious creature be a divine-level star beast? This creature was only 4 or 5 meters long now. Even if it were to fully spread its wings, it would still be just 30-something meters. Ordinary Emperor-level star beasts were much larger than this, let alone divine-level star beasts. So the crowd found Gu Luo's judgment unbelievable, bordering on incredulous divine-level creature. Ti Du and Ti Jing glanced at each other shocked, yet unable to conceal a hint of greed. Originally, they had planned that if they won against Lei Yan, they could simply waive the bet and owe her a favor. But now, seeing the corpse of this divine-level star beast, both of them couldn't help but reveal a greedy glint in their eyes. If they could win the corpse of this saint-level star beast, wouldn't they be making a huge profit? But then they realized that the treasures they had just extracted seemed far inferior to Sang Yi's if it was indeed a divine-level star beast. They were almost certainly losing this competition. "We don't know if it's a divine-level star beast, even if you said it." Ti Du immediately spoke up, his tone cold. "Just because it has some residual power, how can we determine that it's a divine-level star beast?" Wang Teng looked at him speechlessly. Was this guy a fool? He could utter such thoughtless words. Now he had not only offended Gu Luo, but also incurred the displeasure of Lei Yan and Sang Yi, the two prodigies of the Lei and Sang families. Indeed, the expressions of Lei Yan and Sang Yi changed immediately, and their gazes toward Ti Du became much colder. The two sides had little to no relationship to begin with, and now Ti Du, in his quest for victory, had abandoned all dignity. It was truly disgusting. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.